please have the courtesy.
No, I have a lot of courtesy, but I just have to show the courtesy to Matoshi Longkumar, if he's there, please.
1.5 years in waiting. Thank you.
Yeah, 1 second. Can I just go to Mr. Longkumar, please? He's MLA of the NDPP, joining us from Indecent. Can you hear me, Mr. Longkumar?
Yes.
You've been hearing the commentary, sir, and your thoughts on the overall picture that you're seeing, overall Northeast. I also want you to make a specific comment on how you see the picture in Nagaland, sir.
Nagaland, it is a foregone conclusion. NDPP and BJP is forming the government.
They crossed the halfway mark.
They have, and
Across the halfway.
all the cabinet ministers.
Yeah, Shawan.
Just quickly, the deputy chief minister Y. Patton is now leading from TU. Then you have Cognac. Cognac is from the very place, from the Mount district, the very district where there was the huge tussle with the army. There too you have the BJP clearly leading.
Yeah.
And then you have Rio.
But I
chief
think you can
minister
take the
also
discussion with the NDPP
just
legislator forward
if
while
you
I just look at the total numbers, please. Yeah, go on.
See what BJP
He was telling us about the
11,
picture in
11
Nagaland.
and NDP 23.
Can you just take it forward with Mr. Longkumar while I look at the numbers, please?
Mr. Longkumar, as far as this was a foregone conclusion, the entire alliance has clearly worked for you. The numbers are really in your favor. NPF seems to have been completely decimated. Your take on this the picture that is emerging right now?
No.
NDPP and BJP coalition will rule the state for another 5 years. People are depending on the center for development of the Northeast. People, in fact, we want the Northeast to be developed, infrastructure, economically, in every aspect. So the people want to go together with the government who is in the center.
Mr. Longkumar, tell me one thing. What is it? What is the reason? I mean, can you give your thoughts on what is remaining of the Congress Party's presence in the Northeast? Nagaland, Tripura, Meghalaya. Why has the Congress Party just over a period of time evaporated, especially last 5 years in the Northeast?
No, it's not audible.
My question to you, Mr. Longkumar, is can I have your thoughts on what has happened to the Congress Party's base in the Northeast? How is it moving? How is it moving all to the regional? Okay, we lost the line, I was told right now. Raymond is with us. Raymond, are you seeing the numbers coming in from Shillong? Shawan, update us with the numbers from Shillong and then I'll take it forward.
Shillong, the NPP is at 13, at least from the C voter numbers, the region wise, if you look at it. Tura also NPP is picking up now.
Shawan is speaking, yeah. You can put your question to him.
Raymond, it does, the bigger picture I would say is that one, the NPP has clear lead, but the BJP there, for a party which had barely any seats, about 2 seats in the last elections, now we are looking at the numbers almost at 8. If it continues, then it's a phenomenal performance by the BJP in the state of Meghalaya.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, like we have seen throughout the campaign, in the run-up to the elections, we have seen leaders from the BJP coming to Shillong and moving. This is the first time that the BJP leaders are going to Tura, to remote areas. So there's a possibility of BJP climbing from 2. In fact, they're going to garner more seats this time.
I was looking at the numbers, Raymond, and 2 of the seats that the BJP is leading in, and I'm talking about Meghalaya, were won by the Congress last time. For example, the Moisin Ram seat was won by the Congress last time, and BJP is leading, and also Bagmara was won by an independent candidate. So the point I'm making is that the BJP is making big inroads in seats that it was not holding before. Yeah. Second, Raymond, interestingly out here, and Professor Mao, Bidhayak, out of the 9 seats I saw last time, now TMC is leading in 14. But out of the 9, I found 3 seats that were won by the Congress: Ampati, Chokpot and Mahendraganj, all won by the Congress last time, which means that basic Congress voter has totally switched to the Trinamool Congress. And the Mukul Sangma defection has really worked in the Trinamool Congress's favor.
Yeah.
You know, so Mukul Sangma factor is very, very strong. In fact, Trinamool even managed to take a lead in the seats of Gambhir, which was won by the NCP in 2018, Jirang, which was won by the NPP 2018. These are all seats which are proving that major eating into Congress votes by the Trinamool Congress. Subir Bhaumik joining us this morning. Subir da, good morning. You're in Mysore seeing the results from Northeast. The trends are clear. The trends are...
If you are seeing every...
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I was there covering the elections, but now it helps to see things from a distance, Arnab, doesn't it?
What are you seeing from a distance right now? The numbers flattening out a little bit. We have the Trinamool making some really big gains, interestingly, in the last 15 to 20 minutes. Trinamool, which was leading in about 8, is now going, can I have the Meghalaya numbers on, is now leading in 14 seats. 14 seats out of 59 in Meghalaya. NPP at 22, BJP at 8. So NPP, BJP are at the halfway mark. UDP gets 6. There is no other party. As long as NPP gets more than 20, it is forming the government in some kind of an alliance. But it's not as hung an assembly as people had predicted, Subirda. It's not as hung an assembly as some people had predicted. It seems to be an NPP, BJP government we're looking at.
You see, Arnav, you and me both are from Northeast. People in Northeast don't like hung stuff because they know if there's a hung thing, you know, it does not work in the favor of the state. And therefore, there's a belated tendency in the Northeast, even the smaller states, to give a decisive verdict because they know if they don't have a stable government, if they have too much of Ayaram, Gayaram, which states like Meghalaya has experienced in the past, it doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
They want a decisive government. And again, the model is Assam. The model is Assam. You know, Assam is the model in the Northeast. And if you look at Assam, there is a stable government, there is development.
That's the point.
And you know, things are happening. So people elsewhere in the Northeast also wants that kind of a thing to happen. And therefore, people tend to vote decisively. So, and this Trinamool factor that has come up, it was expected. It was expected, you know, and this actually proves the point that the national leadership of the Congress is inept in handling far-flung states like the Northeast, whereas Mamata Banerjee was seen as a Bengali party, Trinamool Congress, Mamata Banerjee.
You know, there is no energy. You see, the problem with the Congress is, problem in the Congress is, there is no party, there is only a brand Rahul Baba campaign. Rebrand Rahul Baba. And I am saying this today, please understand, 257 Twitter followers do not determine elections in India and politics in India. Nobody gives a damn for things like Jairam Ramesh's Bharat Toro Yatra. You look at the numbers in Tripura, viewers, right now, and as Subirda joins me, I want to spend a moment talking about Tripura.
Absolutely.
Tripura, please understand, viewers. What has Himanto done? I said earlier, there is no strategy via Himanto. Himanto is the strategy.
And
Himanto is the strategy. And he's done something remarkable. BJP viewers leading in 17 seats. Last time I was looking. Out of these 17, I found 4 seats that were held by the CPM in 2018. What this means is the BJP has really done the absolutely, completely impossible. It has taken away CPM seats when there is a so-called secular alliance, when there is anti-incumbency, after having changed the chief minister. CPM, out of the seats it was leading, it was only holding seats, meaning that the CPM is not making any additional gains. The CPM is only holding on to some seats. They have not made any gains. There is no incumbency in Tripura. Now, interestingly, the Tripura, the TMP, which is leading in all the seats where the IPFT had won, meaning this is the strategy. Now, come on, tell me about it, Subirda. All the seats the IPFT had won last time are going to TMP now, meaning that the Tripura Mota's promise of Tripuland has gained resonance in the state's tribal belt. You can go around and say, oh, this is, terrible Himanto, devious Himanto, dangerous Himanto, bad Himanto versus good Bharat Todo Yatra, but it has worked. He's broken the vote in the state's tribal belt. And I think he is going to win more seats with a lesser vote share. Yeah.
No, Arnab, let me make things clear here. It's not about Himanto, devious Himanto and all that stuff. The thing is, as Motha gains strength with its separate Tripura land campaign and mobilizes and takes away a lot of tribal voters from the CPM and the other parties towards it, there is a panic in the Bengali population that if Motha has its way and if Maharaj wins a lot of seats, Tripura will be divided. Now, what is the guarantee of, what is the way to stop it? The way to stop it is to decisively vote in favor of a party which can stop Maharaj from breaking up Tripura. Which means what? A party in power in Delhi, which will not concede the demand of Tripura. And this is precisely what Himanto and Amit Shah played up. That Tripura तोड़ने का सवाल नहीं है और हम लोग को वोट दीजिए Tripura नहीं टूटेगा. Now, you have to remember that 70% of the population in Tripura are Bengalis, and these are people who have been uprooted over the years from what was East Pakistan and then Bangladesh. The biggest fear in this population is partition. Biggest fear is displacement. Biggest fear is possible, attacks on them in remote areas. So, the way to stop it is to decisively vote for a strong national party which has already said no further division of Assam,
in fact,
no Bodoland separate
Tripura,
state, autonomous council is fine.
Tripura, if you...
We're getting some more numbers coming in right now. We're getting some more numbers.
Tripura East.
BJP getting 40, which means they are so comfortably. In fact, they have beaten, if go by the leads, they are way ahead of their last number, last tally as well, Shravan.
No, you are seeing
BJP
last time they had 36.
You see, a party has to have an election
This is
machinery.
complete ethnic polarization.
They have 39
No,
now.
I agree. That's very nice phrasing from him. He said
This is ethnic polarization.
ethnic polarization, but I disagree with you in part. Because I'll tell you why. Because I disagree with you. You are calling it ethnic polarization. Why don't you say that there has been a relentless campaign by the BJP? You don't like Himanto, but Himanto has done a door-to-door campaign in Agartala. He has attended 3 rallies in Tripura on a single day. He has attended 3 rallies in Tripura on a single day. He's a master, alliance master.
In Bengal, Trinamool says BJP is outsider party. Is that not a
So headline right now is BJP
bettering its tally of the last
I am
election.
from
Much
Tripura,
better
please
than the
try to
IPF
understand. This polarization, BJP has the organization to capitalize on it. It's not just the polarization that is important. If you don't have the organization to capitalize on it, it doesn't work. So
do not bring in
polarization is sharp.
polarization here.
The BJP played on it. BJP said, pardon?
If you think oversimplifying this,
It's a fact of
is,
life.
uh,
The polarization started.
Can I-
have it.
Can
it's
I
not
speak, please?
oversimplification.
Can I speak, please?
No, Arnab, can I
The
finish
fact
this?
is-
Can I finish this, Arnab?
Okay, please, and then I will add my bit.
No, here the point is, there is a complete fear with this Tripura land campaign that there will be a division of Tripura. It's an unrealistic proposition, but the Maharaj has played it up to a fever pitch in tribal areas. And that has created a backlash, that has created a counter fear among the majority Bengali population. You have to understand,
now-
this rootless, uprooted East Bengali population, they're always scared of partition. This is the fact of life. And therefore, then the BJP plays it
Sir,
up, saying,
you
"हम
have
लोग
been
वोट मिलेगा
repeating
तो हम
yourself.
ये threat को नहीं तोड़ने देगा."
And I still believe that this is an oversimplification of the situation in the northeast and especially
You have to
Tripura.
repeat if
The
these-
fact is
if the
that
pe-
Hemanta
if
Dada
people don't
has
see
been
the
leading by
obvious, you have to
example.
repeat. Okay?
can I please now have my say? I did not interrupt you. Now, oversimplification does not work. The point here is that the way Assam has been progressing, the example is here for the other northeastern states to see. When the other northeastern states see the way a leader can change the fate of a state by good governance, by making sure that the organization is working hard on ground, relentlessly, with a lot of honest devotion, you see the changes. So last time, at a similar time 5 years ago, we thought BJP was doing well in the Northeast. Yeah. We are breaking our own records because we have put up a report card which shows the people that we walk the talk. Which shows the people that we mean business.
Can I just say one thing out here? I want to go across to waiting for a long time, Professor Xavier Mao. Finally, we lined him up from Shillong. Professor Xavier, sorry to keep you waiting for a long time. Pankaj is joining us from our Delhi studios. And one thing I would say here, headline, as a certain headline this morning, this is not a sweep. This is a super sweep. So BJP super sweep in Tripura, settled story. Can we move to the other states? There's no point discussing Tripura right now, apart from just probably congratulating Himanta Biswa Sharma on air. And I want to say this about Himanta Biswa Sharma. People say I like him. I don't like him, but you have to appreciate. I like him, but you have to appreciate what he does politically, and you have to realize that his man has built
the elections.
Kamru Chaudhary is your gift to the BJP. Your gift to the BJP. You don't exist.
No, you
exist on Twitter.
Have people in your panel like the BJP spokesperson who have never visited the Northeast, and they are commenting on the politics of the Northeast. You very well know tribalism, money power is the most important factor in the Northeast elections. Time and again, whoever was ruling the center will invariably rule the Northeastern states.
Which works from an air-conditioned office.
It is not a
We are a party which works on the ground.
BJP super sweep in Tripura.
That is helping the BJP.
I'm sorry.
Republic
you are talking about Angur Khatte. You are the one
the numbers that are coming in from Republic Bangla right now is BJP.
We got an update from Republic Bangla, and Mayuk is going to be live with us in a minute from Republic Bangla. We are going to be going across to Mayuk in some time. Yeah, in some time. But Shawan is telling me that Republic Bangla, which is the number one channel in Bengal and Tripura. By the way, the most popular channel in Bengal and Tripura is Republic Bangla, and Republic Bangla is saying something.
Shawan has got the maximum number of reporters sending us
Relax, I'm not
right now. BJP has about 39, Left Front has about 11, Tripura Mata is about 11. So if you look at the alliance of Left and the Congress, completely out. The Congress numbers have really gone down. Tripura Mata is about 11 right now. BJP clear victory.
No, it's clear Tripura Mata has put paid to any chances that the left Congress alliance would have fancied for themselves. Essentially in the tribal belt, remember the Bengali vote remains with the BJP and the tribal vote goes to the Tripura Mata.
You got Mayuk, you can go across to him. Mayuk from the Republic Bangla newsroom. A lot of excitement there this morning. What are the latest updates from Republic Bangla, Mayuk? What have you been really, by the way, Republic Bangla doing a fantastic job of covering the latest results everywhere, especially in Tripura. They have maximum presence on the ground. You know, I'm told they have hundreds of people on the ground tracking it today. So I want an update from him on that. And by the way, also want to ask you, Mayuk, that I think that you have an important by-election result also that we are waiting for from Sagardighi, bypoll in Bengal. So you can tell us about that as well. Mayuk, over to you.
Well, Arnab, very good morning, and this is indeed a breaking news situation in Bengal because right now what we are getting in the recent numbers from the by-election in Bengal, first I would like to go into that. The Sagardighi numbers, what they are reflecting in the initial stage after the postal ballot and the first and second round, Congress and left is going to win. That is what the basic morning numbers are reflecting. They are leading in Sagardighi. It's in Murshidabad. It's a minority-dominated constituency. Over 80% of the voters are minorities there, and there Congress and the Left Alliance is leading in all the way. BJP is in the third position.
1 minute. Are you telling me the Trinamool is trailing from here? 1 minute. Are you telling me the Trinamool is trailing from here?
Exactly. Trinamool is trailing from here, and this was a litmus test for Mamata Banerjee after Naushad Siddiqui was arrested, after minorities they flocked the streets regarding Naushad Siddiqui and ISF's arrest, and this was indeed a litmus test in Murshidabad. But right now
there's what we are seeing here. If that happens, Mayur, would it be fair to say it's an anti-Trinamool vote in a minority-dominated constituency that saw almost 74% voting this time? So people turned out in huge numbers in Sagardighi. So it's an anti-Trinamool vote. We're getting news of what is probably an early setback out there from Sagardighi, but it's too early to say. I think we're going to have to track this closely. Mayuk, big news there. Sagardighi. Mayuk telling us about the big news story from Sagardighi. Mayuk, going to come back to you on this very, very fascinating story out there. I mean, look at the way the cookie is crumbling out there from Mamata Banerjee. And she's been going too aggro against anyone who questions her. You know, anyone she doesn't like, she'll put cases. I mean, I lose track of the number of cases she's put against Republic Bangla. But bad times for Mamata, I guess. You know, but good news for Mamata in Bengal at the same time. In Meghalaya, where she's making a significant entry. I want to go across to Professor Xavier Mao from Shillong. Professor Mao, we're seeing the numbers a little bit stable right now from Shillong. NPP-BJP alliance is at almost a certainty now. 24 and 12 are the seats that they have, so they can form the government, but only if they are together. What do you think, Professor? 10,
at this stage, of course, very difficult to say.
Yeah.
But definitely they can have an alliance. And if their number is short of absolute majority, other smaller party can even join and form a coalition government. So there is not a problem at all. But I feel at this stage a little bit too early to say.
Well, in fact,
okay. But Professor, if you, Shawan, you want to take the next question?
Just an update with regards to the numbers. If you really look at the BJP, how they are doing well, this is at the cost, surprisingly, it's at the cost of the Congress party in the state of Meghalaya, because at least about 3 seats where the BJP is leading. Previously, it was won by the Congress party, and some seats, of course, with the NPP. The number here is almost about 10 that we are putting out as far as. Let's put out the Meghalaya numbers right now. Let's put out the Meghalaya numbers.
Decimated.
Congress has been is nowhere in the picture. Actually, let's be the big picture is that Congress has been completely decimated in the state of Meghalaya. BJP makes that huge entry of almost 10 right now. Trinamool Congress. Can you imagine BJP and Congress? BJP and the Trinamool Congress almost neck to neck. It's 10 and 11. So if it'll be in a short while from now, we should actually try and go across to Conrad also. Professor Mao, it's very clear. It's very clear. Do you see the BJP and the NPP coming together, leaving no room this time for the smaller, the regional parties? It's the NPP, BJP coming together.
Well, for the UDP, I cannot say that they will not win sufficient number. UDP may, towards the end, win a good number, but the other party, yes, as you have rightly said, I don't see any possibility at all. Not only in Meghalaya, but even in Nagaland, Congress has been completely decimated. That I agree. And in the northeast, the general trend is whichever big ruling party is there at the center, they all almost blindly follow that. So with that general trend, I think we can fairly conclude that we are definitely BJP and its major party can form an alliance.
But this was the last opportunity, wasn't it? I mean, for the Congress in Meghalaya in a way.
Yeah, but now at this stage, Congress is almost decimated.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, in
They're
fact,
almost but if they want to be further decimated just a little bit, if this is not enough, they should certainly send Rahul Gandhi, because we must only if Rahul Gandhi and Jairam Ramesh go to Northeast can they decimate it further.
You know, in fact, if Conrad Sangma is watching today, last in 2018 elections, Arnab, when he sat with us, his numbers were increasing the moment he sat on Republic TV. In fact, Conrad should be joining us in a short while from now.
But we got Sonali from Agartala, Smita Prakash joining us live, so let's keep moving fast. Sonali, good morning. Sonali from Republic Bangla, who's reporting from Agartala. So this is like a super sweep. Eta to mane janina expect korechilo ki na, eta to mane super sweep hoye geche. Almost 40 seats are there for the BJP. So how are people responding in Agartala? Is this on expected lines? Is this what was expected, Sonali?
Yeah, Arnab, good morning. It's almost 9 a.m. and though it's too early to say, but it's clear that the trend is towards BJP, towards the Gerua Brigade. We said as we said that, and right now the situation is almost 39. BJP is leading in 39 seats, and Mokha is leading almost 10 seats, and CPM left is leading in almost 12 seats. That right now we are in Umakanto Academy, where the main counting is going on. And it's almost 1 hour, and the trend is a little bit slowly it's clear to us. And one more thing which is very important, that from West Bengal, TMC contested in 28 seats in Tripura, and very strong allegation which is made by BJP State President Rajiv Bhattacharya. He said, he just came before few minutes. He said that TMC spent so much of money for this election, for campaigning, for candidate also, which is, I think, very strong comment, that the TMC is spending crores on the campaign and also for the candidate. So it's a very important update, I think, because yesterday also Shubhendu Adhikari from West Bengal, he made a strong allegation that West Bengal TMC came here just for vote political tourism, election tourism and they spent so much of money, and the money is collected from the corruption from West Bengal, which is very strong comment. And right now we are here, and the people are saying that definitely BJP has got only 5 years, and 2 years almost they didn't able to work for COVID, and in 3 years they did lots of work. So people of Tripura, they are really interested. They are really want that if they want to give another chance to BJP. And yesterday we spoke to King Pradot Kishore Manikko Bahadur, and he said that off the record he is very clearly said that he is also thinking about post-poll alliances, and which is inclined to BJP. So it's clear that BJP is a very strong side in Tripura. And the other side, that we spoke to Sudip Roy Bormon, the one promising candidate for Congress, and we saw that whenever we are asking for the question of alliances left and Congress, he almost just lost her temper, and he said that the entire exit poll for Tripura is completely fake and completely it's a promotion for BJP, and there was no exit poll.
I've been hearing that.
It's clear that they are very.
Yeah, I've been hearing that, Sonali.
So they said that complete exit polls.
Yeah. But I'll tell you on a lighter note, the Congress party needs a political root canal surgery. They should go to Manik Saha. Manik Saha is a dentist. Do you know Manik Saha? Sonali, Manik Saha is a dentist. Sonali, are you there? Manik Saha is a dentist by profession, right? Before he joined the BJP 2016, he has a good dental practice
and was a Congress person and did not contest the elections, has kept a low profile.
But you know, really just look at the numbers. Sonali, I'm going to come back to you. Thank you so much for that update. I'm going to come back to you with more news from Tripura. But just look at the number from see, if Tripura is a super sweep, I don't know what to call Nagaland. Nagaland is a one-way ticket.
And the opposition did
it's a one-way ticket.
They gave up even though the first vote was polled.
No, you see, I just have a, before I go across, I'll go to Smita next, but the, Alungtai seat, party president Temjen Imna Along candidate, right? We have a tic-tac with him which just came in from our reporter. Can I just play that out? And by the way, before I go across to that, viewers, I want to just tell you right now numbers from Nagaland, 49 seats.
And almost all cabinet ministers. In fact, if you see...
Which means the BJP has 80% seat share in Nagaland. Are you telling me that?
Almost of the nine
49 of the 60 viewers going to the BJP, and the Congress is at 2.
And of the 9 cabinet ministers,
let's play that, please. Please listen.
The state BJP president of Nagaland, Temjen Imna Longkumer. Temjen, I would like to know from you your first reaction as the results, the counting process have started and results have started to reflect.
I think the PDA alliance of the NDPP BJP will come with an absolute majority, and as the counting has already started, we are looking forward for the mandate of the people, which we fought together on the theme of peace and development, and that has been the main theme on which we have fought. And we know that the mandate of the people will be with the alliance, and under the chief ministership of Honorable Chief Minister Rio, the government on the 14th Nagaland Legislative Assembly will be formed.
Whenever there is an higher voter turnout, people say that it is the anti-incumbency wave. But in Nagaland, we have seen that despite a very high voter turnout of around 85% plus, it is a pro-incumbency wave that we have witnessed. How would you like to explain it?
We have to remember that the leadership of Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Honorable Prime Minister of our country, is the driving force behind the alliance also here in Nagaland. And Modi ji's programs, Modi ji's vision, and Modi ji's double engine sarkar have been perforated down even in our state of Nagaland to the last village here. And so the alliance, the PDA, NDPP and BJP alliance, has come about with the trust and with the belief and with the blessings of Shri Narendra Modi ji, our most loved Honorable Prime Minister. And that is the brand which is selling in Nagaland also. That's why pro-incumbency.
One particular question in this regard, you have said that there is brand Modi which is selling here in Nagaland. In Nagaland, there were a lot of challenges that BJP particularly faced because there were various groups which tried to color the BJP as a saffron party, and hence that the people of Nagaland should oppose it. But the results today, as it is reflecting, doesn't show any resistance as far as the mandate is concerned. It is the people who have embraced BJP wholeheartedly. In how this mechanism was built, how you made it happen.
See, to be branded as saffron party, obviously, I would put it this way. What does saffron mean is also a matter of our thought process. It is a very beautiful color, and it is inclusive. Now, religion is the oldest, gimmick that has been played negatively in all politics. But if you look at our state here in Nagaland, we know very well Modi ji's vision towards the Northeast and Nagaland has not been targeted or deprived for any particular religious sect or party. It is for all. And so, the very propaganda of many other issues which may be relevant for some places in the rest of the country cannot be used as a weapon in a state like Nagaland, where people are faithful Christians. We know our place, we know our faith, and at the same time, we know the party and the leader called Narendra Modi ji and Amit Shah ji and Nadda ji and Santosh ji, who are very resilient to make sure that development and progress and peace comes to Nagaland.
When you were talking about peace, my one specific question that I have regarding the Naga political issue, the talks are on and no conclusion is witnessed here. Are you hopeful that
this alliance of the BJP NDPP is now at 50 out of 60 in Nagaland, and in Meghalaya the number right now, if I can have that, is I think about 32, 24 and 11. 35 out of 59 is NPP BJP together, right? And you have about 40 out of 60 in Tripura for BJP. So Smita, what's the bigger headline? I mean, if you were to draw a bigger inference from all this, read a broad trend, this is the first of the semi-finals leading up to 2024. What would you say?
Yeah, so if I was to just see an overall picture, just remember that this is an area which the BJP is looking to get more seats come the 2024 elections. They need more numbers from here. So it's a kind of a semi-final for them. But amazing numbers coming from Nagaland. Just remember, it's a Christian majority state. So, the fact that the BJP is doing so well and it's Rio's clout and the NPF's decline that has steadily been growing, and the BJP has managed to, or the combine, the NDPP BJP combine, they seem to be working towards a majority, and it's a statement that this whole thing about BJP being a Hindu majoritarian and all that, it's obvious here, the numbers that are coming in from the three northeastern states, that Hindu majoritarian card that is always thrown at BJP has not worked. People want to see results on the ground. In Tripura, I think what you were saying is right, that the Manik Saha bet has worked for the BJP, his low profile, and I saw the crowds that were coming in. I was there in Agartala. I saw the crowds that were coming in for the rally of Amit Shah. Manik Saha has this, this quiet way of functioning, which is appreciated. Pradyut is doing pretty well as a newcomer. He's managed to make a score. I think that is to be appreciated too. Whether he's eaten into the left parties or the remnants of the Congress remains to be seen. But Meghalaya is the surprising thing. The TMC is creeping in, and I think that whole Bengali outsider tag that the TMC was getting, that doesn't seem to have worked. And whether it doesn't look likely that they will team up with the Congress. It's been so bitter, the parting of ways between the two parties. So it will throw up. I think Meghalaya will be interesting.
You just mentioned there. You mentioned there about Meghalaya and the Congress Party. I want to go to Bikram Banerjee in Kolkata. Bikram, good morning. Arnab here.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning. We were looking at Meghalaya. I first want a comment from you on what you think is the overall results trend from a Trinamool Congress perspective, because I'm also seeing a very interesting trend coming in from Sagardighi, which is a strong minority population, where I was told last update from Republic Bangla is that Congress left was leading. But we'll talk about Sagardighi later. From Mamata Banerjee's perspective and from Abhishek's perspective, what would the results so far in Tripura and Meghalaya indicate?
See, I personally feel Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee is not a factor in Tripura and as well as Meghalaya, because their campaign, their popularity and whatever maybe, that is only restricted in Bengal. And outside Bengal, there is nothing what they can gather any votes, not they have any popularity in any other states in India. So far as Tripura is concerned, it is in the morning trend. It's showing that 10 to 12 seats which they are leading. But it happens here and there because Congress party is also a split. And I personally feel that in the overall these northeastern states, BJP has a big factor. And I personally also feel that Modi factor, what is called Modi magic, that is also a big factor which is occurring among the voters as well as the common people, which is raising so much of votes as well as so much of seats, and as well as the people of particular in each and every states where BJP is gaining more and more, you can say popularity, or the more and more the voters are giving votes for this political party. It seems that they are in a stronger position as of in the morning trend show.
Absolutely. I agree with you, Bikram, there. And I want to go back to just a minute to Shubirda on this. I was analyzing the trend from Meghalaya. Shubirda, you know it well. The Congress, which has emerged as the single largest party every time, never winning less than 20 of the 60 seats, this time is the biggest loser. So first comment on that, and because one of our guests earlier said that whichever is the major or the leading party in Delhi usually centralizes its position in Northeast, it was felt that the BJP may not be able to do that because of this saffron party image. But that, of course, does not cut any ice. But the sense here is, when I'm looking detailed way at the Congress result, I'm actually following the Congress very closely in Northeast this time, because the question is not what happens to the Congress, Subirta. The question is where the Congress vote goes. Yeah. And I have a few extrapolation. My first point I want to make, Subirda, to you is that to me it appears, and people may be shocked at this, that about half the Congress vote goes to the BJP. Yes. This is, people may not agree with me on this, but I'm telling you that's the trend I'm seeing, and that half the Congress vote goes to the BJP. And then the question then is, Subirda, after that, where does the rest of the half go? In this case, the rest of the half primarily goes to the Trinamool Congress in Bengal. So, what do you make of that?
Well, I'll tell you, Arnab, I quite agree with you, and I have an explanation for this. There is a certain amount of voters who always, in the Northeast, want to vote for an important national party. It used to be Congress in the good old days, Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi's time. But now, with the weakening of the Congress at the national level, this particular voting segment, which thinks Northeast future lies with India, Northeast future does not lie with some of the secessionist forces who have been running around with guns all these years. This is the voting population, and this cuts across ethnic lines, may I tell you that, who want a strong national party and their presence in the state to accelerate the process of development. That's what counts for them. Yeah. And these are the people who, when they thought Congress has lost out, Congress has lost its way, thought BJP is the national political alternative in the region. So for them, the big national party is also the big regional party in a way. They are the people. And when you have the same faces switching over from Congress to BJP, bringing the same kind of understanding of local politics, Himanta Biswa Sarma is the classic example. He's a Congress product. But the way he comes into BJP and then, he plays out across the region, replacing. So the Congress does not have something like that anymore. They don't have a Santosh Mohan Dev. They have lost out Himanta Biswa Sarma. They have smaller lightweights in the region. And therefore, this segment of population, which believes that their state should be rolled not by some chota-mota regional party, but some big, national party, to join the region with the nation and continue the process of development, look east and all that, they automatically switch to BJP. They won't vote for one of the regional parties. It's only those voters who are driven by regional passions, like some tribal voters in Tripura this time would vote for the Maharaj, because they think, greater Tripura land. Whether it is possible or not, they won't even think. Just the appeal of this whole slogan brings them behind the Maharaj. So they don't think that, and therefore,
it's not a very good day for the Trinamool, Subirda. I have an update again from Republic. It's not a good day for the Trinamool. From the Mamata Banerjee's perspective, you know, the entry of the BJP, the inability to really strike
Can I come to Sagardighi?
Sagardighi, can I get Mayuk on Sagardighi? Sagardighi and Republic is the only national channel tracking Sagardighi.
I have an explanation for that.
Can I just get the update and I'll come to you for the explanation after that. Viewers, this is the big result. That's where the Lutyens media gets it totally wrong. The Lutyens media does not have any idea how to read signals. They have no idea of journalism. They don't know anything of what happens on the ground. They're a walking, talking disaster out there, looking disheveled and shorn and dissatisfied every morning of the result. Sagardighi, Republic Bangla tracking. Mayuk, first tell our national audience why Sagardighi is important. One. Then, what has happened in Sagardighi, and B, C, will the trend change in the next 1 hour or so, say? Sagardighi is a bypoll in Bengal, by the way, yeah.
Well, Arnab, Sagardighi, yes, Arnab, Sagardighi in Murshidabad, the bypoll is happening there because of the fact that the Trinamool MLA, he passed away recently, and one curious thing is happening in Sagardighi since morning. From the postal ballots, that's usually the votes of the Sarkari, the people, the government employees. There also the left and Congress is leading, and then when the EVM counting started in the first and second round also, now the lead is almost 700. Cong and left are leading in 700 votes. Trinamool is trailing. Trinamool is in the second position, and earlier also Shubhendu Adhikari said, Shubhendu Adhikari clearly said,
1 minute. Explain to me how big is the gap. How big is the gap? It's
700 is the gap in the second round of election. Almost 75% of the voting happened, and that's huge, Arnab.
So that's interesting. So the reading I'm getting out here, Subrashta, is that Trinamool doesn't do very well in Tripura. Trinamool doesn't do extremely well in Meghalaya. It makes a mark, but Trinamool loses or is being really challenged in its own base with government employees, local anger, and also this is a minority-dominated state. So minority vote moving away from Mamata Banerjee at a time when she's been really at odds with several leaders. So Mamata Banerjee, can I get Mayuk on the right? The big story that I'm getting out here is Mamata Banerjee Trinamool Congress's ambitions outside Bengal may have the party distracted and losing in its own base in Bengal. Can I have Mayuk on the right, please, because you're commenting on Sagardighi. Yes, Subrashta.
Yes, Arnab, you are right. The only reading that I have for the TMC in the northeastern states is that Mamata Banerjee is really trying to expand her base, no doubt about it. But the whole narrative that the BJP has been fielding, that she has been, sort of giving a lot of credence to Bangladeshi migrants, does not go down well either in Meghalaya or on Tripura.
Sorry, I have to cut you short there because
why all the outsider
right
insider
addressing the G20 foreign ministers. I'll cut to that and just come back to you in a bit.
Is in crisis today. The architecture of global governance created after the Second World War was to serve two functions. First, to prevent future wars by balancing competing interests. Second, to foster international cooperation on issues of common interests. The experience of the last few years, financial crisis, climate change, pandemic, terrorism, and wars clearly shows that global governance has failed in both its mandates. We must also admit that the tragic consequences of this failure are being faced most of all by the developing countries. After years of progress, we are at risk today of moving back on the sustainable development goals. Many developing countries are struggling with unsustainable debt while trying to ensure food and energy security for their people. They are also the ones most affected by global warming caused by richer countries. This is why India's G20 presidency has tried to give a voice to the global south. No group can claim global leadership without listening to those most affected by its decisions. Excellencies, you are meeting at a time of deep global divisions. As Foreign Minister, it is but natural that your discussions are affected by the geopolitical tensions of the day. We all have our positions and our perspectives on how this tension should be resolved. However, at the leading economies of the world, we also have a responsibility toward those who are not in this room. The world looks upon the G20 to ease the challenges of growth, development, economic resilience, disaster resilience, financial stability, transnational crime, corruption, terrorism, and food and energy security. In all these areas, the G20 has capacity to build consensus and deliver concrete results. We should not allow issues that we cannot resolve together to come in the way of those we can. As you meet in the land of Gandhi and the Buddha, I pray that you will draw inspiration from India's civilizational ethos to focus not on what divides us, but on what unites us. Excellencies, in recent times, we have seen the most disastrous pandemic of a century. We have witnessed thousands of lives lost in natural disasters. We have seen global supply chains break down during times of stress. We have seen stable economies suddenly overwhelmed by debt and financial crisis. These experiences clearly show the need for resilience in our societies, in our economies, in our healthcare systems, and in our infrastructure. The G20 has a critical role to play in finding the right balance between growth and efficiency on one hand and resilience on the other. We can reach this balance more easily by working together. That is why your meeting is important. I have full trust in your collective wisdom and ability. I am sure that today's meeting will be ambitious, inclusive, action-oriented, and will rise above differences. I thank you and wish you all the best for a productive meeting.
Was the Prime Minister addressing the G20 summit, the Prime Minister's address to the G20 foreign ministers meet that has started? Keeping a close track on the election results, the big news now emerging from the state of Meghalaya, Nagaland and Tripura. The latest numbers quickly. Let's just go through the numbers that we're getting in from the state of Meghalaya, where the NPP stands at about 24. The BJP is at 9, UDP at 8 and Trinamool Congress about 12. That's the big picture that's emerging right now. Smita Prakash, just a quick word from you with regards to what's really happening in the state of Meghalaya. We see the Prime Minister's roadshow and also, Nalin Kohli is also joining us right now from Nagaland. Just a quick word from Nalin Kohli, and then Smita, I'll come to you. As far as Nagaland is concerned, a clean sweep, the NDPP and the BJP. And the Congress has been completely decimated in a state where they had a hold for a very long time, Nalin Kohli.
So I'll request you to bear with me for a minute or two, because actually I am Prabhari of Nagaland, and before this I was Prabhari of Meghalaya, Mizoram and Manipur. So I've been in the Northeast in the last 1 decade, been given party assignments. So I think there are many points to make. The first is that the focus on the Northeast started under Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, which was a look east policy. Then he set up the Department of Northeast Affairs and he set up the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. And then under Prime Minister Modi, it's gone to another level. Look East has become Act East. And the focus on the Northeast is absolutely phenomenal. Prime Minister Modi himself has visited the Northeast about 51 times. That is more than all Prime Ministers before him. They've never visited the Northeast so much. 400 plus visits by ministers once in every 15 days. Infrastructure development is at a different level. Prime Minister Modi was speaking at Shillong and he had pointed out that prior to his government coming in 2014, the total amount of money spent by Government of India for infrastructure in the Northeast was less than 2 lakh crores. In the last 8 years, it is 7 lakh crores. Highways, internet, infrastructure, airways, airports, railways. In Nagaland, that is what is giving us great benefit, or even in other states. In Nagaland, we have been in coalition with the NDPP. Chief Minister Rio has been here. We have, like last time, contested in an alliance. They have contested 40 seats. The BJP has contested 20. Our agenda has been absolutely positive, peace and development. And it's reflecting. In Nagaland, people want development. They want peace. And they have faith on this alliance. They have faith on Prime Minister Modi. If I may just point out that Home Minister Amit Shah is the first Home Minister in the history of India to spend a night in eastern Nagaland in Mon Town. He came for 2 days. JP Nadda ji launched the joint campaign, launched our vision document. Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma campaigned, along with the Chief Minister campaigned otherwise. A whole galaxy of leaders. So these people have, all of these leaders have come, been here as karyakartas, brought the message of development, shown that message in implementation on the ground, and we believe that's why we are getting such a spectacular blessing from the people of Nagaland, as also from other states.
Nalin, Arnab here, good morning. I want your thoughts on the fact that many people are saying BJP has become the natural party which has replaced the Congress there. When you look at the Congress party story in the Northeast today, Meghalaya, where it had won 21 seats, is down to 5. Nagaland, where the Congress won its highest tally of 53 in 1998, the party has drawn a blank. A blank. Bharat Todo lovers, please wake up. Lutyens media knows nothing. It should resign en masse today. Tripura is the only consolation where the party got 0 last time, it has got 3 this time. So I just want your thought on whether it's just a shift of the vote from the Congress or something more.
Thank you, Arnab, and nice to connect with you. It's an important question. I think we need to look at the Northeast, and who better to discuss it than you on this show today. I think there are many things here. The BJP has been working in the Northeast for several decades. But I think the change in the Northeast and the spectacular movement happened with 3 steps. Prime Minister Vajpayee's focus with an look east policy. Yeah. And then I think when Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma joined the BJP, I think he strengthened and brought it to a new level. And I think what has happened is he tied up the various alliances. He made that political entry with his skill sets and with his track record. I think he took it. And Prime Minister Modi has brought it to a level I don't think you can compare it with the Congress.
If I may,
just, for the reasons I pointed out, Prime Minister Modi's personal involvement in the Northeast
is famous for incumbency. Northeast is famous for incumbency, anti-incumbency. And I find that the BJP is beating incumbency. Smita, particularly the BJP beat incumbency, Subrashta Smita, in Tripura in a big way. I'm very curious. How do you beat incumbency in the Northeast? Because Northeast sometimes votes like Himachal,
this is, sorry. Yeah, are you asking me?
Yeah, to you, Smita. Yeah, to you first and then to Subrashta. Yeah.
Sure. Smita ji, please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, before the incumbency, Nalin just mentioned about the Northeast and the development works which went down out there. One thing I think he needs to also focus, or others can also focus also, is that about, the fact that Northeast India, we had the look east policy, yes, since 1992, but look at it from the national security perspective also. With, since the 62 war, the problem always has been that poor border infrastructure we have boundary disputes, whether it is with China or with all the 7 or 8 sisters that you want to talk about, the Ashtalakshmi. So when you have all this insurgency problems, when you have, bridges, corridors not there, then what happens is that our external enemies take advantage of that. So now that this Act East policy and with the border infrastructure improving, so there's a multi-pronged approach that when you have internal stability, it's only then that we can combat an external aggression, and external aggression is there. For us to pretend that we don't have an enemy on the eastern sector is putting wool over our eyes. So now development and having political stability in east is extremely important. So that is that national security perspective that needs to be looked at, so that you don't have a return of insurgency and all. And imagine, Arnab, you are from Northeast India. Our parents remember the time when, when they talk about that, we didn't even know in the 60s whether Nagaland would stay on with India, that there was that kind of a separatist movement. Today we are talking about so-called Hindu or Saffron Party, Saffron Surge. You'll see all these op-eds which will come about Nagaland, and you will see that you have this kind of return to power of a so-called Hindu majoritarian party, which is going to come in a Christian majority state. Nothing that we should be shy about.
No, I think the point on insurgency you make, and now just coming to you, Nalin, I'll go to Subrashta and Ratan Sharda also, because they've been waiting, but it's a very important point. And viewers, Tripura has an 840-kilometer long border with Bangladesh, and Tripura has been very prone to insurgency. But if you see, last year there was only 1 case of insurgency. 2009 there were 19, right? And it's one thing is clear, that the insurgency problem in Tripura has been solved largely. We tend to ignore these things, Subrashta, when we do political analysis. We only look at, did the IPFT vote go to the Tripura Motha, who's polarized the ethnic vote, etc. But we don't look at issues of governance like the ability to subdue insurgency. Subrashta.
Yes, Arnab, with respect to Tripura, let's understand that, TMC wanted to sort of take advantage of the situation in Tripura, and, as in the other northeastern states. But Tripura and Meghalaya have been TMC's chief focus. Now, why they did that is also important, and this will contextualize the conversation. Rahul Gandhi, for all his bravado with respect to Bharat Jodo Yatra, never visited any of the 3 northeastern states which went to polls. Now, this should be put on record, because Congress and left have an alliance in Tripura.
No, and Congress and left Shillong.
He went once to Shillong, he says.
That's a wrong. Rahul Gandhi visited Shillong. He campaigned very actively. Subrashta, get your facts.
Yeah, all right, Mr. Kamru. He visited Shillong. I stand corrected, and that is why most of your leaders left Congress and joined the TMC. So, congratulations to Rahul Gandhi's stellar and successful, foray.
That's a different issue altogether, Subrashta. That's a different issue altogether.
Please don't try to.
Do you know what Northeast politics is all about?
Why can't we listen to an analysis here? I'm trying to bring certain facts to the table, Mr. Kamru. It was not a part of your political strategy to win Meghalaya that Rahul Gandhi visited Shillong. All right, you also know it. I also know it. It was a cosmetic exercise, and look at what that cosmetic exercise did. What I'm trying to say is that despite all your bravado with respect to Bharat Jodo Yatra, look at what you've done in Tripura. You have a left and a formidable alliance of a left and Congress. Also, you are in talks with Tripura Motha. But what is the result? What is the result?
Here comes the role of the Trinamool Congress in here.
Oh. Sir,
let me, Arnab, if you please allow me a minute, then let me analyze the role of TMC in helping the BJP
TMC is the second largest party today. What are you saying? What are you saying? Where is your base?
They're not there.
You know it. Your leaders deserted
out
you.
Of the 21 MLAs, out of the 21 Congress MLAs that the TMC has bought, 10 of them are losing the elections.
So everybody buys your MLAs. Why don't you get your house in order, Mr. Kamru? You're sounding pathetic.
You cannot replace the basically out of the 60 seats in Meghalaya.
I just wanted to focus on my attention on
almost
Tripura
60 of them very new.
You're disturbing now, Pankaj on the right.
New people in the assembly elections.
Let her complete her point. It's okay. We have a lot to discuss about the Congress. Don't worry. Republic will not stop the focus on the Congress. Republic will not stop the focus. I will focus on the Congress today. The voter may not have focused, but I will. Yeah.
Look at what happened in Tripura, Arnab. The Congress party leader, Sudeep Roy Burman, was supposed to join the TMC. The deal fell through. We all know that. The TMC said that he was good enough to split the BJP, etc., etc. He could have been the CM in the ousting and all of that. But then he fought with Abhishek Banerjee. And then today, the Congress, the CPI-M, the tribal party, the Tripura Motha, all of them may form an electoral alliance to defeat the BJP, if at all the results, show this kind of an alliance taking up this thing. But let us see the strategy of Congress in Tripura. Tripura Motha has made it absolutely clear that it will not ally with any party without their written assurance for a
I want to bring in one angle here. And Nalin, I know you've been waiting, but I need to bring this in before I come to you. And in fact, I'll come to you and everyone after that. They say Bharat Jodo Ratan Sharda, but in Meghalaya and Nagaland, the Congress party used only the religion card. They said, and they were very clear, they tried to tell people, you are Catholic, you are Christian, you are Catholic, vote for Congress. I mean, this is the problem. And they said the Baptist Council has asked in Nagaland for you to vote for secular forces, so vote for the Congress. They didn't say vote for the Congress because we'll do anything for you. They said, Ratan Sharda, vote for the Congress because you're Christian.
Arnab, you have got...
And I think the Christian voter felt very demeaned at this kind of an attitude, and they're fed up with this attitude. Ratan Sharda, over to you.
Arnab, this has been the tragedy of Northeast, that Congress always treated it something which is outside the purview of mainland politics or the Indian politics. It was like a dark corner of a vote bank which you go every 5 years to collect votes, ally with church, ally with separatists, ally with militants. And their basic feeling was that somehow Northeast doesn't belong to India. It is forcefully been together because they've been reading on English history. Because of this, Northeast never got justice. With Atalji starting that trend, and as Nali just pointed out, continuous focus on Northeast. Let us not look at only for political, only election point of view. To my mind, it's very important that Northeast feels totally integrated with India, and that is what has happened. The kind of development that has gone on. So from the point of view of saying that BJP is manipulating Northeast and getting that governance and position, this election proves that BJP has become a party of governance. It is being relied upon and very successfully has total trust of the people, like Tripura has shown. To me, the biggest news in Meghalaya, as the Nagaland,
which was always in the grip of church and separatists, it has not decided to join the mainstream, and it has rejected all kind of separatism. See the decline of the parties which talked of separatism, which talked of boycott. And in the Meghalaya, of course, decline of Congress from the main about to rule party to a party in the waiting to go down the numbers is a tragedy for it, because it is never focused. Rahul may come to Northeast. Sir, Rahul may come to Northeast, but your continuous focus on separatist parties. See, the Congress and leftist alliance hasn't worked. Congress and leftist alliance in Bengal, in Tripura, in North, it doesn't work. So this new style of politics, where two totally inimical political forces come together,
what happened?
In position of strength has failed. People have seen through, because they don't go together in any way. The Congress effort to rise on people's piggyback has failed totally.
So I think after this, the impact will be in the run-up to 2024. This constant talk of party being the natural party for the opposition, leading opposition party, glue for the opposition. What happens, Pankaj, to that now? Who's going to say that? As Farooq Abdullah said, forget being a glue, first you learn to win.
Yeah, and Abhishek mentioned Farooq Abdullah or no, in Tamil Nadu, there is an Erode bypoll, Erode East, and Congress is essentially piggybacking on DMK. So, I mean, the opposition understands that wherever they're winning, they cut seats.
In fact, I find strong similarities between the Congress approach and the approach of the Communist Party of India, Pankaj. You know, you have a party office, but that's all you have. You've got nothing. You've got a party president and a party office, but you have nothing. It's a very similar road like for CPI. You understand? Your fate is also like the CPI, Communist Party of India. Not CPM also. You're heading in that direction, Pankaj. Right? It's a very fantastic lead up to 2024 for you. Congratulations.
The dimensions of northeastern politics are different. Everyone knows this.
Different from what?
You know, people in northeastern states, they want to go for a party which is ruling the center. It was the case earlier also when Congress was in power. Northeastern states.
No, what do you mean by dimensions of northeast are different?
Is there,
Northeast, please don't be patronizing to the northeast. Don't be patronizing to the northeast. I'm sorry, this is very wrong. No, Himachal reflects the country, but northeast does not reflect India.
In the name of politics being different, they are trying to keep it separate.
But Nalin is raising. Can I have Nalin? Nalin wanted to say something to that. Nalin.
But this is a fact.
I can't see them on screen.
Or not.
Arnab,
I mean, BJP.
No, what do you mean?
Where is the Congress party and its leaders reach?
Nagaland and
Everything
Meghalaya.
is about patronizing and treating the Northeast in a manner as if, "Arey, ye to aise hi rehte hai." What is it? Why do they not believe it to be just as any other part of India? Why don't they believe?
I don't have the guess.
Hard work to build that bridge, to make sure that the Northeast must be in the same tree. They must be an engine of their
strong
own
objections coming in. I have Bidhayak Das. Bidhayak Das wants to make a comment from Shillong to that rather awful comment made by the Congress supporter. Yes, please, Bidhayak.
Yes, Arnab, and I mean, Congress representative, I'm sorry, he's been constantly mentioning money, and I want to come in here. It's not that money, I mean, it's not that the Congress has not spent money in the earlier. Every party has spent money in elections, you need money. Forget that. Constantly we are talking about, I think Smita has actually brought out a very important point, and I think this is something that we need to think about. The security perspective. Look at the Northeast today. I'm from the Northeast. I've been a journalist here for the longest time, and I've been out and I've seen the Northeast, and I was recently traveling around Arunachal and all of that. All over, the development index, it's just gone from, I don't know where we were, 10 years back, 20 years back, and today actually we're talking about the kind of development that we get to see in front of us. And you had asked a question earlier, I think, which is very important at the beginning, that why is it that with all the corruption charges and whatever, NPP, Conrad Sangma is again back and they have the numbers. You know, I think one thing that you've got to give it to Mr. Conrad Sangma and also the BJP here in Meghalaya or wherever, in all the other 3 states, they are always very visible. They are willing to take it head on. You are there are allegations. Okay, there are allegations. The BJP is not said that no, we are not hiding. We're not brushing things under the carpet. We are there to answer these questions that are being asked of us. I think this is very important for the Congress. I have seen the campaign in Meghalaya a bit and not too much. I think the Congress is completely in a disarray. And our Congress representative was saying that these are all new members, these are all new faces. Hello, it doesn't matter, new faces or old faces. You have the Trinamool Congress today, at least in Meghalaya, they're showing 9. I won't be surprised if they get 12 at the end of the day. And you see, Trinamool Congress here is winning not because of Mamata Banerjee and not because of what the Trinamool Congress is. It's because of Mukul Sangma, Mr. Charles Pingrope and the leaders that are there. They are actually carrying their image as leaders in Meghalaya and winning these seats for the Trinamool Congress, which is very important. But lastly, I just also want to say this, that I won't be surprised if tomorrow, after the results are out, the Trinamool Congress is not the Trinamool Congress anymore. I don't want to say more than that. I leave it to you to decide what the Trinamool Congress could become. And then we have a BJP government and probably we'll have a different chief minister.
Because it has been said before that the Mukul Sangma is the Trinamool Congress and the Trinamool Congress is Mukul Sangma.
True, absolutely.
So are you saying Mukul Sangma may leave the Trinamool Congress?
Well, you see, I want to play the devil's advocate here. I won't be surprised if Mukul Sangma and the entire the entire gang, in terms Mr. Charles Pingrope, Mukul Sangma and all the other people would actually tomorrow be part of the BJP. I'm not saying the BJP is breaking the
Nalin,
TMC,
could that happen?
But
Nalin, could that happen? Nalin Kohli.
Well, I think...
Wow.
Wow. It can happen, by the way, Smita. It has happened before.
I think the point is very interesting. No. Let me just say something, Mr. Goswami. The important point is that the focus always in the Northeast to a large extent, and I would put Assam in a different bracket, in most states of the Northeast was an individual-centric election. What has changed with the BJP's involvement here is that we also have an organization, we also have an agenda to the individual. So I think both are important. In Meghalaya, as far as I see it, that the Trinamool was a vehicle for those who were disgruntled with the Congress party. So those who wanted a platform moved away, and that was Mr. Mukul Sangma. I think in Meghalaya, when I see from the BJP's perspective, when I was Prabhari from 2013 to 18, the vote share by 2018 had gone up from 1.5 to almost 10%. And we stood second in 6 seats, 1 and 2. Now that is not individual centric, that is organizational centric. So I think it's a mix of both, and it would be simplistic to look at it from one perspective.
Yeah, I get that, but I want to...
No, it's a mix of both, absolutely.
But on the bottom right, can I have Mr. Banerjee, please? Mr. Banerjee, I have been often thinking about this strategy, which has been pushed by, Prashant Kishore, IPAC, etc., because IPAC has to deliver results. IPAC is just like a private sector company. Its job is to say that you pay us money and we'll be your political catalyst. Now, but it's a very risky strategy, Mr. Banerjee. If the party grows only on the back of a leader who takes a chunk from the Congress or any other party, then there is no loyalty to the party anymore. It is not a long-term sustainable strategy. And I've said it often, AAP's strategy may be slow, but more sustainable. Trinamool Congress's strategy may be unsustainable because, people like Mukul Sangma may use the Trinamool to get the resources, break in, re-establish themselves and then move away. So, Trinamool strategy, Abhishek's strategy could be a risky strategy.
So practically this is not a strategy at all, because people used to hire if someone thinks that I will fight a war with a hired soldier, then you cannot win a war. So this cannot actually be a strategy in any place. This cannot be a strategy. You have to make your own soldiers to fight out a war. This is like a hired soldier hiring it for fighting out a war for us. So in this way, you cannot move on for a long time. Any political party has to make out its own workers and has to make out its own cadres to fight out any type of elections. So this cannot be a strategy. And they must have some goal, and they must have some efficacy, they must have some loyalty, commitment towards the common people, which I think the Trinamool Congress party at the present point of time does not have. It is filled up with corruptions, it is filled up with everything. as well as if you come in Bengal,
it will continue to gamble. It will continue to gamble in Meghalaya. It will continue to gamble in the states, and this is how the Trinamool Congress is going to go forward with its strategy, whatever that strategy is.
Very convenient for the BJP, Smita.
Can I come in?
Yeah, Smita.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in on this individual-centric politics that is happening in the Northeast. You know, it's a very interesting point. The thing is that the BJP didn't shy away from this individual-centric. What they did was that whether it was Rio or Sangma or Manik, they were with their individual, BJP's individual, which was Modi. So this brand Modi worked for the BJP in all three states because Mr. Modi in the past 8 years has taken ownership about all the programs launched in the Northeast, all the development welfare programs that has worked in the Northeast. Because what was the problem with the Northeast? What was the issue with the people of the Northeast was that they were ignored by New Delhi in all these welfare and development projects, which was centered in rest of the country but not the Northeast. So while we had a Look East policy since the 90s, this whole Act East policy of Mr. Modi, he took ownership. So when he had the three chief minister candidates, it was brand Modi along with these three chief minister candidates. So individuals worked as far as the BJP is concerned, but they were projecting the development work side by side. In 2023-24, we cannot ignore the fact that brand and individuals matter for political parties. And that is why the brand of Rahul Gandhi is not working for the Congress. And the TMC wants to ensure that they don't go with their individual brand, which is Mamta, the way the Congress has gone, but they want to do it the same way as Mr. Modi has gone.
Also,
yeah, Abhishek, louder please.
About the Trinamool strategy, it's essentially Mukul Sangma. Remember, of the seats they are winning, or the Trinamool contested, it's Mukul Sangma contesting on 2 seats, plus 4 of his family members, including Zenek Sangma, for example. Shawan can fill in me on there, if I'm right, Shawan. Right. 4 family members of Mukul Sangma, so essentially it's a family affair there.
Before I let Nalin go, Nalin, a quick comment on what this means in the run-up to 2024, you know. The trends are broadly in from all our partner channels, and I want to thank News Live. I want to thank Prague News, you know, who've done a fantastic job helping us with the trends out there. And while the vote share data is yet to stream in, Nalin, the trend is very clear. You know, I think, Nalin, your mic has dropped. You need to pick up the mic again. Yeah. So, you know, I feel the Bharat Todo Yatra has been the biggest shot in the arm for the BJP, because for the last 5 months, the BJP's, you know, just been quietly allowing the Bharat Todo Yatra to continue. The walkathon has destroyed whatever was left of the Congress. So what is the run-up to 2024 from the perspective of this overall result today in the Northeast? And how will this change or direct your strategy going forward, Nalin? Did we lose the line with Nalin out there? Okay. We lost the line with Nalin. So let me start that part of the conversation with Shawan and Abhishek out there. Run up to 2024, you know, we have a firming up of the result out here.
Yeah.
It's quite clear. From an organizational point of view, how will the BJP look at it?
My takeaway is...
more alliances?
My takeaway is, Arnab, that A, the Congress party comes out weaker, more dependent and, you know, at the mercy of other opposition parties.
Correct.
We have seen, for example, the Trinamool strategy as perfected by the Aam Aadmi party of growing at the expense of the Congress party, almost getting perfected now. So in that sense, the Congress has real challenges now heading into the general elections. Also, so far as the BJP is concerned.
Can we say that the Northeast will go lock, stock and barrel?
On one point out here.
Just 1 minute, Kamru. I wish your enthusiasm was matched by the enthusiasm of your leaders in the Bharat Todo Yatra. I completely endorse what Nalin said. The Prime Minister has visited the Northeast 48 times since 2017. He visited the Northeast 4 times in 2017, 11 times each in 2018 and 2019. once in 2020, 9 times in 2021, and 8 times in 2022. So the Prime Minister goes to the Northeast almost once a month.
And that's more than all the Prime Ministers combined together.
Yeah, so
earlier.
that is a reflection of the commitment. So let me put that to Bidhayak from Shillong. Bidhayak, overall, can we see the Northeast moving lock, stock and barrel for the BJP alliance in terms of votes? That's seats, that how many? 26 seats total Northeast together?
26.
Great. So
yes, I think so, Arnab. I think there is no doubt about that. And like we've mentioned, the way the BJP is planned it's not from now. BJP is here, been in the Northeast for a long time. And now it's their turn to actually tell the people that, see, beyond the politics of polarization that you talk about, minorities, what you need is actually, at the end of the day, you need some food in your house. You need income, you need employment, you need roads, you need all of that. And all of that is today there in the Northeast. And I'm telling you this because I was skeptical some time back as a journalist that BJP is, again, it's all on paper. It's going to be another paper tiger like the Congress. I mean, of course, there's been a bit of development during the Congress. We cannot dismiss all of that. But like somebody mentioned, that this feeling of alienation from New Delhi has always remained. I think that has lessened. It's still there. There are questions of identity. But that's lessened a lot. And I think BJP is there.
Now I'm looking forward to 2024. So here
Absolutely.
It is. Smita, the point was, they were so exultant, they were so overjoyed, they were so hysterical with the Bharat Todo Yatra that they said. And I've always felt, one man who doesn't know anything about politics at all, he's a disaster, is Jairam Ramesh. He knows nothing about politics. He's a great asset. He's a bigger asset for the BJP than, in fact, Rahul Gandhi. He knows nothing. He just knows about 20-30 people in Lutyens Delhi, so gets along with it. He was never good at anything. He was never a good economist. He was never, Smita, he was never a good television anchor also. Yeah, he was never a good author. He's never good at anything. He's sort of this mediocre fellow who walks around. Point being, but they did say that no opposition unity without the Congress is possible. This is the kind of fundamental point that they tried to make about a couple of months back. I thought it was very haughty, very, very haughty. Congress being the glue of the opposition. Things will have to change. The opposition will have to rethink its strategy. They will rethink the way they are looking at the Congress. They will probably, seek more, even, they will see the descendancy of the Congress. The fight will become more intense for whatever is left of the Congress vote bank. Things are going to change now. Smita, I think this is the start.
Look, I think the Congress, when it says all these things, comes across as this arrogant party. But the fact is that they are present on the ground much more than the other parties. For example, if you see what Farooq Abdullah was saying, he's present only in J&K. Stalin is present only in Tamil Nadu. So these are all regional satraps. But the Congress is present in almost more than 100 seats, 1-to-1 with the BJP. But having said that, they have to do the reaching out. They can't stand in this, they can't sit on this citadel and on top of the citadel and say, hey, we are the bigger ones, you got to come to us. They have to have somebody who will reach out to them. So that arrogance is not going to help. Yeah. Coming back to the Northeast, this now in 2024 it goes to seat. I think there are 29 seats, if I'm not mistaken, in the Northeast. And these results today will indicate whether the BJP plans on increasing the number of seats that it will fight one, or it will go with the local players and it will form alliances and fight out there as far as the Lok Sabha is concerned. If the BJP forms in 2 out of the 3 or all 3 states in the Northeast, it's going to be phenomenally important, because in this where there's conflict zones, if it is able to form government in these places and give stable governance in these places, it's extremely important.
There is a question of perception. There is a domino effect. There's what happens, one thing rolls to the other. There's a domino effect. There's a perception issues. Before I go across to Subir once again, I want to go to Suesha reporting from Agartala. Suesha, Okay, she's not through yet. Subirza, you're seeing the numbers out here, right? Pretty firm. I mean, you can give a broad Northeast perspective. Give me a sense of where this goes nationally. I think people cannot undermine it. This is the turning point to 2024 because the big headline is Congress is over. Now you can keep hoping for a Congress comeback somewhere. We have Zarir Hussain from the really popular channel News Live, Managing Director of News Live. Okay, let's get Zarir on the ground first. Zarir, what do you think, Zarir? Overall picture?
Overall picture, Congress is decimated. Congress is decimated. If you see in Meghalaya, last election they had 21, this time just 6, and I think it will go farther down. In Nagaland, they have not been able to put even candidates in all the 60 constituencies. They are only in 23 seats they have been able to fill candidates. That gives you an idea that the fortress, it was considered, Northeast has been always considered the fortress of the Congress, but now it's totally down and out. So in terms of Tripura also, you see the Congress is simply nowhere.
Nowhere.
So it's simply nowhere. So all in all, you can say in the Northeast, which has always been a citadel of the Congress, is now totally like, in the grip of the BJP, or for that matter, the other alliance partners of the NDA. So 25 seats in all in the Northeast in terms of Lok Sabha parliamentary seats. And out of that, in 2019, you had 19 seats. I won't be surprised if that tally touches around 23, 24 this coming election. So this is the first semi-final before the 24 elections. So as far as the Northeast as a bloc is concerned, BJP, it's definitely advantage.
Okay, going across to Tripura for 1 minute with Suesha. We got a link with her. And by the way, viewers, the Tripura Mota Party has been espousing the cause of a greater Tripura land. BJP, CPM, Congress have all been apprehensive about committing to such a demand on paper. Now, this was basically stems from the resentment among Tripura's tribals about Bengali cultural hegemony, etc. And the IPFT was the first to raise this demand for a separate Tripura land for the tribals of the state, but the party sort of subdued the demand after joining the BJP. And it's clear that the wishy-washy position caused the IPFT to lose the position, and the traditional vote bank went to the TMP, which has now got how many? About 12 seats? 12 seats. So, and the TMP, I won't be surprised, TMP ties up in some form with the BJP, but Suesha will know more on the ground. So for the mood out there, a response to the results and where it stands right now, Suesha from Agartala. Hi Suesha, over to you.
All right, so Arnab, let me tell you that, of course, while everybody in the BJP is watching the numbers very closely, because just a short while ago I was at the BJP office, which is about 2 minutes from here, waiting with bated breaths, because while the initial trends were really hinting towards a clear victory for the BJP, of course, they're monitoring the situation very, very closely, because the bigwigs who are present in Agartala at this point really speak up. But the sentiment on the ground, like you mentioned, the supporters, the cadres of BJP who are here in large numbers, just 2 minutes away from the BJP office at the TRTC road, where you see these flags waving high, and loud Jai Shri Ram slogans also that were being raised just a short while ago while I was trying to get in touch with you to show you the scenes here. But you really see how they are building up the energy, because they are really now in that mood. They know that it's going to be a win for the BJP, at least this is what they're expecting. So while the leaders are watching very closely, because before that I was also outside the Chief Minister's residence, and he had not come out till then because he was still watching the numbers. So like I said, like the leaders are still wanting to watch very closely before they actually put out a statement. You see how the supporters, the cadres of BJP on the streets of Agartala, which remember is a city that is completely shut right now.
Why don't you speak to some of them and get a sense of how they feel about the result?
आपको लग रहा है पीछे की चीज?
हाँ बीजेपी जीतेगा, बीजेपी जीतेगा, बीजेपी 100% बीजेपी
सेलिब्रेट करेंगे कितने देर में जाएंगे?
हम लोग तो 1 घंटा में सब कुछ क्लियर हो जाएगा, 1 घंटा में।
तो अभी यहाँ पर क्या चल रहा है?
नहीं अभी तो हम लोग का काउंटिंग चल रहा है। इसलिए देख
Like you see, they're all here. It's barricaded this area, and all of them are standing here. They're just waiting for the final numbers, of course. But loud Jai Shri Ram slogans, loud slogans for the BJP that are being raised in this entire sector, which is about a kilometer and more, just a little away from the BJP, where you see how the mood is building up.
Well, that's fantastic. Clearly, they don't need any kind of an alliance there in Tripura, so it's looking very strong, and it's looking like an NPP alliance in Meghalaya. So, Swesha, you've been getting an interesting sense of the ground out there. We'll come back to you. Okay, let's go across to Subirda right now. Swesha, I'm going to come back to you on that. Predicted lines. Anything on the overall picture since we last spoke? Anything's changed for you from your perspective? Or should we go straight into talking about the national picture?
It's panning out as expected. Yeah, I will come to that. Nothing really unexpected. You know, as the demand for Tripura land built up, as the Maharaja sort of played it out in the hills, in the plains, the thing was this has to be stopped, and this can only be stopped by a party which is strong nationally, and which has already committed itself to no further territorial reorganization in Northeast. Correct. It didn't happen in Assam, no Bodoland state, no Dimasa land, no Karbi land, so no Tripura land as well. Let's get that right. And the BJP really benefited from that, because from Amit Shah to Hemanta Biswa Sarma to every other important BJP campaigner, they made it very clear, no division of Tripura. And therefore, it's a clear polarization. The takeaway for the nation, the national politics, very, very clear. You know, there used to be this feeling that the Congress is the big heavyweight sort of national party, and there will be a few other regional parties which will play around. That place has been taken over, the Congress is decimated, the BJP is the big national party. Now, in such a situation in the past, when Indira Gandhi was around, the only hope of bringing down the big national party was alliance politics, strong opposition alliance based on common direction, based on common sense of purpose. Whether what this election is throwing up is that the opposition, and they formed an opposition between the Congress and the left to stop the BJP in Tripura, didn't work. Elsewhere, didn't work. The small regional parties, which make a strong statement regionally with their identity politics, finally sort of veer towards
no, this
the
is
BJP.
this whole, I'll tell you
like
another...
magnet pulling the little things here and there.
Yeah, you know, I'll again going back, Shehzad Poonawala. Sunit Chopra, would you like to congratulate Shehzad? It's you know, it's good form to do things like this on days, you know, when the BJP alliance is winning in 3 states in the Northeast.
I would congratulate the EVM, because in my belief, incredible India has incredible EVM results.
As opposed to North Korea.
That's why Manik Sarkar.
So you said that. That's very gracious of you. Very, very fantastic. By the way, you know, people tell me about Rahul Gandhi. You know, there are 13 candidates in Tripura, Zarir. They called Rahul Gandhi's office. They said, sir, before the result, we want a tweet saying best of luck. At least put out a best of luck for us. And Zarir said, Rahul Gandhi's office said, we don't have the time. There's no. They called his office, Zarir, saying we want a best of luck tweet because it's felt the Congress party has abandoned us. Not even a best of luck tweet came their way, Zarir. This is the kind of not a best of luck tweet.
Rahul Gandhi came to campaign for one candidate in Meghalaya, in Shillong, and he was there for about 15-20 minutes. But the most interesting part is
the latest there?
He was not in 90% of his speech. He was not talking about the elections. He was talking about something else. So we didn't connect with the people who gathered to hear him. So that is the saddest part, the tragedy for Congress people.
Actually,
else. So we didn't connect.
ये नया मेंटेनेंस हेड इंडीड से हायर किया था?
नहीं सर, वो मेरे पड़ोसी का भाई।
अगली बार इंडीड से हायर करना।
इंडीड सर।
Impact of this result.
लेकिन आधे में सांप निकलेंगे.
So much bitterness, Sunit. Not good in the morning. Not good. Shehzad, impact on national politics of this result.
Why do you not release the results at once from the EVMs? What are you sitting on?
May I speak?
Yeah, please. Shehzad.
May I speak?
You can see.
First of all, I want to thank Ma Tripura Sundari for blessing us.
76.27% vote. And 87 and 84 in Tripura and Nagaland. What is the game?
Okay, now.
May I continue?
Continue. Continue, Shehzad. Come on. Don't be so held back.
First of all, I want to thank Ma Tripura Sundari for these outstanding results that have been bestowed upon us. And I think that this is a divine result. Why do I call it as a divine result? Divine means development in Northeast. Please correct this echo, it's very bad. Divine means development in Northeast. And this has been the formula of the Prime Minister. Arnab, you come from Assam, and Assam is one of the role models in which we have presented to the Northeast a roadmap for making it a growth engine of India. Today, this result manifests 3 or 4 points. One, that the people of Northeast have started espousing their mandate in the peace, prosperity, women-led developmental agenda that we have. It's very difficult to talk, Arnab. There's a very bad audio line. If I could just continue, please.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. You know, I never have a problem with an audio line because I love the sound of my own voice. If I have an echo, I speak loud, even with greater conviction. But please continue. Yes, I'll try and fix that.
I know, but
conviction is at a low level.
So look, the idea of
one can see.
Someone control Sunit Chopra. Sunit Chopra, please.
Look, Arnab, I am here for a serious discussion. I am not here to, deliberate upon those who have become political non-entities in state after state and whose entire politics is reduced to the canteen of JNU and to some George Soros-funded NGO. So I am here for a serious discussion. But those who have, reached the sunset of their politics can continue blabbering like they do. Now, having said that, let me please articulate that in the last 8 years, there has been a consistent focus on development in the Northeast. There has been a focus on resolving issues, outstanding issues of insurgency in the Northeast, bringing peace and prosperity to the region. And that is reflecting in the mandate that you're seeing. Even in a state like Meghalaya, where the BJP was not traditionally very strong, today we've shown a 5-fold growth there. In Nagaland, our alliance is sweeping handsomely. In Tripura, despite all the predictions that were made, we are doing extremely well there and we will form the government with our ally. So it clearly manifests that people are espousing their mandate in the Hira model of Prime Minister Modi, that is highways, infrastructure, railway, airways, connectivity, development. Secondly, that the Congress party's opportunistic politics, where they fight with the left in Kerala, but they unite with the left in Tripura, this kind of opportunistic politics is being completely rejected. And thirdly, that the people of Northeast have come to realize that today their future and their entire mandate lies with the BJP, and therefore you are seeing this thing, and in 2024 too you will see that this will be reflected in a larger way in the national mandate.
Well, there is a situation that's developing out here which is very interesting. where in Tripura the BJP alliance has got 30, straight at the halfway mark, so numbers have come down by 2 or 3, right, Shawan?
As far as Tripura is concerned, it's standing about 30. It's about
so it's
closing
30,
it. They may not need the alliance if it settles down pretty much.
They may not need the alliance. They have the single largest party, and usually, you know, numbers usually settle down, and then the independents move in, and smaller parties move in, and all that.
In Meghalaya also, if you look at the numbers,
but it is in Meghalaya also. If you look at the numbers, it's right at the halfway mark right now, isn't it? With 22 and 8.
NPP has actually done a great job. It's standing about 27 seats.
In Meghalaya, they might not need alliance.
They may, if it continues like that, NPP would be the happiest right now. They wouldn't need the alliance.
Better than the exit numbers.
Much better than the exit numbers. And if they actually go ahead with their former allies, the local regional
UDP.
parties, the UDP, then they're comfortably in.
Well,
the question is, what will be the role of BJP
there? Because NPP, interestingly, is doing better in Shillong area than Tura.
But I have with me, I think right now patched Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament
Dr.
of the
Kharluki
NPP, Dr. Kharluki is joining us. Dr. Kharluki, good morning. This is Arnab here. Can you hear me?
I could hear you clearly.
Yeah, Dr. Kharluki, if push comes to shove, you have to now form a government with the BJP. How will you explain this to the people of Meghalaya? Since you've got hammer and tongs against the BJP, BJP has accused you of corruption, and you know, how can you form a government with them?
You see, Arnab, actually, our allies in the MDA won. I never expect that they should go at us like that. But it is very clear that the people are giving a mandate to MDA again.
Okay. People are giving a mandate to BJP and NPP together, you mean?
Yeah, means with no, because we have an MDA government, and for 5 years we are performing as a government. And when election time comes, just before the election, that is quite natural. Everybody try to take the upper hand of being clean and whatnot, and try blaming everything on us. But I'm very clear in those days also. I said, if you have the evidence, no one can stop you from filing an FIR, going to the court, or even write to the central agencies for investigation. Nothing was done. But the only thing is
this: it was just an electoral fight. It was a make-believe fight, Dr. Kharluki. You accept, and now people will say the cat is out of the bag, that you're going back with the BJP, MDA, NEDA.
No, the thing is, whatever, you see, we are very clear with our allies here in the state. We never speak against them. They were the one who always attack us every now and then. And when election times come, everybody tried to project themselves as, but that's why I said, even during the time when things are pointed at us, I said, nobody can stop you from filing an FIR, or you go to the court, or you request for central agency investigation.
Sure.
Nothing was done. It's just a political issue. Those issues are all political issues.
So, Dr. Kharluki, are you saying that the NPP
MDA was back?
You're constantly referring to the MDA. Are you then saying that you would be more comfortable in stitching an alliance with the UDP, the PDF, and all coming together, and not really going with the BJP? Is that what you are also looking at? A possibility of an alliance minus the BJP?
You see, MDA
also includes the BJP.
Includes BJP. It includes UDP. It includes PDF. It includes, MDA was part of.
So you would still want all of them together with the BJP. You are very clear that it's the MDA which includes the BJP.
That is the mandate of the people is for the MDA.
That's a big headline for us. It's the first big hint coming in from the NPP that in terms of the government formation in
there'll be
Meghalaya,
continuity in the government. It's the same government formation which will come in. It's a big statement there. And the other question goes, Shehzad, now we look at the situation that is emerging in Tripura. And in Tripura, you are sort of little below the halfway mark, or just at the halfway? Okay, close. 2 seats below the halfway mark. Okay. Now, if you have 28 and there are no others, so which means you will either have to take outside support, right? Zarir, very interesting situation in Tripura. I want you to come into this part of the analysis. Will they go with the Tripura Mota?
Arnab,
can't hear you. You got to unmute yourself, Zarir. Yeah.
Arnab, that situation won't arise.
It's arising. It's arising.
Yeah, this situation might come. Congress, BJP might have to be content with around 27, 28, 29 at the end of the day. But in that case, I see the Maharaja's party, Tripura Motha, allying with the BJP, because I think that will be a natural kind of a choice. Because when the seat-sharing alliance talks were going on, till the last moment, Amit Shah, Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma and Pradyut Devbarma were in talking mode in Delhi. So there is some already some head start before the election. So now all they need to do is to sit and take their agenda forward and maybe some permutation combinations.
So they'll have some, yeah. But it's not, how much leverage does the Tripura Motha really have?
See, in the sense that, now since they will be content with around 13, 14 seats, so definitely they will apparently turn with the kingmaker. If Tripura Motha, Congress, BJP, left, they put together. So Tripura Motha will be the kingmaker if BJP falls one or two.
Subedda, what do you think?
Short of the majority.
Okay. You know, the Tripura Motha will not have much of a choice.
They won't have a
if the BJP falls short by 2 or 3, and if the Tripura Motha does not go with them, and the Maharaja for different reasons turn to swing towards the other alliance, I am 200% sure that the BJP will break the Tripura Motha and swing away a substantial part. And I know the guys they have been in touch with, okay? I'm from Tripura. I know the guys they have been in touch. They will run away with a couple of Tripura Motha MLAs and definitely form the government. And to let that not happen, the Maharaja will try to preempt such a situation, Pradyut will try to prevent such a situation, and he will try to drive a hard bargain with the BJP, jo bhi mil jata hai kind of a situation.
Yeah, I mean, Himanta has been in touch with everyone. Himanta has been in touch with Pradyut. So, many talk also that Pradyut's political entry was
in touch with everyone, and specifically with six Tripura Motha MLAs who have already won.
At this stage,
he's definitely in touch with at least 6 of them. So the option is,
Tripura Motha will not mess around with Himanta. They'll probably fall in line very quickly.
Already.
Exactly.
Where is Himanta, by the way, Zarir?
In line, they will be split.
We've got pictures of Conrad Sangma. Conrad Sangma, big day, you know. Conrad Sangma, huh?
He's at the cemetery of Purna Sangma.
Huh?
He's at the cemetery of.
He's at his father's cemetery.
Yeah.
He's praying to his father.
He was with his sister a short while back.
He was with his sister. Very tightly knit family, and I mean, the entire family is there. Really taken the legacy of Purna Sangma forward.
And the most interesting part is even Purna Sangma could not complete his own term in the state of Meghalaya, but his son has done it comfortably, which I think so is it's a great feat for Conrad and ensuring his party reaches the position that it has today.
Yeah. Well, this is a very moving moment out there. We have Conrad Sangma, who's got a great political career ahead of him. He's still not even in his mid-40s. I think he's in his 40, just about 45 right now. So he's got a long political career ahead of him. He's matured very much as a player. And I want to just add one thing here. While you are seeing a number of regional parties, please keep in mind they are all part of the NEDA, N-E-D-A, Northeast Development Alliance, which is led by Himanta Biswa Sharma, who has, for the first time, he's developed a knack, a chemistry, and a bond. I think a personal bond also with Conrad, with with all the leaders out there, and also the decision on getting Manik Saha in. It's all quite incredible. We are going to look at the national picture. I want to repeat my question. How do you look at the situation in Tripura? You were saying that situation would not arise, Shehzad.
Arnab, the problem is that politics of opportunism has limited returns. The left is the most hated entity in Tripura. The kind of governance they ran in the last 2 decades before the BJP came to power is an experience that the people of Tripura don't want to get again. And the Congress party perhaps made the biggest disaster by going in an alliance with them. The Congress workers themselves were actually victimized by the left. But today, all of those people have voted for the BJP, and therefore, I tell you, in the next 1 hour, you will see that the BJP will sweep Tripura, and the Congress will be completely wiped out of Tripura, just like the TMC is a no-show there, and the left will be wiped out, and therefore, we will not require any third party, fourth party, any of these parties.
Everyone will be wiped out.
Yeah, so Sunit, yeah.
Yeah. When the boxes are in your hand, where is the problem?
You a question?
Sunit Chopra was saying something.
Yes,
you're welcome.
Smita, unmute yourself, please.
No, Sunit, can I ask you a question that in Meghalaya, Meghalaya, would you...
Smita on the right.
Hello?
Yeah. Sunit, I'm unable to hear anything. Can I speak? Am I allowed to speak? Because
I've never seen Shehzad so irritated. Shehzad, you're very irritated this morning. He's really getting your goat. Sunit, it's his echo. But Smita, by the way, viewers, a lot of people asking us to look at the national picture. Picture is pretty firm out here.
We have been discussing Congress. If you look at the BJP also, so there is Himanta as a strategy, and there is BJP's nimble-footedness also, Arnab. So the plan to change the chief minister whenever it's needed. This is not the first time they've done that in Tripura. They did that with Biplab Dev being replaced by Manik Saha. They did that in Uttarakhand, by the way.
But not to let the tribal vote, not to let the tribal vote go to the, I think the master
So they're going by the feedback on the ground.
Not to let the tribal vote go to the Congress left alliance by indirectly supporting the Tripura Mota.
But that's the nimble-footedness of the party.
That's a response. So the question here is, Smita, is the BJP creating team Bs? An effective team Bs.
Yeah.
Not ineffective team Bs.
They have that bench strength.
Yeah, they have
at the state level.
They have the bench strength.
Tripura Mota did a fantastic job in the district council elections. 20 seats they got, and that's the reason why it was not.
So has the Tripura Mota been nurtured, allowed to grow, germinate over a period of time, and then deliver the blow on behalf of the BJP in the assembly election when it matters? Smita.
Yeah, the BJP played a different game. They gambled. Somebody mentioned that they changed chief ministers midstream, So there was Biplab and Manik, and they changed those chief ministers. They've also played differently. Now, as far as Pradyut is concerned, there was even before the elections, it was being said that, he'll play kingmaker. But despite pressures for a greater Tripura demand, BJP didn't go in. Now, if they don't have that margin as they expected, just remember from 2013, they formed a majority. 5 years later, they demolished the left fortress. And for all that talk about Pyar Ki Rajniti that Congress has been talking about, and their Bharat Jodo has all been, they allied with who? They allied with the left parties. The left parties is a revolutionary party, right? They don't believe in Pyar Ki Rajniti. Their Rajniti is what? Revolutionary politics, Inqilab and all that. And as Sunit ji just said, sab khatam ho jayenge, everybody will be wiped out. So, that is their Rajniti of wiping out everybody, whether people or party.
That is the Mahabharat.
Congress allied with them. Now comes to the BJP,
Mahabharat.
if they don't get the numbers.
And everyone, including Krishna, had to pay the price.
Okay, you're quoting the scriptures. Amazing.
Is it a Marxist
Today we
quoting
have
the
a
scriptures?
leftist quoting the scriptures. क्या कर दिया मोदी जी ने इस कंट्री का? या क्या कर दिया मोदी जी ने आपकी पार्टी में? और आप
मोदी जी ने कुछ नहीं किया है.
Really,
महाभारत का नतीजा जो है वो बताता है ऑथोरिटेरियनिज्म का अंत क्या है.
Absolutely. तो अंत तो आपकी पार्टी का हो रहा है सर.
नहीं हो रहा. आप ये समझ लो, आपको पता लग जाएगा आने वाले समय में. आज तो
महाभारत छोड़िए, छोटा भारत.
चाइना से क्या बात कर रहे हैं?
की राजनीति चलेगी इस कंट्री में, है ना सुनील जी? मार्क्स और लेनिन की राजनीति चलेगी.
तो अब आप सोच लो.
बात दिया सुन,
अब आप सोच लो.
बहुत और.
Okay.
Breaking news also coming in.
Okay, we got some breaking news coming in right now. 1 minute.
In fact, our reporters on the ground.
Shawan, you can share that and take a comment from Zarir on that.
NPP isn't already in talks with the UDP and BJP. Zarida, there's an internal meeting. I'm told that Dr. Kharluki of the NPP is also there with us, but big news now coming in. They're already in talks with the UDP and the BJP. Conrad Sangma likely to reach along sometime in the evening. That's what we are picking up. Our reporters on the ground, Zarida. So very clear as NPP's Rajya Sabha MP had made it very clear.
Meghalaya and Tripura, both in Meghalaya and Tripura, talks have already started. In Meghalaya, talks between UDP, and NPP and BJP have already started. And in Tripura, talks between BJP.
So let's put that breaking news now coming in.
Tripura Motha already started for government formation. So this is the breaking news at this. As we are talking, I'm getting inputs. The talks have already started between UDP, BJP and NPP for government formation in Meghalaya. Talks between BJP and Tripura Motha have already started in Tripura. So that is the news coming in at this moment.
Abhishek, Two big breaking news now coming in from our partner channel. Zarida, thank you very much for getting us that big breaking news right now. Talks are already on. So let's just do an overall picture, Abhishek, right now with regards to all the three states. First, starting with Tripura. As far as Tripura numbers are concerned, let's put out the Tripura numbers. It's closing in. It's closing in.
Let me take you to the Tripura numbers. All the leads are in, Shawan. 60 leads, of which BJP is at 27. This is by sea water. I believe our teams on the ground suggest that the BJP has, in terms of leads, crossed 30. Okay, we're getting Mallikarjun Kharge's bite. Let's cut to it.
Feel that Congress with the alliance should come forward to form the government.
We'll try and play that out in a short while back. In a short while, we'll play it once again, but just a quick check of the numbers again. These are also the latest visuals coming in from Meghalaya, where Conrad Sangma is currently in Tura, but expected to reach Shillong by sometime later in the evening. The big news coming in from Meghalaya that the NPP is already in talks with the UDP. Smita, if I can, Dr. Kharluki is there right now. I think he's going to leave for a meeting in a short while. From the Dr. Kharluki, a quick word from you. So it's very clear your internal party meeting to begin very soon. But in terms of your talks going on right now with the UDP was making this huge demand that this time we want a chief minister from the Khasi Hills. Do you think you will be able to? They do not have the number to really negotiate, though.
Is actually for the chief minister, it is the legislator who are the one who to choose the leader. It's not anyone and anybody.
But Dr. Kharluki, when is the internal meeting going to begin? NPP's internal meeting.
Well, I don't know. We'll wait first for our national president to come. Then we will see.
Okay. Shahzad, you've heard what the NPP is saying as far as the BJP is concerned. In the state of Meghalaya, remember, you have already been at loggerheads with them. The question that we've been also asking, how do you really reconcile with the fact that the same party that you were basically almost at loggerheads just about a few days ago, now you're going to be in alliance with them?
Look, Arnab, at this stage to make a comment would be premature because right now the results have to solidify. Once the results come in, we will examine what the mandate of the people is. We, of course, went with a particular point of view to the people of Meghalaya, and based on what their mandate is, whether we need to ally with somebody for the progress of the state or not, we'll examine the mandate and then accordingly take the next step. I think that the end result of the elections that we'll see is that the northeast and particularly states like Meghalaya and Tripura, the development process should not stop, and therefore whatever needs to be done by us, we will continue to do that to support these states, whether it requires us to participate in the government in some way or not participate, however it is. We will continue, we'll examine the mandate and we'll take a decision. There is no need to now predict what will happen when the results have not solidified.
Obviously, Shehzad, you need not really exert that much given the fact that irrespective of the final numbers, NPP has already publicly committed on our platform as other places as well of staying with NEDA, which means by default the alliance stays, irrespective of the fact that the two parties parted ways and contested separately. Let's go to Animesh Pandey on that note. P-Mark, the person who held the P-Mark and carried out an exit poll, and Animesh, the numbers seem to be landing so perfectly for you.
That's correct, Abhishek. In Tripura, what we see was a consolidation of votes, with Bengali community predominantly voting for the BJP and the tribals going for Tripura Mota. The Congress decline, while staggering, has been consistent in what we have been seeing. I mean, the irony of the left and Congress allying after being bitter rivals for so many years. People were smart enough, and that's why they saw this as an unnatural alliance. And that's why we see a significant decline in the performance of both left and Congress. And even for Trinamool, while their initial idea of expansion was in Tripura before going to Meghalaya, because of the pro-incumbency that was there, they understood and they started focusing on Meghalaya. So in my assessment, I think BJP on its own should form the government, even though the numbers fall by 1 or 2 seats. But I think they should be able to get at least 30 seats, and probably 1 seat will go to an independent. So I think with that, probably BJP won't need an alliance either with Tripura Mota as well. And Tripura Mota, in writing, they have said that they would want a greater Tripura land in writing, and that is something that BJP doesn't want to give away. So BJP on its own should be able to form the government. In Meghalaya, with so many parties each having their own stronghold, it is not surprising that no party is reaching the 30 number. And NPP and BJP over the last 2 months have had bitter election campaigns. So it remains to be seen as the results stabilize, whether they will come and form an alliance for the greater progress of Meghalaya. In Nagaland, again, the BJP alliance is cruising with victory. So the commonality and the big picture that stands out is the decimation of Congress. In these 3 northeast states, and along with Manipur, which happened last year, they are not now receding this space of not only being in a position to come back to power, but also of the primary opposition party. So with this and the rise of BJP, particularly in 2 states, Meghalaya and Nagaland, which are predominantly minority dominated states, I think it holds good for their expansion in the other states as well.
Now, okay, so let me just get Pankaj Sharma also involved. Pankaj Sharma, we have been talking a lot about what it means for the Congress party, what it means for the BJP, the manner in which a party like Trinamool has grown at the expense of Congress in Meghalaya, or the Tripura Mota really not letting the Congress left combine make any headway in Tripura, for example. What is your assessment, Pankaj Sharma? Do you agree with whatever we have been talking about in terms of takeaways for the Congress party?
See, Congress last time also was nowhere in Tripura and Nagaland. In Meghalaya, Trinamool Congress played what tricks everyone knows. So in Meghalaya, situation this time is little different. But it seems that in Tripura, BJP is not going to cross 23-24 seats. And in that case, left and this Tripura Mota may come together and form the government. Nagaland, of course, BJP is way ahead.
You say left and Tripura Mota can come together still? You mean to say Tripura Mota, left Congress combined can come together in Tripura? There is still an outside chance?
I think so. I think so, because Tripura Mota chief has been the Congress chief earlier.
Let me take this to Shehzad. Shehzad, you think you could be outmaneuvered still?
Party.
You think you could be outmaneuvered still? If I go by the numbers that we have as of now, for example, of the 60 leads, BJP is at 27, between 27 and 30, and between the left and Congress there are about 20, and then there are 13 with the Tripura Motha. So you think you could still be outmaneuvered, Shehzad? It's possible on the ground?
See, as per my information, BJP is,
look, the basic
BJP is leading by very less margin, very narrow margin, and so many seats. So BJP is not going to cross.
Okay, let Shehzad respond. Let Shehzad respond.
So in that case,
Abhishek, the basic feature of the mandate that you're seeing is that it is essentially an anti-left mandate. It is a vote to decimate the left that you're seeing in Tripura. This is a vote positively for the BJP and a vote against what the left represented for 2.5 decades. So if anybody who has now got an anti-left vote would want to consider going with the left, it would be akin to committing political suicide. But having said that, let me re-articulate that this situation will not arise. There is going to be a massive change in the numbers. Just a few minutes ago, we were seeing the BJP was at 40. That position will also be crossed because the entire left vote has decimated, and the Congress party, by going with the left, has committed political harakiri, and both the left and the Congress vote is shifting to the BJP, and therefore
49.
just wait for another hour. The results will solidify. Sir, you are nowhere in the northeast anymore. You should probably focus on the fact that, like the dodo, you are becoming politically irrelevant and your existence is being politically completely decimated.
Congress was nowhere in northeast last time also, as I had already said.
The problem with the
let me take this to Zarir. Pankaj Sharma, the fact of the matter is that if the Congress party did so well, is it not the failure of the leadership that it couldn't, retain its talent, it couldn't keep its flock together? Zarir, you think the possibility that Pankaj Sharma is teasing of the possibility in Tripura of the Congress left combined somehow is still managing to cobble together numbers with the support of the Tripura Motha, you think it's really possible on the ground?
See, in terms of figures, yes.
What was there to retain for
in
the
terms
Congress
of
party
ground
in Tripura and
realities,
Nagaland?
it's
Last
a
time
remote
also they had
possibility.
seats, no
So
seats.
I would say,
in
like,
hold on, Pankaj Sharma, hold on. Pankaj Sharma, hold on. Zarir is speaking. One by one. Zarir is speaking. Hold on, Pankaj Sharma.
Left and Congress cobbling together to form a hodgepodge kind of a coalition government. No, the chances are pretty remote, extremely remote, because Tripura Motha, Pradyut Dev Burma will definitely go with BJP, and because there are a couple of things. Because the fear, the apprehension will be that a lot of Tripura Motha people, MLAs, might switch sides and join the BJP if he doesn't join on his own. So that lurking fear will help or will force Pradyut Dev Burma to join or to ally with the BJP and form a government. So he will not take a chance. He will definitely side with the BJP. And so you take my words, there is remote possibility of BJP left and Tripura Motha cobbling or trying to form a government.
Don't forget the fact that Tripura Motha chief was the state president of the Congress party. He still has very deep roots in the Congress party.
That is where you are wrong, because you are not being able to keep him. Why did he defect? Why did he go away? So that is the biggest question. So that is the tragedy for the Congress.
But in fact, I'll just request all of you
to keep your top leaders in your group. What happened to
just getting in some breaking news right now.
Classic example of Congress.
Just a minute. We're just getting in some more breaking news. We're just getting in some big breaking news now coming in from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has now pronounced its verdict on the petitions that were demanding an inquiry into the allegations that were leveled against Adani on the basis of the Hindenburg report. In fact, Chief Justice that's a big developer, with the CGI has said that the SEBI has placed a regulatory framework, saying that it has started a disclosure-based regulatory mechanism in place with pricing control for capital issues. In fact, the Supreme Court, Abhishek, has asked for a SEBI probe in the Adani case. That's a massive development that's taking place.
That's a big development, Shravan, because what this means is all those people who have been quoted by Hindenburg, for example, and many of them, a majority of them perhaps in India, they could be questioned. And it's a very prestigious committee that the Supreme Court is setting up under the leadership of former Supreme Court Judge Justice Abhay Manohar Sapre with other members. And it's also a very stellar membership in terms of their individual achievements. So O.P. Bhatt, former chairman of the State Bank of India, Justice J.P. Devdhar, K.V. Kamath needs no introduction, Nandan Nilekani needs no introduction. All these people to be members of the committee, and the SC, of course, asking SEBI also to carry out an investigation, submit a report in 2 months, which essentially means, Shravan, that the charge that was being made by the opposition, I'm trying to understand the politics part of it even as we speak and bring this breaking news development happening in the Supreme Court of the country, pronouncing its verdict in a batch of petitions demanding an inquiry into the Hindenburg saga between Hindenburg and Adani. What this means is that political opposition's demand of a joint parliamentary committee sort of stands sidestepped now, because if the Supreme Court is monitoring, Supreme Court has ordered an inquiry, the opposition better wait for this kind of a subject experts committee looking into it. Because remember, SEBI doing it, and this committee which has the likes of K.V. Kamath, Nandan Nilekani, O.P. Bhatt, and of course 2 justices, really shows that insofar as the Adani Hindenburg saga is concerned, we might not have heard the last of it as yet. But more importantly, the opposition demand of a JPC now stands with sidestep.
Well, in fact, the Supreme Court has basically asked SEBI to conclude the investigation in just about 2 months and file a status report. And the committee is going to be formed under the leadership of former Supreme Court Judge Justice Sapre, and the other members of the committee, as you were pointing out, Abhishek, it's O.P. Bhatt, Justice Devdhar, K.V. Kamath, Nandan Nilekani. And in fact, a big statement that has also been made that this is in order to protect the Indian investors. There is an urgent need for the formation of the committee. Now, that's a big development as far as what has been demanded all this while. From the time the Hindenburg report was put out, and thereafter we've seen the free fall of the shares of Adani Group, especially the flagship enterprise. We've seen there's been a free fall in the shares. Also, there's a 2-month deadline that has also been put out, Abhishek. So essentially, being looking at the price manipulation and the allegations that have been leveled by the Hindenburg.
Also, I think the government can now claim that, because the government was facing heat from the opposition, Shravan, the government can now claim that when the matter reached the Supreme Court with all these petitions being filed, the government position was very clear that A, they have no objection to any kind of investigation being taken place. In fact, the government had offered to by itself set up a committee. Now that the Supreme Court is doing it, the government has agreed to it. In that sense, I think that takes care of a lot of politicking that was happening on the issue, Shravan. And this is definitely an important development insofar as the Adani Hindenburg saga is concerned. If I could get, since we continue to have those guests, if I could get in Smita Prakash on this. Smita Prakash, you think that Supreme Court ordering this monitored probe in the Adani Hindenburg saga really takes care of the opposition demand that an inquiry should happen, and that this inquiry and investigation would be absolutely unbiased and above political motives being attached?
Well, see, I think I haven't read the details, but I think it means that it's a continuation of the SEBI probe. It's not replacing SEBI in any manner on the Hindenburg report. So it's led to a probe, and it's led to a supervision of this probe. So this 5-member panel, it has people from cross sections, so nobody can say that it's a ruling party biased panel or anything. It's a Supreme Court base, and there's a retired Supreme Court judge who will be looking over onto this. So it's not divested the SEBI of its responsibility. So I think a little of the wind behind the sails of the opposition demand that there should be a parliamentary committee, because now you have domain specific people who will look into it, and it will strengthen and protect the investors' money further.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ratan Sharda, Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj is joining us live. Rhythm, if you're already patched and getting me, Rhythm, please explain to us the significance of this very important order given by the Supreme Court of the country.
Absolutely. Like Smita Prakash actually said, I think she's absolutely right, because the fact that this committee is formed to probe into what's going to happen and is going to be headed by former Chief Justice Manohar Sapre clearly puts it very, very clear that it's going to be above anyone's suspicion when they come forward and they question the committee that's going to be panned. In fact, let's also remind our viewers, in the last hearing in the court, the Solicitor General, the top law officer of the country, representing the government, had stated that they are all right, and in fact they promote the formation of a committee here, which is exactly what's happening. Ratan Sharda, we've also spoken about this earlier. The words of the Chief Justice today are so clear: in order to protect Indian investors. And this is also something they had said earlier. In the last hearings, Justice Chandrachud had spoken about how the Indian investors need to be protected. They said we are forming a committee. In the last hearing, it was also known that a committee is going to be formed, Abhishek, and now finally the committee is being formed. It consists of Mr. O.P. Bhatt, Justice Devdutt, Mr. Nandan Nilekani, K.V. Kamath, Somesh Akran Sudarshan as the members. And the most important part, it's going to be headed by a retired Chief Justice of India, a Supreme Court judge. That's very crucial, because what we are getting a sense of here is that the court wants to say that we want the probe to be done properly. At the same time, while pronouncing this verdict, the Supreme Court Chief Justice has also clarified the SEBI has placed a regulatory framework, saying it has started a disclosure-based regulatory mechanism. Remember, in the last hearings, this is also something that had been said by SEBI, that they will try and ensure that price control for the capital issues is there. The Supreme Court has asked SEBI also to expeditiously conclude the investigation in 2 months and file a status report. All in all, this committee is going to be looking at how... Yes, go ahead, Abhishek.
Yeah, so I think this is a very significant development that you have brought out from the Supreme Court, Rhythm, and it was important that a message is sent across to the world community, in fact, that India takes its markets seriously, and any manipulation would be probed threadbare, and a thorough job would be done, and that gets reflected in the kind of membership of the committee, Rhythm, that has been set up by the Supreme Court. Thank you so much, Rhythm, for joining us on this important story from the topmost court of the country. And then we go back to our conversation we have been having of the results in the northeast of 3 assemblies, that of Tripura, Meghalaya and Nagaland. Shawan, can we go back to the numbers? Right. Because I believe all the leads are in now, and we have an absolute clear picture of which party stands where. And now it's almost 11 a.m., which means these leads are sort of going to remain and mostly convert to results.
So the interesting picture now coming in from the state of Tripura, where BJP stands at about 29 and Tripura Mota stands at about 13. So if that's the case, then the talks between Tripura Mota and the BJP is going to be something that one needs to keep an eye on. But it turns out, Abhishek, in fact, Prakash, our senior editor who's there in Tripura, is sending us some breaking news. In fact, if we can also bring in Prakash right now, because Prakash has just spoken to the CPM leaders, and there is a twist that's coming in from the state of Tripura, with the Congress and Tripura leaders are in touch to form the government in case of a hung assembly. Now that's a little because the left plus the Congress is about 15 and the Tripura Mota is about 13. So Abhishek, that's an interesting development if at all that's going to happen. But this entire alliance that was stitched with the Tripura Mota was with the Himanta, so it depends on how things actually pan out. We'll try and go across to Prakash in a short while from now, but let me just quickly bring in Ratan Sharda. Ratan Sharda, do you see any twist in the story right now as far as BJP in Tripura is concerned? Because it's closing in 29, its C voter numbers say about 30 is what C voter is saying our numbers stand about 29, Abhishek. Ratan Chadha, any twist that you see? Because Congress seems to be in touch with the Tripura leaders also.
I would be surprised if Congress have pulled off any of such ideas, because Congress has been found flat-footed. We see what happened in Meghalaya last time and where it has ended today. That's the last chance there is. To my mind, this particular election is a tectonic shift in the Indian politics. The way Northeast election are being discussed now on the national TV, which are used to be just, bylines, and also the way everybody's talking about trend setting for 2024 shows that Northeast is now finally a part of media's thinking, the intellectual thinking, and the tyranny of distance doesn't exist anymore. That is biggest victory for BJP. As always said, that for BJP, Northeast was not just for winning elections, it was its commitment to bring it to the mainstream and give it importance where it was required, and that is the biggest change. And you talked about Adani. See, this is simply a case of stock manipulation, market manipulation, nothing more. Pulling down or hammering a particular company is nothing new. I just read yesterday there is another hammering of a Hong Kong-based company. So this is that particular game of bears and bulls that we must realize instead of making it a national issue of investor loot gaya, because subject to market list is the very basis of every share transaction. And as far as Adani is concerned, its projects are solid, its assets are solid. Manipulation must be investigated. I think the kind of committee that Supreme Court has put in, the opposition should have no words to talk about now. And coming back to Northeast, I think as I said, the game changer is Nagaland, it is Meghalaya, and Tripura. I think BJP will pull it off. Whether it gets 28 or 29 is not the issue, and that is the way it is.
But in fact, Ratan Chadha, Sudeep Roy Burman, the Congress legislator from Tripura, has just spoken to Republic TV. In fact, we'll play that out in a short while from now. And they say that they are in touch with the Tripura Motha, the Congress CPM alliance will form the government. That's the confidence suddenly that they are exuding.
Communist Party, Tripura Communist Party and Congress only lived on its so-called inflated votes. The people who didn't belong to tribe and people who settled down in Tripura, that are the base of Marxist entire existence 30 years. Do you think that Tripura Mortha will go to the extent of joining hands with very party which actually lived on exploiting these vote banks?
In fact, we'll go across to Prakash, who's on the ground getting us the latest data. Prakash has spoken to Sudeep Roy Burman as well as Jitendra Chaudhary, who's after all the chief ministerial face or was being projected as the chief ministerial face for the alliance. We'll try and go across to Prakash. Prakash, you've spoken to the Congress party. Sudeep Roy Burman is saying that they are in touch with the Tripura Motha. Now, is there any possibility of that happening? Because, it was largely seen that if at all a situation like this happens where the BJP is closer to the halfway mark, Tripura Motha is in all likelihood would be swaying towards the BJP.
Yes, Savan, you are absolutely right, because it all depends on which party is the largest, which party gets the largest number of seats, and that will be called for the swearing in for sure, and the stakes will be high for them. And naturally, the Congress party and the Communist party both are in touch with Tripura Motha for sure. They say that they feel that it's a secular party and it's a democratic fabric, and they are also championing the cause of the tribals, as is Sudeep Roy Burman. So as far as the seats are concerned, it's a tight contest as of now in Tripura, what we get to know, but more rounds to take place, around 2-3 rounds left. So anything can happen. BJP can cross the majority mark, or they might fall short by 1 or 2 seats. So obviously, Tripura Motha may swing in favor of the BJP, but political realignments do happen in politics. We have all seen it in the past, how in Haryana INLD was roped in the last moment and BJP formed the government. So it all depends on the realignment and the bargaining that takes place. One bone of contention with Tripura Motha is that they have been demanding a separate state in Tripura, which the BJP do not agree to. Even the Communist Party and the Congress Party also do not agree to. So what would be the bone of contention? On what basis they would ally with any party. That depends. So Tripura Motha naturally emerging as the key to the formation of government. It all depends on what numbers they get. Back to you.
All right. So Shravan, the numbers might still swing just by a bit, but essentially what it seems is BJP is in the striking distance insofar as Tripura is concerned. Thank you so much, Prakash, for joining us there from Agartala. BJP seems to be in a striking distance of the halfway mark, and which obviously gives the party a little more leverage vis-a-vis the left Congress combined, which still sort of not touching 20 between themselves. So it would depend essentially on where Tripura Motha really finds more stability when it comes to joining a government or forming an alliance to be in power. Having said that, it seems by and large the leads are in, Shravan, of all the three states.
Right now, just look at the results are more or less in. It's all clear. We'll put the total numbers out there on the screen. We can keep analyzing it, but keep going into the detail of it. Fact is, BJP is forming the government in all three states. Congress is over, and it's a clean win for the BJP in Tripura. Absolutely clean win for the BJP in Tripura. Where is the Trinamool Congress in Tripura? I don't know. Where is it?
It's not opened their account.
They've not opened their account?
In Tripura.
What is Nilanjan going to do? He's going to jump off into some swimming pool somewhere, They've not opened their account. Unmute yourself.
In fact,
Unmute yourself first.
Tripura Motha has 13 and Trinamool Congress 0.
Well, if you look at the vote share as per the Election Commission, the BJP has already got a 40% vote share, while the Congress is 11, and the TMC has 0.82%. So much money.
Let's talk about
so much money. IPAC. Crores of rupees, corporate strategy, and 0.82% vote.
And no impact for being a Bengali party.
Ridiculous. Saurav Sikdar, what has happened here?
Arnab,
Saurav Sikdar, what has happened here to the Trinamool?
The BJP has lost the election in Tripura.
Well,
what were their number last time? They have lost it. Shame on BJP. The Tripura Bashis have rejected the BJP.
Not really, if you go by the numbers.
They want to come through the back door.
Trinamool Congress is fighting with Nota now in Tripura.
Well, in West Bengal, they can't even. You have brought in a spokesperson from Bengal. He can't even win one municipality in Bengal.
I think you lost the bypoll today, no?
No.
Trinamool lost the bypoll also?
It's
one bypoll you can't win.
I just want to ask him what happened in Sagardighi. And
Arnab is unhappy that the BJP hasn't won the Sagardighi bypoll.
Arnab,
it is a day of embarrassment for the BJP. And
two years of preparation, so many lots of minister daily passengering from Calcutta and Tripura. What is the vote percentage of Trinamool Congress?
Please control your language, please. Ridiculous. Even in frustrated times, people should talk like that.
I'm quoting what Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari says in
Saurav Sikdar, please.
The new language that Shubhendu Adhikari
Saurav Sikdar, let's look at the overall situation. We're looking at the national picture right now. And you see, Trinamool has just been a damn squib. It's hovering over 9 seats in Meghalaya, 1 seat in Tripura. And
Trinamool Congress has expanded its
they've lost that 1 seat
in the northeast. That is the headline today.
Given the amount of money that the party has spent in Goa and Tripura, I mean, they could have just launched a whole party all over again.
How much did the BJP spend on the media or no?
And the Trinamool Congress's campaign in Tripura, despite Mamata Banerjee calling it her second home, has fallen woefully short. This is it's a reflection.
The BJP has lost Tripura. The people of Tripura have rejected the BJP.
Okay, now
that is the headline.
And they voted for the Trinamool.
If the number stabilizes, BJP might have more seats than the Trinamool Congress in the state of Meghalaya.
I think the spokesperson from Trinamool, either he is having a problem with his eyes. See, the thing is, Trinamool was never in a fight in Tripura, And second thing is, it's just a fourth round going on, and we are very close.
We just got an update from Bangla from on the Sagardighi Bypoll election update. Left.
Yeah, what is
I think the BJP
The Left Congress Alliance candidate is leading by 5,093 votes at the end of the fifth round.
Very significant.
Republic Bangla is sending us the update.
So I want to look at the national picture, and if I were to just look at the overall sense right now, Tanveer, Subrashta, let's focus, Meeta, principally. These are a bellwether. These are bellwether for what happens in not just the 5 Lok Sabha seats in these particular regions, but also a bellwether for what happens nationally. So Tanveer, the picture nationally is that the BJP alliance, the BJP individually, the BJP alliance extremely strong. No clear opposition is what I'm seeing out here. Interestingly, in 2 of the states out here, which is NPP, BJP itself was the opposition. And if you look at Tripura, the Tripura Mota is an opposition which will form the government in alliance with the BJP. So it's a BJP alliance which comes across very strong. There is no alternative alliance. Tanveer, how do you view this? How do you view this emerging situation, especially in the run-up to, this is the 1 year, 2 month, 1 year, 3 month run-up to the 24 general election?
Arnab, I think it sends a very strong signal, not only in terms of the alliances that BJP is able to form.
Smita?
No, that's Subrashta. Let Subrashta continue and then Smita. Yeah. And then Tanveer, you come in.
Subrashta.
And also it denotes that in states where BJP has not had a sustained stay, those are the states which it has a potential to retain now. Now let us remember that Tripura elections today is a reflection of what has happened in Tripura for the past 5 years. If we remember the Panchayat elections, the entire opposition was decimated. And you win in Panchayat, the local level elections, only if you have had a really great run on the ground with your Karyakartas. So Tripura for BJP has anyway been an ideological battle, which it has really strongly fought. Despite all the internal upheavals within the party, the chief minister resigning, a new chief minister being put in place and all of that, on the ground, the party really strengthened itself. That's point number 1. Point number 2, the way in which the opposition played was actually played at the hands of the BJP is also very interesting to see. TMC started to raise its head, but TMC has not been able to make a great foray into Tripura, despite all its credentials of being the state being close to Bangladesh, lot of Bangladeshi migrants being in Tripura and all of that. Still, TMC somehow has not been able to build and sustain a narrative and keep the leaders in their stock. Tripura Motha, Pradyot's party. Pradyot has always been in conversations across the party aisle, whether it was Congress, whether it was the BJP, whether it was the left. It has always, he always maintained a very amicable relationship despite all the media frenzy that we see. And today, whichever party comes to power will give credence to Tripura Motha for the simple reason that his idea was to become a kingmaker, and I think he has played his politics well, and he is already on the path of being so. So Tripura, for me, I think as far as I see, has really taken a very interesting turn, and a larger point on the politics of the Northeast with respect to this party. All insurgent movements in Tripura, please remember, ever since the BJP came to power in 2014, all insurgent parties in Tripura have been, insurgent politics in Tripura has really looked up to the BJP for assimilation with the national. But let's go back again purely to the national picture. Tanveer, tell me, what is the mood setting this election has done?
Momentum.
The momentum. Who is the momentum with? What mood setting has this election result done? Yes.
But see, it is an interesting election. It really shows that the regional parties are very, very important to fight BJP. Congress is definitely going to play an important role. If at all you see in by-elections, in West Bengal, Tamil Nadu and in Jharkhand, Congress has won. So we can't really write Congress off. But however, if out of 5 by-election which happened, tell me where is one place where BJP has won? Absolutely nowhere. And now we are talking about Meghalaya. Other than Nagaland, where is BJP won? Absolutely nowhere. Tripura, it has not won. In Meghalaya, it has got only 5 seats.
Tripura, who has won? Has the JDS won?
Number one channel in the
Has
country.
the JDS won? I don't know which hat you are talking out of.
No, JDS.
Are you out of your mind? Who has won in Tripura?
JDS didn't.
No. Who has won in Tripura? Please tell me. No, I want your analysis. I want an analysis. I want to get a sense of how many blinkers you've got on. You know, if you one minute.
Tripura result has been out totally. Only fourth round is counting on, and we are close to majority. So I mean, why they have come to a conclusion that BJP has lost Tripura?
Sir, let me finish, sir. Sir, I know your questions are very important, and I don't know whether
Tanveer, just before you finish, the NDPP is a BJP ally.
Tell me one place.
Along with one minute, just 1 minute. There's been significant amount of seat sharing with the NDPP, a very calculated alliance, and as you have seen, whether you like it or not, right?
40-20.
Yeah, it's a 40-20 seat sharing which they have done, which is a very interesting seat sharing. So the BJP saying we are going to play the junior partner. We'll let the NDPP be the principal partner in Nagaland. We have a significant presence. We make an inroad, and together you have swept. It's a sweep with 40 seats out of 60. If 40 out of 60 is not a victory, then I don't know what is. And as far as Tripura is concerned, the BJP getting 29 out of 60, they're almost at the halfway mark on their own. They're forming the government. If that is not a victory, now they're at 30. If winning half the seats on your own is not a victory, I don't know what is. Then you go on to look at the state of Meghalaya, where you made a very significant entry with 7 seats. The NPP gets 24 seats. That's 31 seats. There also you're forming the government. If that is not a victory, I don't know what is. But you know, you have a consummate quality. You have the ability to pull water out of a rock.
With the most corrupt party.
You have an ability to pull water out of a rock, Tanveer. Tanveer, the BJP has formed. The BJP is forming the government in all 3.
BJP has an ability to.
The BJP is forming the government in all 3 seats. Okay, Tanveer and Mr. Sikdar.
Arnab.
Tanveer and Mr. Sikdar. Yeah.
Sir, 1 second.
Yeah.
The Ashtalakshmi states of India has absolutely water. What has BJP provided to them? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Talk about
have
the
we
results.
Solved any issues with China?
Talk about the results.
Are we really going to give them employment?
Talk about the results.
No.
Talk about the results.
Look who is talking.
Look who is talking.
In general, before BJP, if anyone never even thought about Northeast. So don't give all this lecture on the national channel. Ashtalakshmi, BJP only proved that Ashtalakshmi actually exists.
You the face. You can't really come and wear a fake fictitious dress of nationalism.
No. See, you can raise your voice, but doesn't suppress the fact. It will not suppress the fact. Fact will remain the fact. The look is policy.
Speaking in Bengali.
Look is policy is
the mood of the nation is absolutely anti-BJP. The mood of the nation is towards development, because they have absolutely or one fake fictitious dress for nationalism.
I think this is the Trinamool effect, because this is the Trinamool effect. You are sitting in West Bengal, and you are also trained of art of lying.
Now let's look at the national picture.
It is not art of lying. It is art of living, art of fighting.
No,
that lady is absolutely giving you sleepless nights.
Every
lady, Mamata Banerjee, is giving you sleepless nights everywhere.
Has been caught with the money.
Showing you the mirror.
Don't tell. Everyone will laugh.
How many seats? How many seats did you have in 2018?
Are corrupt.
Are you not ashamed?
Tanveer.
Of losing the halfway mark.
Roy has joined BJP.
BJP can't even cross the halfway mark in Tripura.
In all of this, I want to go to rhythm for a moment. I just want to go to rhythm for a moment. I need to patch in rhythm very quickly.
It will be clear.
You know, you had a Supreme Court verdict which has come in right now, and I want to go breaking on this very interesting Supreme Court verdict. The Supreme Court of India has said that the whole process of appointing India's... Can you be quiet, Nilanjan, for a moment? It's very disturbing. The Supreme Court of India has apparently said that the Chief Justice of India must play a role in appointing the Chief Election Commissioner.
Okay.
Now this is interesting. Can you be quiet, Nilanjan? Can you be off air for a minute, please? You don't need a constant commentary. And the Supreme Court of India has said, Smita, that the process of appointing the Chief Election Commissioner is not transparent. It should be made more transparent. And the Chief Justice of India, the leader of the opposition, and the Prime Minister, of course, should play a role in appointing the Chief Election Commissioner. This is very important, Abhishek, development where I want to get Abhishek, I want to get rhythm in, and then we'll have to analyze it for some time.
Yeah, this is big,
because it's a very, very significant decision. You know, there's been this ongoing battle between the government and the Supreme Court and the judiciary, and
on the appointment of judges. So they're getting back in some ways, perhaps.
No, and they've now made it extremely clear that that they are going ahead and changing the whole process. So I just wanted to make a mention of that. Let's move back to the big story of the moment, ladies and gentlemen, which is the BJP forming a government in all the three northeastern states. A sense of denial, you know, and a sense of sadness, really, Smita. A sense of sadness is pervading certain parts. I can see the sadness go around like a halo across Lutyens, Delhi, Shalawan. Sadness. I mean, 6 months of hard work.
Actually,
6 months of complete passionate involvement in the Bharat Todo campaign, cover every aspect of it.
In fact,
and this is the result. So I see a pervading sense of sadness and denial that's actually building up, Smita. What do you think? Yeah.
Yeah, so can I come in?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and also, if I may say so, some Lutyens channels desperate for some other news. B.S. Yediyurappa being made a Karnataka BJP campaign chief becomes breaking story today. You have to find a story to not cover the news, which is the biggest story of the day, which is the results in 3 states. But today you must not talk about this. You must analyze why Yediyurappa will be part of or in what way Yediyurappa will be part of the campaign. I mean, these are such, you know, this is the reality.
In Nagaland,
this is a reality today. Reality. I wish the Lutyens newsrooms well. I hope they find some headline for the day. Like when the Adani news came, it was a pretty perfunctory forming of a committee for 2 months. The Lutyens channels went berserk. They said, this is our moment, let's dive into it. Let's not talk about the BJP creating a foothold in the northeast. Let's dive into it. Let's not talk about Rahul Gandhi incarcerating and lacerating his own party with the Bharat Todo Yatra. Let's dive into it. Let's not talk about the fact that the Trinamool has been hardly able to maintain a presence in Tripura, hardly been able to do as well as many people predicted in Meghalaya. Let's not talk about the election results. Let's talk about everything. Let's talk about the weather. Let's talk about the price of pizza. Let's talk about Yediyurappa's involvement in the Karnataka campaign. Let's not talk about this. I'm telling you, let's not talk about this because this is truly embarrassing. This is truly embarrassing. We work, the Lutyens media says, we work 6 months, 8 months in a row. We promote this fellow. We do everything possible. We create a balloon on Adani. And at the end of the day, this is the kind of result, and it's so disappointing, which is why like a shadow, it's moving across Lutyens today, a sense of sadness. Smita, this sense of sadness must move on. We must analyze the results. So I want to analyze both the response to the results from a section of Lutyens as well as the overall pervading national picture now. Smita.
Yeah, okay. So, Yediyurappa notwithstanding, the thing is that I don't understand how any serious analyst, despite what you said, could say that the Congress has done well in this campaign. I mean, this is a party that has really snoozed through this election and concentrated all its energy on that yatra. So, they have nothing to talk about as far as these election results are concerned. They aligned with the left. That is it. Other than that, coming to the TV studios and fulminating out here, they've done really nothing. The BJP, if it forms in 2 or 3, if it forms government, they have to note, the opposition will have to introspect that 2 of these are Christian majority areas. So the Christians are deserting the so-called secular parties, because these parties tried to say that they are the secular party and BJP is the Hindu majoritarian party. I want to put this in quotes. So if they are deserting these so-called secular parties and are voting for the BJP, or even Pradyut for that matter, doing so well, that means the secularism ka jo chola oda hua hai na, that is rubbish. So that the people are going to vote as per what they want, not because of these terms of secularism and majoritarianism.
I want a comment from Mohammad Salim on that of the CPM. Mohammad Salim, you know, the disappointing performance of the so-called secular alliance in Tripura, and the fact that the Bharatiya Janata Party on its own returning with more than 40% of the vote share, defeating this entire concept of anti-incumbency, right? I want a quick comment from you on that.
The result is yet to come, but giving your take, I can say you that anti-incumbency factor was there. That's why they have changed the chief minister. Now you are discussing the vote result, but now you can tell that, okay, this is a master stroke, that BJP has understood how to do away with the anti-incumbency factor. So change the chief minister. We have seen in Gujarat, we have seen in other states, and we have seen in Himachal they did not do it. So naturally they face this. So anti-incumbency factor is there, voter satisfaction is not there. And now that Mrs. Smita was talking about so-called secular party and so-called Hindu majoritarian, I don't know how many times she has visited Tripura or other states. So you'll see how they try to consolidate Hindu votes. What is Yogi Adityanath? Why all this Baba log?
Why don't you talk about your results? I mean, you know, you can't talk about your results, your performance. It's been disastrous, you know. I really, you know, you have got just with the alliance, you got 16 sort of Sikdar. No, the question is obvious because you're in denial about the problem is you're in denial about the results. The left has been completely wiped out in Tripura despite a very hypocritical alliance that you have with the Congress.
Hang on. What is wrong with Baba log?
No, but that's...
No, what is wrong? Look at the way he says Baba log. This Yogi Adityanath has been elected twice as chief minister. So Baba ka kya problem hai? What is your problem with Babas? If they have been elected by the people of the state, and the fact is
sort of Sikdar also coming in, sort of
what is your problem with Baba log? Who is the Baba log? Do you know who is called Baba log in this country? Why are you looking down on Yogi Adityanath in Tripura? Is it a separate country?
This is showing the frustration of Mohammad Salim, calling Yogi Adityanath ji by Baba. This is nothing but his frustration. Left side, you know, they are fighting for their existence. In West Bengal, they are wiped out, and in Tripura also followed by West Bengal, they are going to be wiped out. This is simply Mohammad Salim's frustration that he is calling Baba log. So this is quite natural for this lefty.
With the saffron clad, and that is Baba's. From Ramdev Baba to Sadhguru, I don't mind saying this. Even religious leaders, Muslim religious leaders.
Sir, nobody actually cares.
If it is Madani even, I don't mind that.
Well, you know, I don't know.
You can say so.
But why don't you, Mr. Salim, I have something to tell you.
Rubbish.
Please hear me. Please hear me on this. You see, it's very, any political party or any political leader of any maturity looks at their own performance. Now, Mr. Salim, you need to read the writing on the wall.
Of course.
Instead of doing theoretical politics, you need to understand that you have been unable to uproot the BJP. The BJP has gone and formed a government, and it has defeated anti-incumbency, whereas your party is absolutely stagnant and in fact falling. Now, Mr. Salim, you can go and talk about other people's Baba Log and all that. I want to ask you, what is Rahul Baba for you? What is your ideological link? I really have been wanting to ask you this question. You say you are a leftist. You say that you are a leftist. You still claim to be a leftist. Yes. So I want to know, what is your ideological interest with the Vadra Congress? What is your, this is a party which you started your career for the longest time saying this is a bloodthirsty party. The most bloodthirsty party of the country has killed communists. Communists will die, but we will never tie up with the Vadra Congress. But today, you are the most loyal ally. You'll have to listen. You are the most loyal ally ever. There is nobody more loyal than you to the Congress. The Congress is finished, but you will not leave the Congress. Congress is over, but Mohammad Salim and left will not leave the Congress. In fact, you will go down with the Congress. I want to know from you, Mr. Salim, what is your love for the Congress? There's so much love, affection. In fact, a lot of people commenting on your and Sitaram Yechury's policies. And I want to know, your and Sitaram Yechury's policies are totally decided by what Congress party says. What is it? Your leaders go in chartered planes with Congress party leaders. What leftism are you doing?
Unfortunately,
you people travel in chartered planes with Congress party leaders. Wherever Congress is there, you are a number 2 party. And you are talking about Baba Log of others. You tell me, my question to you is very straight. You have to tell me today, Mr. Salim, listen to me, Mr. Salim, what is your link with the Congress party? What is your alliance with the Congress party?
Go to the streets.
What is your alliance with the Congress party? Go to the streets means what? You tell me. My question is, what is your link with the Congress party?
Now listen. If you have the courage to listen.
Don't teach me courage. Don't teach me courage after becoming a lieutenant of the, after being an assistant to the Vadra Congress, you're talking to me about courage. You've tied up with the Vadra Congress.
Give me the time you have taken for the question. It's a propagandist. You're a propagandist.
You are a revisionist. But you are a revisionist. But you are don't people call you a revisionist nowadays? Are you not a revisionist?
Whatever you say.
No, but are you not a revisionist? I'm not saying.
Why don't you put
as a partner of the Vadra Congress, are you not a revisionist? Are you not a revisionist? Are you not a revisionist? You are a revisionist. You are a revisionist ally of the Vadra Congress, true or false?
Whatever you say.
Whatever I say.
You put a question, please, if you have a question.
My question is straight.
Or you go to the street corner.
Why did you lose? Why did you? No, forget street politics. No, listen to me. Why did you lose Tripura? Simple question. Talk about yourself, no. You talk about everybody else. Why have you lost Tripura?
For 5 years, you have, listen, answer. For 5 years, you have folded eyes, and you have not seen what type of terror is there in Tripura. Attacks, murders, loots, destruction of political parties, livelihoods of the oppositions. They wanted to make it an opposition-free Tripura. But they have failed to do that. Still the CPM is there, still the left is there.
Yeah, okay, so I want to ask you 2 questions. I want to ask you 2 questions, Mr. Salim. Mr. Salim, I want to ask you 2 follow-up questions.
How many times you have reported the killings and murders of Tripura?
Yeah, I'll ask you a question on that. I'm asking you, now listen to me. How many times? How many times have you said that the families of the left cadre, murdered by the Congress? How many families of left cadre were murdered by the Congress? Yes. Have you forgotten all that? Now you tell me now, I just want him on and nobody else. I am asking you, what would you say to the families of the left cadre who have been murdered by the Congress? It doesn't matter to you, is it? Dispensable commodities for you. Left cadre murdered by the Congress does not matter to you.
Whenever.
Huh? No, you tell me, no. Since you say you are supporting the Bharat Jodo Yatra, Please tell. No, I'm asking you. A straight question. You will have to reply now. Since you have come on my program, you will have to reply. Your choice was not to come, but since you've come on the program, you have to reply. One on one. Nobody. Sort of and this. Tell me. I'm asking you a question, but you will have to answer. 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 There is no running away, Mr. Mohammed Salim. The families of the left cadre murdered by the Congress. Did you not sell your ideology for political seats? You have sold your ideology for political seats. You should drop the word communist from your name. You are a loyal partner of the Vadra Congress, which murdered so many thousands of left cadre. You forgot all that?
Have you finished your speech? Have you finished your speech?
It's not a speech. It's a question that you can't answer. It's a question that you can't answer.
I'll just put it up. You want me to go out of this show?
No, I don't want you to. I want you to face me with courage.
Listen.
I want you to gather courage and face me.
Yes, you have your ears, not only mouths. You have 2 ears and 1 mouth.
Yeah, and where are your ears?
Listen.
Is that the same?
Where are your ears?
It's not love for
Mr.
How many years do you have?
Same bourgeois Congress.
Listen.
If you've joined hands with a decaying bourgeois party.
You were there. You were a gentleman once. Before getting the money and the
Now you know, I'll tell you one thing. You want to give me low-level comments, I will not respond to low-level comments. Low-level comments from you, I will not respond to. Never forget today. Never forget today, I'll tell you one thing. Never forget Mohammed Salim. You have tried to abuse people personally in the past. Don't cross your line with me. Don't cross your line with me, Mohammed Salim, I'm telling you. Don't you dare to get personal with me. Don't you dare. I will hit you back really hard. Now tell me, what would you say to the left cadre murdered by the Congress who you have allied with and lost?
Do you have the courage to listen to me?
I am seeing a man with no courage in front of me.
Do you have?
I am seeing a man with no courage in front of me who needs to explain to the left cadre why he ties up with the bourgeois party and loses every time.
You could not face Kangra, a comedian. You could not face.
Now you are going to talk about so-called comedians. This is the level to which you've fallen. Answer my question on why you lost Tripura.
Yes.
Stop trying to go personal with me. I'll go so personal you will not be able to face me anymore. Answer the question. Gather some courage, Mohammed Salim.
That should be the first
question. Stop shivering on my
That
program.
should be the first question.
Why have you lost in Tripura?
You brought in all those Badra. Where from Badra?
Why have you?
Who is Badra of Congress?
Vadra Congress.
Who is Badra of left?
Vadra Congress.
Had there been Congress?
Vadra Congress.
Congress government, Badra would have been your
Vadra Congress.
Badra is nobody Congress.
Vadra, Priyanka Vadra, Robert Vadra, Vadra Congress.
Now listen to.
Now why are you embarrassed about accepting your tie-up with the Vadra Congress?
Had there been Congress government, Vadra would have been your master.
No, but you have a Vadra Congress. No, listen. Mohammed Salim, you don't give me low-level talk because I will not respond to low-level talk. How have you lost Tripura? Saurav, you look at him today, he's just shivering, he can't answer. He tied up with the Vadra Congress. Did I tell you to tie up with the Vadra Congress which murdered all your cadre?
You are continuing speaking.
You are not being able to speak.
You are continuously.
Mr. Salim, you are not being able to speak. You explain your tie-up with the Vadra Congress.
First of all, in Tripura, there is a left front. We had a seat adjustment with Congress. And there's nothing personal.
Seat adjustment or partnership?
Left has this love for Congress because we love country, constitution, and the freedom struggle. The legacy of freedom struggle, if you read, you see there.
You want me to tell you what you do with your own leaders? You think people have forgotten what you did to Achyutanandan, what you did to Somnath Babu? You think people have forgotten what you did to your great Marxist leaders, Somnath Babu, Achyutanandan, Manik Sarkar, discarded by your own party? So Mohammed Salim can sit down there and do a tie-up with Vadra Congress.
Dashrath.
No, once upon a time you used to talk about Marxism.
Is still living.
These are the people, they discarded Achyutanandan, Manik Sarkar, discarded Achyutanandan, discarded Manik Sarkar, discarded Somnath Babu, only to do a partnership with the Vadra Congress.
Where are you here? As a journalist?
You are a partner of the Vadra Congress.
As a journalist?
Are you not a partner of the Vadra Congress? Why are you embarrassed about what you've done?
Not allowed to reach to his constitution.
But have you not become a partner of the Vadra Congress?
Where are you there?
Are you embarrassed about what you've done? You accept what you've done.
You are linking the
You accept what you've done. You have done a partnership with the Vadra Congress. Saurabh, why is he not accepting the partnership with the Vadra Congress?
You are sleeping with BJP that time.
Why is he not accepting his partnership with the Vadra Congress and using bad language now?
5 years, Manik Sarkar was
Why?
not allowed to
No,
visit
but
his
what did you do
with
to
the police,
Somnath
with the
Babu?
goons.
How did you treat Somnath Babu? Only to do a partnership with Vadra Congress. These are your ideals. This is your Marxism. This is your Marxism, that today at this stage of your career you come on my program and you are not able to accept yes or no. I have a partnership with Vadra Congress. I am proud of it. Say it. Say I have a partnership and I am proud of it.
Then now Somnath Chatterjee stayed back with the UPA.
They are alliance.
You're an ally of the Vadra
You know
Congress.
that, but you've forgotten everything.
But you are a tie-up. You have a tie-up with the Vadra
insane
Congress,
person.
Mohammed Salim.
When you're going to here and there, you talk about Manik Sarkar.
Now he wants to talk about the
About Manik
contribution.
Sarkar. How many times you have reported when Manik Sarkar was attacked?
Put your finger down
Manik Sarkar
first of all.
was not allowed
First of
to
all,
visit
put your
his
finger down
constituency
when
for
you're
5 years.
talking to me.
When his
Don't
processor
wag
was
your
attacked,
finger at me.
where you were there?
Don't
As a
wag your
journalist?
finger at me.
As a journalist, where you were there?
Don't wag your finger at me. Why did
Yes, I
you lose
have to.
Tripura?
As a journalist-
Okay, let me ask you. Will
As a
you
journalist,
continue?
you have to face this question.
Okay, Mr. Salim,
When you
here's a
utter the
question to
word
you.
Manik Sarkar,
Don't
when
go
you fail
personal
to
on me. I don't
report the
respond to
attack on
personal
Manik
attacks.
Sarkar.
But I will ask you one question. Tell me one thing, Mr. Mohammed Salim.
Thank you.
My question
Over.
to you, will you
Thank you,
continue
over.
your partnership with the Vadra
You
Congress
be
or is
with
this the last
you be with your
partnership
masters.
with the Vadra Congress? Is the first time or last time?
Masters. Arnab, Goswami, you be with your masters.
No, you answer
I
my
know
question. Are you going to
pay,
continue the tie-up
they
with the
said that
Vadra
you-
Congress or is
So,
this the end?
I know. To protect the constitution, to kick out the bootleggers, to kick out those who are opposed to
Subrashta
the
is
unity
not.
of the people. We
Subrashta.
are there to bring all those people who are opposed to BJP and TMC in Bengal.
So you will continue your tie-up with the Vadra Congress?
Against the corrupts. If you have to choose between Adani and India, I am with India, not with Adani. That's all. Thank you.
I know Saurabh Sikdar is putting a question to you. You don't look very shaken, Mr.
Thank you.
Mohammed Salim. No, you're not running away. Saurabh,
No,
yeah.
put it off. Put it off.
Why don't you want to answer some questions?
Mr. Salim,
Best person is there. Kunal Kamra is there to face Republic.
Yeah,
Mr.
I'll
Salim,
ask you to, if you have
even after your defeat in Tripura,
Thank you. You talk about Sagardighi
he didn't
also.
answer anyway.
By-election is
But
there,
the
I'm
question
sitting in
is,
Calcutta and
the
Bengal.
question is,
Why
even
you so
after this
obsessed with
defeat, even after this
Why don't you
defeat,
report
what will
Sagardighi?
they next?
By-election.
By the way, Mr. Mohammed Salim, I have done more coverage of Sagardighi than anyone else. You don't have to tell me. All day I've been covering it. But why don't you answer the question about your tie-up with the Vadra Congress? So you're saying Sagardighi is a proof of the fact that you need a tie-up with the Congress.
20 times
So you're
Vadra.
saying that
so obsessed with it.
Sagardighi is a proof of the fact that you
You are
need a
so-
tie-up with the
yes,
Congress,
indeed.
which means no. One minute, just 1 minute. Are you admitting that without the Congress you can't
No.
take on the Trinamool?
We have to take on both BJP and Trinamool, and for that matter, those who are opposed to BJP and Trinamool, we are going to have tie-ups with them. Even in Panchayat, you will see that.
No, so you're saying that you are going to continue to
That's the
have
answer.
tie-ups with
Simple.
the Congress at all levels, nationally and in Bengal. That's part of your political strategy. Is it part of the political resolution of the CPM as well?
As Congress will talk about Bharat Jodo, as opposed to Bharat Todo, we are with Congress. Since
We are with
independence
Congress.
day,
Big statement
whenever
out
they
there.
talk about freedom,
Big statement out there. We are totally with Congress, says Mohammed Salim. Did you see that? It's a big headline. Mohammed Salim says we are totally with
Not
Congress.
totally. Nothing.
Congress,
In
he
politics,
just said.
there's nothing called totally.
But we are totally
No,
with
it's not
Congress.
like time.
What, you're
not like
partially?
your channel.
You're
Not
partially
totally.
with Congress.
Not totally.
No, are you partially with
Politics, there's
Congress?
nothing like
No, what are
totally.
you? Are partially? In part,
On
20%,
the question
30%,
of
what?
economic policies, we oppose the BJP, the Congress and BJP. On the question of unity of the people, we oppose to BJP and we go with Congress.
We
There's
go
a
with
question which is when the BJP was
Very
not
interesting
there,
statement
when
out
BJP
here.
did not born.
Tanveer
we
is
opposed
making a comment.
Congress
One
because
minute.
emergency was planned.
Tanveer also. Tanveer, he
when our
says
people were killed,
go with the
he said,
Congress, he
we
says.
opposed to
Yeah,
Congress.
interesting.
Now BJP is killing the
Tanveer is saying something to you. Mohammed Salim, Tanveer.
Mohammed Salim, we are in allies with the Communist Party in Kerala. but we are not at all with Congress. We don't want this country to really go into the hands of Congress, because Congress has absolutely done no development of the country. So is the BJP. I think the regional forces are strong enough to take both these national parties, because we have an agenda. We have people-friendly agenda. I think when you say that we are with Congress, sitting at a very senior position like yours, we are really sending a wrong information to the people who are looking for a third option, which is you, me, and together we can really form a great alliance, and we can really defeat both these national parties who have done nothing but looting this country. And what has Congress contributed for the development or betterment of this country? They have strategically
I want to at this stage, including we have a fantastic panel on this very subject. On this very subject, I want to go to Mr. Patton. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us right now Nagaland Deputy Chief Minister Mr. Patton. Thank you, Mr. Nagaland Deputy Chief Minister Mr. Patton. Mr. Patton, when you hear this comment from Mohammad Salim of the CPM saying we are with the Vadra Congress, we are with the Congress, the Vadra Congress, we are there, and I find it ironical, Mr. Salim, that you are comparing Sagardighi Bypoll with losing a state, that you don't think Tripura is important enough for you to talk about. But I want your thoughts on it on a day when the Congress has been pretty much wiped out in Nagaland. Mr. Patton, please. And Mr. Salim can hear that, please. Yeah, Mr. Patton.
Yeah. Thank you for having me in your channel, Goswami ji. Here in Nagaland, we don't have any Congress MLA for the last 10 years. For the 2 terms, we don't have Congress MLA elected member in our Nagaland Assembly. Why? During our Congress rule under the Prime Ministership of our Manmohan Singh ji, he is our neighbor. He is a Rajya Sabha member from Assam. Though he was a Prime Minister for 10 years, he did not visit Nagaland even once. Under the dynamic and visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, within a span of 9 years, he has visited Northeast 57 times. So, there is no question of Congress in Nagaland, Goswamiji.
Did you hear that? But you know, I just wanted Mohammad Salim to hear that. Mohammad Salim, you never answered the question on Tripura. Before you go, since I asked you the question 8 times, would you like to explain to the people why you have so badly lost Tripura? Or do you feel that's a question you don't need to answer?
No, allow me to answer. One is the 5 years, this attack continuously on the opposition. That's why opposition has come together. Secondly, the CPIM and the left was not allowed to function freely, as we have faced in Bengal under TMC. Similarly in Tripura, even Dhanpur constituency was used to be represented by Manik Sarkar, but he was not allowed to visit to his constituency. Whenever he wanted to visit, he was attacked in presence of the police. This is how the murder of democracy. When Congress-led Jot murdered democracy in Tripura, we fought against that. And now when the question is fighting for democracy and secularism,
it's an interesting answer. It's an interesting answer where you basically are saying
together against the BJP.
Yeah, where you basically your point is we lost because of those on the other side. Mr. Salim, I thank you very much for joining me today.
Butcher of democracy.
One question.
And Vadra Congress is what?
One question.
Vadra Congress is what? Mr. Salim, don't go away. He's gone. Okay, I want to go back to the Deputy Chief Minister of Nagaland right now for a moment, please. Mr. Patton, if you can analyze the overall result in terms of the politics of the Northeast. You know, BJP alliance is back in all 3 states. How do you view the overall political climate that's building up there in the run-up to 2024?
Here, yes. For this Northeast, especially Nagaland, we are expecting the thumping majority alliance with NDPP and BJP in this coming
that's evident.
This where we are going to declare the result today. Why? Even not only Nagaland, now the entire Northeast have wiped out the Congress in the Northeast. During the Congress rules, we don't see any development, either healthcare, road connectivity, air connectivity, and development in the activities in the Northeast. That's why now, especially Nagaland, under the Prime Ministership of Honorable Narendra Modi ji, we can witness so many development activities, infrastructure, health, road sector, and every nook and corner of our state, Nagaland, people witnesses, villager witnesses that they are getting free of rice and free of water supply. So we, especially in Northeast, especially in Nagaland, we want to be under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji.
Yeah. Mr. Patton, I thank you very much. That's the Deputy Chief Minister of Nagaland, Mr. Patton, on the Modi factor and the run-up to 2024. So interesting lineup, and I want you to quickly take us through, Shravan. Thank you, Mr. Patton. Take us through, Shravan, the latest numbers as they are forming right now, and whether you see any shift, and especially the situation in Meghalaya. If I can get you in on that.
As far as Meghalaya is concerned, Arnab, it's NPP still the single largest party, about 24. The UDP is actually...
So Meghalaya is an NPP BJP government. Question is whether UDP comes along with
comes in. It's about 9 seats. We are looking at UDP.
But the Trinamool has really sort of petered out, right?
It has gone down to... It has actually gone down to below the Congress party also. It's about 4 right now, and the Congress party is at 5.
Absolute disaster.
So, but the big news that we got from our partner channel...
There is no opposition. So Tanveer, you were talking about it, and Pankaj, you need to come about it. The opposition really has no strategy here in the Northeast at all. You know, and the fragmented opposition, I think this period in which various parties are vying for the Congress vote is a fantastic period for the BJP, because that vote gets fragmented, where the BJP vote consolidates. And in Tripura, exactly what I said has happened, Tanveer, where BJP gets 4% less vote share, but comes in comfortably. So, you know, it's not like the BJP vote is consolidating further, it's that the opposition vote is getting fragmented further. And I don't see a change in this trend up to 24. Do you, Tanveer?
Arnab, I don't, actually this is something which is above me. I'm sure my party leaders would definitely analyze and take a decision. But from our last experience, we can tell that our voters get easily transferred to Congress whenever there is an alliance. But Congress voters don't really vote for us, because I don't know, they really live in a misnomer. So that's the reason we, after analyzing very deeply, you know, a person like Devegowda was defeated because Congress voters, wherever Congress was strong, the votes didn't come to us. But wherever we were strong, the votes definitely got transferred to Congress. So I'm sure we are not going to have any alliance with Congress, and neither with BJP, because the country definitely needs a third alternative, and which we would, as regional parties, would definitely give an answer. You might call it as fragmented alliance, fragmented opposition, but we are definitely united to make this country understand both these national parties. Other than giving slogans and words, they have done no development, whether it is
there are no, which two national parties are you talking about? Which is the second national party? I don't know, because one is BJP. Which is the second national party?
Indian National Congress I'm talking about.
Out of your mind. Where
and
is
you
the party?
Call it as Vadra Congress. I don't know what is Vadra Congress.
I mean, it's a thought, but where is the party? The party.
No, the party is there. The party is there ruling in 3 states, and the party is there. They have a significant MP, so we can't really write off the party which ruled this country for 60 years. We can't really write them off so easily.
You want to build them up so you have a barter position, so that you can barter stronger with the BJP before joining them after the elections. From a Karnataka perspective, you need to keep building up the Congress so that you can negotiate harder with the BJP. That's all that you're doing, but that's not what voters want.
No comments, Arnab.
And no comments reflects everything. Pankaj, don't look so shell-shocked. This is the reality in the country today.
No.
Kamru, this is the reality. Kamru and Pankaj, you need to cheer up.
They have more than 900 MLAs.
Arnab, if you want to take these elections to the national perspective,
Congress is everywhere in the country. Don't say that Congress is wiped out.
The point out here that I want to make is the Congress is not there in anywhere in the picture before these elections in Nagaland, neither in Tripura, neither in Meghalaya. Because Meghalaya, we had 21 MLAs which were bought by the Trinamool Congress. They wanted to hire our leaders to fight an election to prove that they are nationally relevant. But you know, this election has rather passed a referendum on the Trinamool rather than on the Congress. We have gained on our vote share, no doubt, in the 3 states. Last 2 assemblies, we did not have a representative in the Nagaland assembly. We did not have one in the Tripura assembly. We have gained. In Tripura, the BJP has come down from 44 seats to 30 or 31 seats that they are leading right now. That's a big fall.
I don't know where you get your numbers from, Mr. Kabru, as far as Nagaland is concerned, just hear me out. Ramdas Athavale's party and the LGP has got more seats than you. Ramdas Athavale's party in Nagaland and the LGP has got more than the Congress party.
In Nagaland, what Shubrasta and the rest might be about.
So that's what I'm seeing the numbers. Even you're right. Shubrasta is right. Kamru, JDU has also got there. Look at the current situation. The writing on the wall. The writing on the wall as far as the Congress party is concerned. Till about a few years ago, you were dominating.
I got your point. Let me finish, please. I was born in Nagaland. I spent my entire childhood in Nagaland. I know what the politics is all about in Nagaland. It's zero ideology and 100% money back. That's what Nagaland politics is all about.
Subrashtra.
You did not have an opposition in 2018 assembly because all the NPM MLAs, they switched to the NDTP. You have got instances where a High Court building was supposed to be built in Koima for 90 crores. You know that
key issues like the Naga political issue was also handled in a very crafty manner. Now, Kamru, if you want to just end everything to just simply by saying it's all money that works, don't forget when the BJP, as far as that framework agreement is concerned, that was also done in a crafty manner. What the Congress could not do for 24 years. Militancy, you're talking about insurgency in Tripura. 1 second, you don't want to. Today, Kamru, today Tripura has become. Will you ever admit that Tripura has become the logistical hub as far as the Eastern India is concerned? Tripura, Subrashtra, please enlighten everyone here. The Tripura today, among all the northeastern states, is the logistical hub as far as the Act East policy is concerned. And that is the reason why if people are voting, if there is no anti-incumbency in Tripura, that's because of these schemes.
No, he's making very racist remarks about Tripura. He's making very, very disgraceful, patronizing remarks about Tripura. Kamru,
vote percentage has gone down. Seats have gone down.
What are you showing, Nilanjan?
Last time in Tripura, BJP contested 51.
Arnab, I'm showing you the Sagardighi candidate with Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition. The Congress in West Bengal is in hand in gloves with the BJP. Mr. Kamru, I want to tell you that your candidate, he is accused of sexual harassment. So you should be ashamed.
The minority votes are beginning to desert you.
You have colluded with Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari. You have taken help from Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari. Mr. Adhikari, the leader of the opposition, is on record having said that he will ensure that Trinamool Congress will not win. He will ensure that the minority vote shifts somewhere else.
No, but if
this is completely a nexus between the
Trinamool
BJP, Congress and the left.
If the Trinamool has lost, the Trinamool has
lost. Minority votes. So when you vote for minority votes, somebody is going to come and do a saffron, quote-unquote saffron polarization. So for you guys, Arnab is right. Derisively, your strategy, your language, your everything.
You didn't allow me. The BJP has actually, I want to congratulate the BJP because Mr. Byron, this was
Saurabh is saying.
You shut up. I'm talking right now.
Quiet, yeah. Why don't get personal on this, yeah? She's responding to you. Please, Saurav is on the program right now. If you're frustrated because you lost Sagardighi, it's not Subrasha's problem. You lost Sagardighi, you lost Sagardighi. You lost. What can anyone do about it? Try to win next time. Saurav Sikdar of the BJP can take that.
Don't invite me to a channel.
Before Saurav comes in, I will take 10 seconds. One important point about Tripura is that...
No, not Tripura, please. No, not Tripura. He made a point here. He made a point here. You are nowhere in Tripura. You're not in the reckoning.
The Congress spokesperson must answer.
Kamru on the right. You're getting too excited.
Well, is that Trinamool Congress and Congress
No, you have not one side.
They are only concerned about a by-election seat, that is Sagardighi. Instead of three elections where Congress is badly defeating and TMC hardly existing. So instead of three state elections, why you are starting a by-election in West Bengal?
The BJP has become so irrelevant in Bengal that they are having to, forge, unsaid alliances with the left and the Congress. This is the condition in Bengal.
Arnab, may I come in?
Three parties have come together.
Arnab, I want you to respond.
We don't need a relevancy certificate from you in West Bengal. West Bengal, we are the opposition party, and every day, that's why you are frustrating.
Well, the BJP spokesperson must know that they have been relegated to the
But
third
Sagardighi, you have lost. Sagardighi, if you have lost, you have lost. If you have lost Sagardighi, no, but Saurav, tell me one thing. This Sagardighi election, why is it such a blow for Mamta? And
it's not. It's just a by-election.
Yeah, sure, but it's a
big, all the opposition parties have come
but
together.
You said we lost the minority vote. So first of all, there is an admission out there that you try to. There is an admission there that the Trinamool Congress sort of wants to always appease a minority vote, and I think that's very wrong. You should not try to appease a minority vote. And now you're getting angry and you're saying the minority vote is not with us. Both make no sense out here. Yeah.
No. This has been said by Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari. I'm quoting him.
Arnab, the minorities of West Bengal has clearly been understood that they have been using like a vote bank, and that is a result of Sagardighi.
Why is the party
because this is
that
a
has become
minority
third in this election?
Seat.
Why are they speaking?
The minorities of West Bengal clearly understood they has been used as a vote bank.
I am putting the allegation on the Congress. Why is the BJP answering?
That's why today is the result in Sagardighi, West Bengal.
Yes, the result says that BJP is in third position.
Okay. Anyway, viewers, it's 12 o'clock. It's 12 o'clock. For a moment, I'm going to take a very, very short break. We go into the headline sequences.
Thank you so much.
And I thank you all for joining me till this point of time. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the overall picture right now, you have in this battle for the Northeast, I just want to make a point that the election results have effectively been declared. This is the first impact of the Bharat Todo Yatra. It has established that Rahul Gandhi can ski in Gulmarg and fly to speak to 20 people in Cambridge, but he has absolutely destroyed whatever is left, and the rebuilding Rahul campaign has led to the destruction of whatever is left of the Congress party. BJP alliance in power in 3 states in the Northeast. I'm handing over to Shravan and Abhishek, and I shall see you soon.
Well, in fact, the big picture clearly is that the Congress has been completely decimated in all the 3 states. The BJP well placed right now in all 3 states, starting from Tripura and Meghalaya. Also, it seems that they are already in talks, Abhishek. So it's a clear big picture that's emerging in all 3 states. And I would say the other bigger story here from the state of Meghalaya is that a party which had just 2 seats, BJP now has about 7 seats. So it's a for that tag that they had for the longest time, that it's anti-minority, all of that is out,
that would
completely out.
That would be an important takeaway, Shravan, for the BJP from Meghalaya. But then the larger picture is the national picture, where we see some tailwinds, obviously, for the BJP, as we have 6 more state elections coming in the rest of the year before we build up to the general election cycle. I believe we have some reactions coming into the to the results, and if we can just go through them one by one.
I think after learning in Tripura, you had interacted with the cross-section of the people, and you might have seen this scenario outside. That nowhere the mood has been reflected among the minds of the people. It is not in favor of the ruling party. And that few organizations who have conducted this exit poll, actually they came here being hired by a certain political party to create the hype in their opinion poll. And those organizations, they made this thing. So that is not, what I'll say, in tune with the people's mind, in tune with what happened. And after defying all odds, last 5 years, Tripura people were barred from casting.
एब्सोल्युटली मेजोरिटी लेके बीजेपी की सरकार बनेगा, ये अभी कहता हूँ और दावे के साथ कहता हूँ। बीजेपी छक्के पे छक्का मारेगा, क्योंकि मोदी जी ने हमारा त्रिपुरा को इतना सारा गिफ्ट दिया है, और हमारा कार्यकर्ता, हमारा गवर्नमेंट 2018 बनने के बाद सरकार ने भी आम जनता हो, किसान हो, गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉय हो, सबके लिए इतना सारा काम किया है, और हमारा कार्यकर्ता भी इतने सारे काम किया है, इसका परिणाम अच्छा होगा। और एब्सोल्युटली मेजोरिटी
काम किया, जैसे कुछ काम गिना
नहीं, हम लोग घर घर जाना, लोगों के साथ बात करना, लोगों को जोड़ के रखना, और त्रिपुरा में फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल जो पीसफुल है वो पीसफुल मेंटेन करना, ये त्रिपुरा ने जनता ने किया है।
कांग्रेस इस बार साथ आ गया, एक फॉर्मिडेबल अलायंस बनाया। त्रिपुरा मोथा भी है जो कि ट्राइबल एरियाज में काफी पेनिट्रेट किया है, तो उससे कोई दिक्कतें आ रही हैं आपको?
कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। कांग्रेस देखिए 25 साल त्रिपुरा में कम्युनिस्ट ने राज किया है। आज ऐसा क्या स्थिति आ गया जहाँ देश भर में कांग्रेस डूबती हुई नैया है, कम्युनिस्ट इसमें।
All right, welcome back. We are almost getting into a situation where results are almost getting established, Shawan, in terms of leads and wins, and for all the three states, with the BJP forming up its grip over the northeast in alliance possibly with the NPP in Meghalaya, talks for which have already begun. We have earlier in the day broken the story of Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma and the key strategist of the party's northeast inroads meeting Conrad Sangma of Meghalaya, the Chief Minister, and of course the Chief of the NPP. Right. In Nagaland, of course, the alliance is doing good in terms of numbers, and Tripura, along expected lines as per the exit polls, the BJP on its own inching up the halfway mark. Shawan, you think the wins are going to be similar to the leads that we are talking about at 12 noon?
Well, in fact, as far as Tripura is concerned, let's just put out the numbers right now. Tripura, it seems that BJP is pretty much settling very close to the halfway mark, which essentially would mean that there could be a possibility by another hour or so it will become clear that they may not need any ally. So this entire talk with Tipa Mothra, that may not actually even happen. If you see the current numbers where it stands, BJP is roughly about 31 we are putting out already, 31 which is the halfway mark. The left front plus is about 18 and Tipa Mothra is about 10. So there is perhaps there won't be a situation where there's no alliance talks that takes place in Tripura. Let's just quickly move to the other states of Nagaland as well as Meghalaya before we go across to our guest. Let's move to Nagaland, where it's a clean sweep by the BJP alliance, the NDPP and the BJP, where the numbers clearly, let's put out the Nagaland numbers right now, where the numbers clearly in favor of the BJP as well as NDPP. And as far as Meghalaya is concerned, Meghalaya, their two numbers seems to be pretty much settling down, but that's where we have to essentially focus in a short while from now, where the talks are leaded to. I'm told that Prakash is joining us right now from Agartala. Let's just quickly go across to Prakash. Prakash, it pretty much appears that there could be a possibility that BJP won't need anyone.
Well, yes, Savan, it looks likely that as of now, what the trend shows, 32 seats for the BJP, and they're well ahead of the majority mark by 2 seats. And if that happens, it will be a huge accomplishment for the BJP, because for a party which had no seats in 2018 to forming a government with 36 seats in 2018, and then now facing the anti-incumbency, and also Biplav Debbarman was replaced by Manik Saha, and again getting back to power, it must be a huge achievement, especially in the context of the Northeast. And this will resonate throughout India. It will definitely have pan-India impact, because that goes to show, and in the aftermath of what Rahul Gandhi traveled all across the country, Congress nowhere in the picture. The Congress put its knees down before the CPIM, bargaining with 13 seats only contesting. So as far as Manik Saha is concerned, I am here at Manik Saha's residence. He was in a tight battle contest in his constituency, and he's said to be leading by 1,300 votes. The results are yet to be declared, because there is a dispute on 52 postal ballot that has to be counted yet again, but technically he has won. The official confirmation from the ECI is to be done. What we are told from inside his residence is that he's offering prayers, and in some time from now, maybe in 15-20 minutes, he will get down and speak to us, most likely, and what we get to know. So coming back to the results of the Northeast, it's a huge accomplishment for the BJP, especially where they had no trace or no impact in the region. And the way they have worked hard shows that if you work hard, you will get results. And primarily, 3 important reasons why I spoke to the people, mainly because of the social welfare schemes, where the pensions were raised from 700 to 2,000, houses were given, more than 2.5 lakhs houses were made, and also the minimum support price for the grains, as well as several developmental schemes. That's what I was told by the state government officials that was implemented in the past 5 years. And specifically after Manik Saha, yes.
Yes, Prakash, we'll go micro with you. It just can't be that you are there and we don't go micro, but we have to get our guests also on the panel. For 12 p.m. we have Shubrastha, who comes back after a break. Columnist and author live from Delhi. Zarir Hussain, of course, Chief Managing Editor, News live from Guwahati, has been the backbone of our numbers today. Getting them quick and fast. Sardar RP Singh, National Spokesperson of the BJP. Lokesh Jindal on the other side, leader of the Congress Party, live from Nagpur. Ratan Sharda, political analyst, continues to be with us. Nilanjan, of course, and Pankaj Sharma both continue to be with us. Based on whatever we are getting now from the ground, and Prakash was explaining to us some of the work that the party government did on the ground in Tripura. Ratan Sharda, I wanted to, broad-base this conversation going beyond the individual states. You think this is not just the result of the last 5 years, but then maybe of last 2 decades that the BJP and the RSS would have put in, since you also do a deep study on RSS, you are an RSS ideologue. In the Northeast, the acceptability of the BJP or its allies has increased as a function of all the work that has gone in, not just in the last 5 years, but perhaps last 2-3 decades.
Well, Abhishek, since you brought up the topic, let me also take it further back. The RSS work in Northeast started way back in 1950, and it has been silent work, working with the communities, the tribals, the oppressed people who are being persecuted by the church, and continuously fighting against separatist elements, providing seva, providing education and employment opportunities. On that silent work of thousands of people was built the cadre of the BJP, and BJP's work in last 8 years has definitely taken this much forward, because just talking of culture, talking of development, but actually putting it in place by BJP in last 8 years can never be denied. And it shows that despite all the talk of Sefer and all the talk of Hindu party and communal party, the people of Northeast have not bought the idea.
Yeah.
They have gone ahead, they relied on the development continuously. And this development is what delivered the results. So it is hard work on the ground, plus the political initiative of Modi ji of putting Northeast firmly in the national mainstream. See, the problem so far was that, like Congress spokesperson said in the earlier discussion, that Northeast is different. This is the way that you look at India in a very divided, small parts and piecemeal, while BJP took a very integral approach, whether it's south or northeast or west, whichever part of India, all integrally to be developed, deprived sections to be provided right kind of opportunities to rise with dignity. All this has paid very well, and this was beyond elections. I keep on saying whether elections were won by BJP or not, but this strengthening of Northeast from very so-called tyranny of distance where nobody talked about it, today when you talk of it as a trendsetter for the national politics of 2024, it's a huge change and we must accept it. Regarding Congress' own role, from being the negotiator with the church to get into power every 5 years, it did anything. And that is the reason you find that it has been nearly rejected by the people. It has been decimated, especially in Meghalaya, where it was a party in the working, suddenly find itself totally isolated.
Right. Mr. Sharda, I'll just request you to stay on. Let's just get a quick sense of what's really happening on the ground, whether at all any talks are going to take place, because if you take a look at what's happening right now in the state of Tripura, where my colleague Suesha is going to report for us. Suesha, what's the situation like right now? The numbers are pretty much firming up in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. It does look like a situation where they may not need to speak to anyone. But what is it that you're picking up from the BJP camp right now?
Shravan, I think the slogans being raised in the background pretty much speak for how the party and the cadres are feeling right now, because the slogans are only getting louder. Remember, this was the very room where everyone was tracking the numbers since this morning. And then again, I want to say that the top names of the state of Tripura in BJP are still not speaking, because they're still being very, very careful. They're measuring the numbers. They're measuring, what really is the outcome. They obviously are on the brink, or rather actually crossed the halfway mark, 31 seats as of now that they have won, but still being very careful, because it is about noon, it is about 12 p.m. I'll also try and get you some voices from here to really give you a sense of what the mood is like. तो अभी तैयारी शुरू हो गई है, यहाँ पर जीत रहे हैं।
देखिए, अभी तक थर्ड राउंड ही गणना चल रहा है, आगे और 3-4 राउंड गणना बाकी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी, हमने पहले ही कहा है, पूर्ण बहुमत से इस बार सरकार गठन करेगा। अभी जो ट्रेंड चल रहा है, पूर्ण बहुमत तो हमारा हो ही गया लगभग, और आगे हमारा और भी सीट आ जाएगा, ये हमारा पूर्ण विश्वास है। और साथ ही साथ उत्तर पूर्वांचल के बाकी जो दोनों स्टेट्स है, उसमें भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण बहुमत से सरकार गठन करने ही वाले हैं। बाकी त्रिपुरा भी अभी 31 आ गया, और हमारा जितना कार्यकर्ता है, ये सब लोगों की एक साथ मेहनत का फल है ये, और नरेंद्र मोदी जी का पूर्ण आशीर्वाद हमारा ऊपर है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी आगे, जनता जैसे हम लोगों को विश्वास किया, उसी के हिसाब से हम पहले ही काम करते थे, अभी आगे हम ऐसे ही काम करेंगे।
तो आप एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं कि मानिक साहा जी यहाँ पर आ जाएंगे और फिर यहाँ पर पूरी तरह से तैयारी शुरू हो जाएगी?
हाँ, बिल्कुल, मानिक शाह हमारा भरोसा है, हमारा आइडल है मानिक शाह जी, और मानिक शाह जी का रिजल्ट कुछ देर पहले डिक्लेयर दे दिया, उन्होंने जीत गया। उनका निकटतम प्रतिद्वंदी से बहुत आगे वो अपने कांग्रेस का जो खड़ा थे उधर, उसको हरा दिया उन्होंने। तो मानिक शाह का रिजल्ट डिक्लेयर दे दिया कुछ देर पहले, और हमारा मुख्यमंत्री मानिक शाह ही होगा। और हमारा पूर्ण विश्वास है, जितना भी हमारा मंत्रिसभा गठन होगा, सब लोग हम आगे चल के भारतीय जनता पार्टी का विश्वास हम जनता के ऊपर जैसे रखना चाहिए, हम ऐसे ही रखेंगे।
Alright, so you pretty much see the mood here. A while ago, I also got you pictures. So, like I was saying that a short while ago, I also got you those pictures a few minutes away from the BJP office in Agartala, where at the TRTC road also, you could see supporters coming out in large numbers. Cadres were really gathered and they were raising Jai Shri Ram slogans, pretty much what is happening here. And like I said, all of them have been glued to the television screens here to get a sense of the numbers, to get a sense of which way BJP is really moving. Again, in the morning what looked like a clean sweep, and of course, is being said that 4 rounds of counting that still remain. So while there is a sense of the fact that they are on the winning side, again being very, very careful, very, very measured, because in a while from now, Shravan, like I said, it's about 12 o'clock. The puja also that happened right here, seeking divine intervention, and they were really, like I said, a lot of them who have been here since this morning. So just some more time when they will know for sure that the BJP is certainly forming the government yet again in the state of Tripura. And like they're saying that they're confident that Manik Saha will again be chief minister in the next term. But like I said, because I have been at all the locations from the chief minister's residence to the BJP office to even outside to get a sense of how the mood is panning out. Probably in some time when the confirmation will come, we'll have the talking heads of the state of Tripura from BJP also speak to us, and then again Manik Saha is expected to come here, but probably in some time from now.
Swesha, interesting that the cadres are there and excited and partying, but the senior leadership is still not seen. I'll ask that question to Sardar RP Singh, but I'm told I have to take a short break. Lokesh, just stay back. Along with Sardar RP Singh, we are back in about just a minute.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
The stage is set for the Meghalaya Assembly election results, which went to polls on the 27th of February. The state, which witnessed a voter turnout of 76.27%, has 3 parties in the fray: the NPP, the BJP and the TMC, all fighting neck to neck with each other for a majority.
Flowers means victory.
It's been a bitter sort of a breakup between both sides by both Conrad Sangma's party and the BJP, calling each other's names, throwing charges of corruption included at each other when both of them have been in the government. So NPP versus BJP versus the Trinamool Congress versus the Congress and the UDP. So it's a 5-way battle with smaller parties also likely to play a critical role in the battleground state of Meghalaya, and all eyes will be on whether the BJP can make inroads in Meghalaya on their own strength.
Chief Minister Conrad Sangma's party, which won the last elections with 20.6% votes, is hoping to establish a win again, but this time on its own.
We are quite happy to see that the trend is in that line as we expected, that we are going to get more seats compared to what we got last time, and we expect that numbers in the exit polls to be closer to the higher.
In the last assembly elections, after falling short of a few seats, the NPP had joined hands with the BJP and other smaller parties. The alliance between them was uneasy and tenuous at best, marked by frequent squabbling. Both the parties are now working hard on swooping a majority on their own. A win in the hill state is important for BJP to make a significant space for itself in the northeastern states, other than Tripura and Assam.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की. Hello Shillong, hello Meghalaya. It is amazing to be here. मेघालय के लोग कह रहे हैं, मेघालय के लोग कह रहे हैं, मेघालय मांगे, मेघालय मांगे बीजेपी सरकार. मेघालय
All right, undeniable BJP surge in Northeast. Will BJP alliance back in all three? Will be back in all three states. BJP crosses halfway mark in Tripura, set to return back in the state. Minister Narendra Modi meeting Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. She's on a bilateral visit. Remember, she was given a grand ceremonial welcome at the forecourts of Rashtrapati Bhavan a while back, and then she went to the Rajghat to pay her respects to the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, and now the delegation level talks, before which the two leaders meeting one-on-one. In fact, the delegation level talks going on in the informal component of those talks, where the two leaders are closeted and deliberating on all aspects of India-Italy relationship. Remember, Italy happens to be the third largest economy in the Eurozone and increasingly an important active member of the larger Indo-Pacific community. Italy has a base in the Djibouti Islands and we have seen increasing naval cooperation happening between the two sides. Also, remember the backdrop or background of Prime Minister Meloni. She happens to be from a conservative right-wing background, and that perhaps could be one more point of understanding between Prime Minister Modi and the visiting leader. Later in the evening, Prime Minister Meloni is also going to inaugurate and be the chief guest at the Raisina Dialogues, the Ministry of External Affairs flagship think tank event where global thought leaders on geostrategic and geopolitical affairs come together, geoeconomic affairs come together and deliberate on the issues of the day concerning the world community. Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister of Italy, in talks with Prime Minister at the Hyderabad house. The pictures coming in from Delhi, after which there is going to be a joint statement or joint address to the media.
उत्तर प्रदेश की अर्थव्यवस्था के विस्तार को दिखाता है। इन 6 वर्षों में उत्तर प्रदेश की प्रति व्यक्ति आय को दोगुना करने में सफलता प्राप्त हुई है। प्रदेश के अंदर प्रदेश की अर्थव्यवस्था को दोगुना करने में हमें सफलता प्राप्त हुई है और हर वर्ष के अगर हम बजट को देखेंगे निश्चित थीम के साथ आगे बढ़ी है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2014 में एक मंत्र दिया था, सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबके प्रयास का। वही इस सरकार की सफलता का भी और उत्तर प्रदेश की 25 करोड़ जनता की जन भावनाओं को गांव, गरीब, किसान, नौजवान, महिलाएं और समाज के प्रत्येक तबके को उसको साथ जोड़ते हुए आगे बढ़ाने की परंपरा का परिणाम है और यही परिणाम है कि देश के राजस्व में आने जा रही है। महोदय, इससे पहले क्या होता था? मैंने कल भी कहा, प्रदेश में पहले सेल टैक्स और वैट था। इससे प्रदेश को कुल राशि मिलती थी 49,000 करोड़ से लेकर के 51,000 करोड़। आज ये राशि बढ़कर के होने जा रही है 1,24,000 करोड़ से 1,25,000 करोड़ इस वित्तीय वर्ष में बढ़कर के जाने वाली है। यानी कितना बढ़ा है उत्तर प्रदेश को, इसका इतना लाभ होने जा रहा है। और स्टेट एक्साइज में कुल 12,000 करोड़ उत्तर प्रदेश को मिलते थे 2017 तक, मार्च 17 तक। आज ये राशि बढ़कर के जाने जा रही, 12,000 करोड़ बढ़कर के जाने जा रहा, 45,000 करोड़ के राज्य को इससे प्राप्त होने वाले। ये पैसा कहां जाता था? चोरी होता था। यही पैसा जब जाता था तो लोग इंग्लैंड में होटल बनाते थे। यही पैसा जब जाता था तो ऑस्ट्रेलिया में टापू खरीदे जाते थे। पैसा राज्य का जो प्रदेश के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे खर्च होना चाहिए था, प्रदेश के गरीब कल्याण के लिए खर्च होना चाहिए था, प्रदेश के वृद्धजनों के लिए योजना बनाने के लिए, नौजवानों के लिए योजना बनाने के लिए खर्च होना चाहिए था, उनके नहीं खर्च हुआ। ये पैसा कहां चला गया यह तो आप देख सकते हो। और ये तब हुआ है, ये तब हम कर रहे हैं जब डीजल पेट्रोल पर कोई अतिरिक्त टैक्स लगाने की बजाय हमने टैक्स को कम किया। उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर वैट कम किया। महंगाई उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर डीजल पेट्रोल सबसे कम है, अगल बगल के किसी भी राज्य के अंदर आप देखेंगे सबसे कम है। यह उत्तर प्रदेश ने इस दिशा में जो प्रयास प्रारंभ किया है वह इसकी एक झलक भी प्रस्तुत करता है। महोदय, तो प्रदेश के अंदर आज हमें इस बात पर गौरव की अनुभूति होती है कि कोविड-19 और रूस यूक्रेन युद्ध के बावजूद उत्तर प्रदेश आज रेवेन्यू सरप्लस स्टेट है। उत्तर प्रदेश 2016-17 में 20% से अधिक जो राशि थी वह ऋणों के माध्यम से वित्त पोषण होती थी। जो बजट कुल बजट होता था 20% से अधिक केवल बजट से केवल हम ऋण के माध्यम से देते थे। और 23-24 में जब बजट प्रस्तुत किया गया है यह घट करके अब मात्र 16% हम ऋण लेकर के करेंगे। शेष अपने स्वयं के ओन सोर्स से बजट का पूरा पैसा पहले बजट का 8% जो भाग होता था वह ऋण के ब्याज चुकता करने में होता था। आज ये घट करके मात्र 6% तक आने जा रहा है।
All right, that was UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. We will continue our coverage of the BJP wave in the Northeast after a short break.
Oh yes, Samiksha, it is an active morning at close to 7 a.m. because I'm standing outside the counting center in Agartala. This is very close to the Agartala Municipal Corporation, and you see long lines where people are queuing up, some of them from the Election Commission, but many of them from parties as well, who are also designated to be inside the counting center. Now, let me tell you that security is being deployed. In fact, it is heightening with every passing minute as preparations are being made. 8 o'clock is when counting will begin here. It is a high voltage three-cornered battle between the BJP and its ally. On the other hand is the CPM with Congress, and last but not the least, of course, is what is being looked at as the surprise factor, the party that is contesting for the first time and may really make its mark, which is the Tripura Motha party. So right now, where you see the Election Commission has for the first time in Tripura appointed 60 observers to ensure a free and fair means of counting in about some time. Chief Minister Manik Saha is also expected to come here. Let's understand a little bit for our viewers, Samiksha. Of course, we have put out the results of what the exit polls are really predicting, but this is a state where the CPM and Congress had been in power. In fact, the CPM had been in power for more than 2 decades, close to 25 years, and in 2018 was when BJP really turned the game around and came into power. Biplab Dev was the chief minister, but a year before the assembly polls, he stepped back, he resigned, and he said that the top leadership is really wanting him to focus on making the party more concrete on the ground, where Manik Saha took over. Now, of course, there is no official word from the BJP on if they get a second term, Manik Saha will take over as the chief minister. But
The stage is set for the Meghalaya Assembly election results, which went to polls on the 27th of February. The state, which witnessed a voter turnout of 76.27%, has three parties in the fray: the NPP, the BJP and the TMC, all fighting neck to neck with each other for a majority.
Flowers means victory.
It's been a bitter sort of a breakup between both sides by both Conrad Sangma's party and the BJP, calling each other's names, throwing charges of corruption included at each other when both of them have been in the government. So NPP versus BJP versus the Trinamool Congress versus the Congress and the UDP. So it's a five-way battle with smaller parties also likely to play a critical role in the battleground state of Meghalaya, and all eyes will be on whether the BJP can make inroads in Meghalaya on their own strength.
Chief Minister Conrad Sangma's party, which won the last elections with 20.6% votes, is hoping to establish a win again, but this time on its own.
We are quite happy to see that the trend is in that line as we expected, that we are going to get more seats compared to what we got last time. And we expect that numbers in the exit polls to be closer to the higher.
In the last assembly elections, after falling short of a few seats, the NPP had joined hands with the BJP and other smaller parties. The alliance between them was uneasy and tenuous at best, marked by frequent squabbling. Both the parties are now working hard on swooping a majority on their own. A win in the hill state is important for BJP to make a significant space for itself in the northeastern states, other than Tripura and Assam.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की. Hello Shillong, hello Meghalaya. It is amazing to be here. मेघालय के लोग कह रहे हैं, मेघालय के लोग कह रहे हैं, मेघालय मांगे, मेघालय मांगे बीजेपी सरकार, मेघालय मांगे, मेघालय मांगे.
With the exit polls predicting a halfway victory for Conrad Sangma's party, the CM held a one-on-one meeting with Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma in Guwahati yesterday, leaving a hint of alliance in both the parties. On the other hand, Conrad's predecessor Mukul Sangma is set for the battle from two constituencies. Somewhere in the picture after the 2018 elections, the TMC with 0 seats almost overnight emerged as the principal opposition after 12 MLAs of the Congress switched sides to it.
Let us build up our democracy. Let us build up the humanity. Please change this corrupt government, this scandalous government, and give chance to TMC.
Undeniable BJP surge in the Northeast. Will BJP alliance come back in all the three states?
BJP crosses halfway mark in Tripura set to return in state.
Heat suspense over backdoor meetings. Will Conrad Sangma ally with the BJP again?
It's the first impact of the Bharat Todo Yatra as Congress is left completely decimated. Breaking news now coming in from Karnataka, a big election controversy. In fact, the Republic has now accessed a video that has gone viral from Belgavi, where former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, is seen instructing the Congress leaders to go get more people for the roadshow and rallies by paying 500 rupees. In fact, people are now questioning the double standards of the Congress party, who are blaming BJP, saying they're involved in freebie politics and corruption, but the Congress themselves are doing it. Remember, there's been a massive war of words between both the parties. In fact, let's just play out that video that has only gone on to embarrass the Congress party.
Election ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಜನ ಸೇರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು 500 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬರೋದು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದವರೇ ಇರಲ್ಲ ಬೇರೆ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದವರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಜನ ಸೇರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು 500 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬರೋದು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದವರೇ ಇರಲ್ಲ ಬೇರೆ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದವರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಜನ ಸೇರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು 500 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬರೋದು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದವರೇ ಇರಲ್ಲ.
Well, in fact, let me just go across to our reporter on the ground getting us the latest details. Prajwal is going to join us. We'll try and go across to him in a short while from now. But in fact, both sides have been levelling charges against each other. In fact, now they're saying this is a clear double standard of the Congress, which seems to have been exposed. Earlier, they were basically saying that the BJP, in fact, is involved in freebie politics and corruption. And now it turns out that the former Chief Minister makes an open admission about how things turn out for the party in these rallies. In fact, before I go across to Prajwal, let me just get a quick comment from Abhishek. Prajwal is joining us right now. Prajwal, just a quick comment with regards to this particular incident that's happened. It does appear that they were basically on their way for a rally. What more are you picking up?
Now, Shravan, we get to understand that this happened during the Prajadhwani Yatra in Belagavi, and Siddaramaiah was not happy with the turnout of the crowd, which was conducted last afternoon. And he's heard speaking to both the Belagavi in-charge ministers for the Congress, that is Lakshmi Hebbalkar as well as Satish Jarkioli, and asking them as to why had the crowd not gathered in large numbers, because recently they had seen a large number of crowd when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was present, even for the roadshow as well as for the mass convention as well. But why was there not much people seen? So he's seen comparing the turnout for these rallies in which he was present and for which Prime Minister Narendra Modi was present, at which point of time Lakshmi Hebbalkar tries convincing him, stating that it's difficult to do that when a rally, when a roadshow is conducted and a state convention is conducted. But he says if the BJP can gather people, why can't we as the Congress gather more people? And if we cannot gather people, go on, give them money, woo them and pay them rupees 500 for each of these people and get them not only from your constituencies but also from the outside as well. And this has been recorded when they were in this Prajadhwani bus, which also has the Congress MLC too, who is a part of this entire conversation. And this has definitely left the Congress red-faced in the state of Karnataka as the video has gone viral and the people are going on to question the double standards of the Congress, Shravan.
Thank you very much, Prajwal, for getting us the latest details. Remains to be seen how exactly would the BJP now react, given the fact that the Congress was training their guns at the BJP.
Alright viewers, we are in fact getting your top updates. I'm outside the NDPP office. Remember that the NDPP and the BJP are set to win big here in Nagaland. I'm reporting live from Kohima, getting you all the updates. Stay tuned to India's #1 election network here. We're getting all the top updates. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
The stage is set for the Meghalaya Assembly election results, which went to polls on the 27th of February. The state, which witnessed a voter turnout of 76.27%, has three parties in the fray: the NPP, the BJP and the TMC, all fighting neck to neck with each other for a majority.
Flowers means victory.
It's been a bitter sort of a breakup between both sides by both Conrad Sangma's party and the BJP, calling each other's names, throwing charges of corruption included at each other when both of them have been in the government. So NPP versus BJP versus the Trinamool Congress versus the Congress and the UDP. So it's a five-way battle with smaller parties also likely to play a critical role in the battleground state of Meghalaya, and all eyes will be on whether the BJP can make inroads in Meghalaya on their own strength.
Chief Minister Conrad Sangma's party, which won the last elections with 20.6% votes, is hoping to establish a win again, but this time on its own.
We are quite happy to see that the trend is in that line as we expected, that we are going to get more seats compared to what we got last time. And we expect that numbers in the exit polls to be closer to the higher.
In the last assembly elections, after falling short of a few seats, the NPP had joined hands with the BJP and other smaller parties. The alliance between them was uneasy and tenuous at best, marked by frequent squabbling. Both the parties are now working hard on swooping a majority on their own. A win in the hill state is important for BJP to make a significant space for itself in the northeastern states, other than Tripura and Assam.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की. Hello Shillong, hello Meghalaya. It is amazing to be here. मेघालय के लोग कह रहे हैं, मेघालय के लोग कह रहे हैं, मेघालय मांगे, मेघालय मांगे बीजेपी सरकार, मेघालय मांगे, मेघालय मांगे.
Alright, welcome back. Breaking news development coming in from Tripura. Seems along expected lines with the BJP, which is almost close to the halfway mark, but sort of there or not there. And in that scenario, we get to hear from the ground that the BJP is open to the idea of connecting with Tripura Motha, the party of Pradyot Dev Burma. And let's go to the ground there, from where Suesha is reporting live from Agartala, and try to understand at what level this connect has been made by the BJP to get Tripura Motha on its side. Shawan, in the meanwhile, by the time we get Suesha, do you have the numbers really of where the two parties stand and if the BJP actually needs the support?
Well, if you just take a look at the numbers of the BJP right now, it doesn't look like that they would actually need anyone's help. Their previous ally also, IPFT, their ally IPFT also has about one seat. So technically they really do not need any support, but Tripura Motha has about 9 seats as of now. The left front about 13. So if you really look at the numbers, it doesn't really, they don't perhaps need any help. But if you really look at from the long-term perspective, whether you would like to keep the Tripura Motha in good books, given the fact that they seem to have made a good inroad as far as the tribal areas are concerned. IPFT is almost out, it seems, by this election. So Pradyut would be someone that the BJP themselves, the Congress says that it's the BJP's creation, but remains to be seen whether this is only an attempt to ensure that Tripura Motha does not go the other way.
And also this might have consequences if the Tripura Motha aligns with the BJP. Insofar as the Lok Sabha elections are concerned, at least one seat in Tripura. Suesha, I'm told, has joined us live. Suesha, we would try to understand from you and viewers through you actually as to at what level the BJP has really made this connect with Tripura Motha and how durable are these talks?
exactly what we are trying to gain veracity of Abhishek when it comes to talks with Tripura Motha, because let's understand that as far as any pre-poll statement is concerned, the BJP was amply clear that Tripura Motha and their ideology is not really something that goes the same way. Also the very fact that the BJP has always said that the TMP is a party that is really there because it is to cut votes and it is in favor of Congress and NCP. Now earlier this morning we also had details of how the Congress NCP were trying to hint that they are in talks with Tripura Motha. But out and out, one thing was very clear, that with the popularity of the party and with the way they are really emerging, there were very bright chances that Tripura Motha could emerge as a kingmaker. That could be the situation again, like Shravan is also saying, that may not be, considering BJP has crossed the halfway mark as far as the numbers right now are concerned. If that remains consistent, BJP may not need anyone. Again, in the long term, if it is really about the two parties coming together and forming a stronger force, a formidable force to really sustain in Tripura in the longer run, then that's a separate issue. But yes, again, at this point, this option cannot be ruled out as such, because Tripura Motha could emerge as the kingmaker if the numbers do dwindle, if the numbers are not as concrete as they are, and if that happens, then yes, probably a chance that BJP is hinting that they could ally with Tripura Motha given how things are going. We are hopefully trying to get a statement from Manik Saha and even Dev Burma of the Tripura Motha, who is expected to speak shortly, Abhishek, and once that happens, there will be a lot more clarity on which way this is swinging, on what is happening. But for now, like I said, the BJP is just gauging every single detail very, very closely, the numbers very closely, and if they cross the halfway mark, which they are right now, 32 is what it is looking like, then they probably may not need to have anyone by their side. They can really go ahead and form the government by themselves.
Well, in fact, Suresh, just a quick response from you with regards to the talks that were basically supposed to take place. In fact, earlier in the day, our partner channel was reporting that they're already in talks. Any idea where Pradyut is currently in? Is he in Agartala, or are there possibility of him flying down to Guwahati where Himanta is there?
Okay, so Shravan, I can confirm that for now he is very much in Agartala. In fact, a lot of us are trying to reach out to him to get a word from him, but he was very, very particular that he will not speak unless and until the results are out. Then again, as per what the exit polls had predicted, which was a clear win for the BJP, at that time Dev Burma had obviously said that those who make the most noise will feel defeated. So that is something that he was not willing to agree that BJP will or could have a clean sweep, but this was a story before the results were really out. We are close to 1 p.m. right now. We are seeing that as far as the BJP is concerned, they do hold a very strong position, and they are clearly they have crossed the halfway mark. But as far as Tripura Motha is concerned and Dev Burma is concerned, yes, I can confirm with you, he's very much in Agartala as of now. Bright chances that he will talk in a while from now, because we are trying to get a word from him. But then again, these nitty-gritties of what may happen, which side the results are swinging, if this alliance is important, and how it will work in the future, that is the very time, this is the very time, I beg your pardon, when all those, all that is in pre-planning, is in the planning stage. So in some time from now, we'll have a lot of clarity on it. Shravan, we are going to slip into a very short commercial break for now, but we are tracking these details very, very closely for our viewers to know if BJP is forming the government in Tripura, whether they can ally with Tripura Motha, what really will be the future course of action for Tripura Motha. All this and more on the other side. Do stay with us.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Well, see, I think I haven't read the details, but I think it means that it's a continuation of the SEBI probe. It's not replacing SEBI in any manner on the Hindenburg report. So it's led to a probe, and it's led to a supervision of this probe. So this 5-member panel, it has people from cross sections, so nobody can say that it's a ruling party biased panel or anything. It's a Supreme Court base, and there's a retired Supreme Court judge who will be looking over onto this. So it's not divested the SEBI of its responsibility. So I think a little of the wind behind the sails of the opposition demand that there should be a parliamentary committee, because now you have domain specific people who will look into it, and it will strengthen and protect the investors' money further.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ratan Sharda, Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj is joining us live. Rhythm, if you're already patched and getting me, Rhythm, please explain to us the significance of this very important order given by the Supreme Court of the country.
Absolutely. Like Smita Prakash actually said, I think she's absolutely right, because the fact that this committee is formed to probe into what's going to happen and is going to be headed by former Chief Justice Manohar Sapre clearly puts it very, very clear that it's going to be above anyone's suspicion when they come forward and they question the committee that's going to be panned. In fact, let's also remind our viewers, in the last hearing in the court, the Solicitor General, the top law officer of the country, representing the government, had stated that they are all right, and in fact they promote the formation of a committee here, which is exactly what's happening. Ratan Sharda, we've also spoken about this earlier. The words of the Chief Justice today are so clear: in order to protect Indian investors. And this is also something they had said earlier. In the last hearings, Justice Chandrachud had spoken about how the Indian investors need to be protected. They said we are forming a committee. In the last hearing, it was also known that a committee is going to be formed, Abhishek, and now finally the committee is being formed. It consists of Mr. O.P. Bhatt, Justice Devdutt, Mr. Nandan Nilekani, K.V. Kamath, Somesh Akran Sudarshan as the members. And the most important part, it's going to be headed by a retired Chief Justice of India, a Supreme Court judge. That's very crucial, because what we are getting a sense of here is that the court wants to say that we want the probe to be done properly. At the same time, while pronouncing this verdict, the Supreme Court Chief Justice has also clarified the SEBI has placed a regulatory framework, saying it has started a disclosure-based regulatory mechanism. Remember, in the last hearings, this is also something that had been said by SEBI, that they will try and ensure that price control for the capital issues is there. The Supreme Court has asked SEBI also to expeditiously conclude the investigation in 2 months and file a status report. All in all, this committee is going to be looking at how... Yes, go ahead, Abhishek.
Yeah, so I think this is a very significant development that you have brought out from the Supreme Court, Rhythm, and it was important that a message is sent across to the world community, in fact, that India takes its markets seriously, and any manipulation would be probed threadbare, and a thorough job would be done, and that gets reflected in the kind of membership of the committee, Rhythm, that has been set up by the Supreme Court. Thank you so much, Rhythm, for joining us on this important story from the topmost court of the country. And then we go back to our conversation we have been having of the results in the northeast of 3 assemblies, that of Tripura, Meghalaya and Nagaland. Shawan, can we go back to the numbers? Right. Because I believe all the leads are in now, and we have an absolute clear picture of which party stands where. Minister Narendra Modi meeting Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. She's on a bilateral visit. Remember, she was given a grand ceremonial welcome at the forecourts of Rashtrapati Bhavan a while back, and then she went to the Rajghat to pay her respects to the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. And now the delegation level talks, before which the two leaders meeting one-on-one. In fact, the delegation level talks going on in the informal component of those talks, where the two leaders are closeted and deliberating on all aspects of India-Italy.
Undeniable BJP wave in the northeast. BJP crosses the halfway mark in Tripura, set to return in the state. Huge suspense over the backdoor meetings. Will Conrad Sangma ally with the BJP? It's the first impact of Bharat Todo Yatra as Congress is left completely decimated. The largest coverage of the Northeast elections on Republic Media Network. Well, staying with the biggest coverage from the three northeastern states, getting you the latest breaking news now coming in from the state of Meghalaya, where the cliffhanger continues. Will the NPP, which has been at the loggerheads with its former ally Bharatiya Janata Party, will it actually ally with them? In fact, a short while back, NPP's Rajya Sabha parliamentarian Dr. Karloki gave the biggest hint that after elections, what happens is that there's a clear picture that is emerging that it's the MDA in the state of Meghalaya that is going to form the government. Now, the other big news coming in, my colleague Harsha spoke to the NPP candidate of East Shillong, Ampareen Lindo. She in fact says that in politics, anything can happen. Listen in to what Ampareen had to say.
We've expected it. We've expected it.
Trinamool Congress is now losing its
majority, or you still see a hung assembly? We will discuss these matters after I speak to my people.
Any internal meeting, ma'am, today?
Yes. Let me.
What can we say that the alliance will be the older alliance?
See, we don't want to discuss anything because I've not been briefed by the party. I will just talk to them, please. I want to talk to my people.
Is only leading in 4 seats, whereas the BJP and Congress is now leading on 5 seats.
Yes.
So Trinamool Congress, the main opposition party,
yes.
Now is losing like hell.
Yes. We expected it.
Ms. Ampareen,
you were very confident since starting that you will win and NPP will have a clear majority. But that is not the case right now. The elections are unpredictable across the world. What are you saying? We are at least ahead of everyone. We were hearing that there were talks were with Himanta Biswa Sarma. NPP is talking to BJP. Can we expect an alliance? Talk to my people, please. I want to talk to my people.
Well, if we focus now to the other top story that we are focusing at this point in time, the G20 foreign ministers meeting that is underway in the national capital. In fact, a short while back, Prime Minister Modi addressed the foreign ministers. It's one of the biggest diplomatic moment where you have all the G20 foreign ministers congregating. In fact, a short while back, the Prime Minister making that position very clear as far as India is concerned. No group can essentially claim a global leadership. That's the big message that was sent out by the Prime Minister. Getting in some more reactions on the story, let's play that out.
Must also admit that the tragic consequences of this failure are being faced most of all by the developing countries. After years of progress, we are at risk today of moving back on the sustainable development goals. Many developing countries are struggling with unsustainable debt while trying to ensure food and energy security for their people. They are also the ones most affected by global warming caused by richer countries. This is why India's G20 presidency has tried to give a voice to the global south. We are meeting at a time of deep global divisions. As foreign minister, it is but natural that your discussions are affected by the geopolitical tensions of the day. We all have our positions and our perspectives on how this tension should be resolved. However, as the leading economies of the world, we also have a responsibility toward those who are not in this room. The world looks upon the G20 to ease the challenges of growth, development, economic resilience, disaster resilience, financial stability, transnational crime, corruption, terrorism, and food and energy security. In all these areas, the G20 has capacity to build consensus and deliver concrete results.
I thank the Prime Minister for his valuable guidance. I now begin the first session of the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting. As I do so, Excellencies, let us remind ourselves that this grouping bears an exceptional responsibility. We first came together in the midst of a global crisis and are today, once again, actually confronting multiple ones. These include the impact of the COVID pandemic, concerns of fragile supply chains, the knock-on effects of ongoing conflicts, anxiety of debt crisis, and the disruption of climate events. In considering these issues, we may not always be of one mind. In fact, there are some matters of sharp differences of opinions and views. Yet, we must find common ground and provide direction, because that
led the BJP to the victory in this election. It has turned out to be a pro-incumbency election as far as the trend shows, because you are leading in 32 plus seats.
You see, our guardian and our leader is our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And he always speaks about development. And what he said, that Act East policy, that has been implemented in Tripura. And if it is tell about our this connectivity or whatever it may be, everywhere, what he has said, he has done it. And because of that, people have given us a mandate in favor of us.
So, when are you going to form the government? When are you going to stake the claim?
That is up to our, we have to talk to our central leadership, and then we can decide when it can be done.
And the left and the Congress formed a formidable alliance. In fact, two enemies joined together their hands to defeat the BJP. It did not work out for them.
Now you see, initially when they have formed it and when they have announced, so we have already reacted that this alliance is not the good alliance, unholy alliance, and the result also have spoken about it.
Results also spoken about it. What are the future plans for Tripura as far as developmental plank is concerned? Because people are talking about development here as far as the social pension scheme was enhanced, minimum support price for grains were concerned, and also job opportunities.
You see, for the job opportunity, of course, we will address it. And for so far this development matter is concerned, already it is already on. Just we will accelerate it. So far, our agriculture sector is concerned, and our this tourism sector is concerned, and then industry sector is concerned, and education and health, everywhere. Already we have started, we have kickstart, and we have to enhance it.
And one more important point is that Tripura Motha has emerged as a party to reckon with. They were the debutant party resonating the tribal cause. But they could not make their mark as far as forming the government is concerned. Do you think that will your government or the BJP agree with a separate Tripura land as the demand is with to get them on board?
Actually, previously also we have said we don't agree with their demand. But first of all, I will congratulate them that first time they have in Vidhan Sabha election, they have participated and they have achieved to some extent, and I want to congratulate them.
So, do we confirm that Mr. Saha has won from his constituency because the countings were stalled because there was some dispute on 52 postal ballots?
I heard so, but I think it has been sorted out.
And are you going to the counting center?
Yes, I have been informed to go there, and I will collect my this certificate and will come to our party office.
Will you ever tie up with Tripura Motha in future?
Pardon?
Will you ever tie up with Tripura Motha in future if at all it is required?
Nobody knows the future. What will happen in future, nobody knows. If there is if, then we can decide.
Sudeep Burman was with your party earlier. Will you take him again if he comes back?
I don't know. Do you have any information that he is coming back?
No. Suppose if he comes back.
Suppose to I always speak. Suppose has got no answer.
Okay. Now I'll join with you in Hindi for 2 minutes. भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने बेहद अच्छी जीत हासिल की है त्रिपुरा में और सरकार बनाने के करीब है। 32 सीटों पर ट्रेंड जो आ रहे हैं उस पर आगे हैं। हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं त्रिपुरा के मुख्यमंत्री मानिक साहा जी। मानिक साहा जी, पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई, अपने कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी से जीत हासिल किया है और सबसे बड़ी बात कि ये जीत अप्रत्याशित इसलिए है कि ये प्रो इनकम्बेंसी इलेक्शन में कन्वर्ट हो गया। क्या कारण रहे?
देखिए, ये तो गठबंधन, मैंने पहले भी कहा कि ये गठबंधन ये इस तरह के अनहोली गठबंधन, इससे ये कम्युनिस्ट का जितना वोट है ये लोग ठान लिया है पूरा की पूरा, मतलब ये ट्रांसफर करना है। और ये एक दो जो इनका लीडर है,
it is a wave of saffron, and that is because the numbers are clearly in the party's favor. Although there are still a few rounds of counting left, but certainly as we talk at this time, the BJP does stand and has won the 33 seats, which means that they are past the halfway mark, and which also means that they can form the government without any alliance. They can clearly go ahead. Now we are trying to get a sense of where this stands, because a hint has also been given by the BJP at an earlier stage that if need be, talks can be initiated with the Tripura Motha party at a later stage. Of course, no concrete statement on that, and it was said that the top leadership will take a call on that. But certainly, if there is any fluctuation in the numbers, then Tripura Motha party, as was being predicted, will be kingmaker and can be kingmaker and can be approached by either sides, be it the BJP or the Congress NCP alliance. But for now, certainly it is the BJP that is clearly on the winning side, and which is why we see how the cadres and the supporters have gathered in huge numbers. In fact, celebration on in full swing at the TRTC road just a short while ago in Agartala, and here I am at the BJP office where you see it is Bhagwa, it is saffron that is certainly ruling the roost over here. Earlier this morning, where prayers were also offered, and the BJP really hoping that the result turns in its favor. Jai Shri Ram slogans that we have been listening to since this morning, and again what it will be, like I said, a few rounds of counting also left, but the BJP very, very confident, and which is why we are hearing from the workers and the cadres in full force, as they are confident that they will be forming the government in Tripura and getting another term, also saying that Dr. Manik Saha will be the chief minister again, like the party has not really given a commitment on that, but this is what the workers and the cadres are hopeful about. But for now, certainly the sense of victory that is reeling loud, and we hear from them, as they had been very keenly tracking the numbers since this morning, not willing to speak, and that was very much the mood of the top leadership. because they certainly wanted to be very measured with their response to see whether they are winning for a fact. But certainly that excitement among the cadres and the supporters very, very visible as they have now been celebrating all across. There were also fireworks on the streets right outside the BJP office, and here you see they are waiting for their leaders to come about and make an official announcement to really pave the way forward to how the BJP is now going to function, and hoping that yes, they may not need any ally and they will be forming the government independently is what the mood is reflective of.
That big news now coming in from the state of Tripura. Short while back, Chief Minister of Tripura spoke to Republic TV, not really ruling out any possibility of an alliance, but at the same time saying that that's in the realm of speculation. As far as the numbers are concerned, it's pretty much firming up for the BJP. A major setback for the left and the Congress alliance in the state of Tripura, where the BJP has now, it appears, has already crossed the halfway mark. The Tripura Motha stands at about 11. Whether at all there are going to be any talks with the Tripura Motha is something that we'll keep a close watch on. As far as the other states are concerned, Nagaland, it's an absolute clean sweep for the NDPP BJP alliance, and the focus now is going to be on what really happens in Meghalaya, where the NPP has now come up as the single largest party. The talks on with the BJP as well as local constituents like the UDP, forming the MDA once again in the state of Meghalaya. In fact, what has really worked for the Bharatiya Janata Party, and how exactly has the Congress been completely decimated? Joining us on this special broadcast is Union Minister Kiren Rijiju. Mr. Rijiju, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. Let me straight away begin by asking you the big picture. The first big elections of 2023, the BJP sees a clear victory in all three northeastern states. Congress has been completely decimated. Your first reactions on it?
First of all, the first election of the year 2023 has been very positive for Bharatiya Janata Party. It has begun from Northeast India, and I feel this is good for India. For the first time, the Northeast India has become a kind of a region which is no more treated as a neglected or a burden, or a region which is prone to all the problems, violence, all kind of atrocities and all. Now, the new India with the new Northeast is different. Northeast is now a vibrant region. Northeast people are now seeing the light of development. This transformation of Northeast is only because of the commitment and the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. I can tell you one thing, if Northeast becomes a symbol of development, if Northeast becomes peaceful, it is a huge achievement for the country. So the Northeast election cannot be just treated as a small regional election, but in the national context, the positive result for BJP in Northeast, in a way, is a good news for the rest of the country.
Well, do you believe what we are seeing right now in the state of Tripura, the template of the Congress and the left, which is a completely unnatural alliance, that is a clear message. People are unwilling to accept that.
Exactly.
And that template it's not going to work in any other place.
Yes. Last month when I was campaigning in Tripura, I went to some of the remote areas. Even there I saw some, pillars and all. I said, what is this? They said, these are in the memories of the left leaders killed by the Congress people, and in some other areas there were memories built. The leaders of the Congress leaders were killed by the left people. So the left and the Congress had such a huge disliking, enmity amongst themselves, and today suddenly they want to come together and to defeat BJP. People are not going to buy it. That is why I could sense from the ground that despite the left and the Congress coming together, people of Tripura are with BJP, with Modi ji, and that result what we are seeing today is sheer because of the performance of our party, because of the emotional connect Prime Minister has been able to bring in between the people of the Northeast and the central government. So this is a new transformation what we are seeing. The normal political games which we used to see in the past, that is not going to have any impact. Now it is the time to perform. You can't just win election by rhetorical statements and promises. You have to perform on the ground. And we have a concrete result on the ground to be seen by everyone. There is nothing called electioneering, sloganeering, all kind of the political stunts. These are no more relevant. We believe in politics of performance, and Northeast is fortunate that we have got the leadership of Modi ji, which has transformed the entire Northeastern region. And I come from Northeastern region as a senior minister in the government. I feel extremely happy actually to see the transformation that is being witnessed in across Northeastern region.
Mr. Rijiju, you come from the Northeast, I also come from the Northeast. We have not seen this kind of a change. The tyranny of distance is always what we were always told as far as the relationship with New Delhi is concerned. That seems to have been completely overhauled. NIDA seems to have played a very instrumental role in it. What do you think has really worked for the BJP, especially in states like Nagaland, which is a Christian-dominated state, in the state of Meghalaya, where I come from, Mr. Rijiju? Surprising to see the inroads that the Bharatiya Janata Party has made. It was at some stage, it was seen absolutely unthinkable of the BJP making an inroad in my home state of Meghalaya.
Yes, you are right. For last around 20-25 years, I was in charge of Meghalaya. Those days, even to gather 300-400 people for BJP meeting was so difficult. And look at the road show which PM had the other day. I have never seen in the political history of Meghalaya with that kind of response, the massive response of the people towards the road show conducted by Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji. This is totally a changed phenomenon. Now, Meghalaya, we may be running short of few numbers in terms of seat numbers here and there. But in terms of the vote percentage, in terms of the inroads which we have been able to make.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Rijiju. Are you indicating that will you be allying with the NPP, because you seem to have been at loggerheads? Your senior leaders during the campaigning had hit out at Conrad Sangma. Are you all in talks right now with the NPP?
See, regarding the talks, I cannot divulge in a public platform. But what I can say is, other than the Congress party and TMC, TMC means that Mukul Sangma's group, all the other political formations were together in the previous government. The NPP, the BJP, the UDP, we were all together. The HSPDP, we were all together. Now, what kind of political formation happens, it will depend on the numbers. The kind of mandate which we receive will be the guiding principle to work in the future. But as I said, since we were part of the same team, we cannot just discredit each other that we are permanently enemies. But we decided that we will fight the election separately. So we fought. No party allied with each other. We fought on our own. Whatever result comes, let us see and we will decide thereafter.
Mr. Rijiju, before I talk about the national picture, because let's not forget that there is a national picture that is emerging. Before I get into the brass tacks of it, I want to take just one more question specifically with regards to the election results. Can we now safely say that the BJP is going to be in power in all three states, in all three northeastern states?
Yes, absolutely. I can say that now in the northeastern part of our country, BJP has well entrenched and established its a foundation. This foundation cannot be shaken because this foundation is laid on the basis of the trust and the faith people have in BJP's leadership, Modiji's leadership, and the amount of works, the developmental projects which BJP has initiated. In a way, it has unleashed tons and tons of developmental projects going on in every sector. So that is why our presence in Northeast is on the basis of our performance. So BJP cannot be taken out from Northeast now. We are well entrenched. And in the next Lok Sabha election next year, I am also in charge of the Assam Lok Sabha Pravas thing. I am clearly seeing it. Next Lok Sabha election 2024, we will give massive numbers of seats from northeastern region for Bharatiya Janata Party to ensure that Modi ji continues to lead the nation with greater mandate.
Mr. Rijiju, now talking about the national picture, because I think so that's the big message that is coming in from the three northeastern states. Opposition parties, in particular the Congress, the Vadra Congress has always been saying that we are going to be the glue as far as the opposition is concerned. Where is the glue? I can't see the glue right now. The northeastern states where the Congress party was in a formidable position, they have been completely rejected. So much so that even Ramdas Athawale's party has more seats in Nagaland than the Congress party has.
See, Congress party has lost its base because Congress party has lost its credibility. A party which doesn't have a vision, the party which doesn't have a credible leadership, that party cannot sustain. In the past, Congress had their own, moment of success, but that time has changed. Now, if Congress party projects itself as a glue where they can unite the entire opposition, but for what? If Congress calls for the opposition unity for something good for the country, I can understand. But if Congress party is calling for opposition unity to fight against Modi ji, people will not accept it. Modi ji is today synonymous with India's prosperity, India's future. And if people try to bring in all the segments of opposition together only to defeat Modi ji, people are going to give a befitting reply to that. People will only accept Modi ji's leadership. Congress has lost its relevance and they should forget about 2004 and beyond, because people have already decided that the party which stands for a family has no future in the whole electoral arena of our country.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Rijiju, for speaking to Republic TV and putting this into perspective. Massive victory for the BJP, and the big headline now coming in from Union Minister's interview to Republic TV that pretty much entrenched in the northeastern states. Let's listen in to what the Prime Minister knows.
की चर्चाएं बहुत ही सार्थक और बहुत ही उपयोगी रही। इस वर्ष भारत और इटली अपने द्विपक्षीय संबंधों की 75वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे हैं और इस अवसर पर हमने भारत इटली साझेदारी को स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप का दर्जा देने का निर्णय लिया है। हमने अपने आर्थिक संबंधों को और सुदृढ़ करने पर जोर दिया। हमारे मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान से भारत में निवेश के अपार अवसर खुल रहे हैं। हमने रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, आईटी, सेमीकंडक्टर्स, टेलीकॉम, स्पेस जैसे क्षेत्रों में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर विशेष जोर दिया। भारत और इटली के बीच एक स्टार्टअप ब्रिज की स्थापना की घोषणा आज हम कर रहे हैं, जिसका हम स्वागत करते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, एक और क्षेत्र है जो दोनों देश एक नया अध्याय शुरू कर रहे हैं और वो है रक्षा सहयोग का। भारत में डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में को प्रोडक्शन एंड को डेवलपमेंट के अवसर बन रहे हैं, जो दोनों देशों के लिए लाभदायक हो सकते हैं। हमने दोनों देशों की सेनाओं के बीच नियमित रूप से जॉइंट एक्सरसाइज और ट्रेनिंग कोर्सेज आयोजित करने का भी निर्णय लिया। आतंकवाद और अलगाववाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और इटली कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चल रहे हैं। हमने इस सहयोग को और मजबूत करने पर विस्तार पूर्वक चर्चा की। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और इटली के बीच सदियों पुराने सांस्कृतिक और पीपल टू पीपल संबंध है। हमने वर्तमान समय की अवस्था का अनुसार इन संबंधों को एक नया स्वरूप और नई ऊर्जा देने पर विचार विमर्श किया। दोनों देशों के बीच माइग्रेशन एंड मोबिलिटी पार्टनरशिप एग्रीमेंट पर चर्चा चल रही, उस पर जो चल रही वार्ता का विशेष महत्व है। इस समझौते के शीघ्र समापन से हमारे पीपल टू पीपल रिश्ते और सुदृढ़ होंगे। हमने दोनों देशों के उच्च शिक्षा संस्थानों के बीच सहयोग को बढ़ावा देने पर भी बल दिया। भारत और इटली के संबंधों की 75वीं वर्षगांठ मनाने के लिए हमने एक एक्शन प्लान बनाने का निर्णय लिया। इससे हम दोनों देशों की विविधता, इतिहास, साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, इनोवेशन, स्पोर्ट्स और अन्य क्षेत्रों में उपलब्धियों को वैश्विक पटल पर शोकेस कर सकेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, कोविड महामारी और यूक्रेन संघर्ष से उत्पन्न फूड, फ्यूल और फर्टिलाइजर के क्राइसिस से सभी देश प्रभावित हुए हैं। विकासशील देशों पर इनका विशेष रूप से नकारात्मक प्रभाव पड़ा है। हमने इस बारे में अपनी साझा चिंता व्यक्त की। इन समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए हमने संयुक्त प्रयासों पर बल दिया। भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता में भी हम इस विषय को प्राथमिकता दे रहे हैं। यूक्रेन संघर्ष के शुरुआत से ही भारत ने यह स्पष्ट किया है कि इस विवाद को केवल डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी के जरिए ही सुलझाया जा सकता है और भारत किसी भी शांति प्रक्रिया में योगदान देने के लिए पूर्ण रूप से तैयार है। हम इंडो पैसिफिक में इटली की सक्रिय भागीदारी का भी स्वागत करते हैं। यह बहुत खुशी की बात है कि इटली ने इंडो पैसिफिक ओशन इनिशिएटिव में शामिल होने का निर्णय लिया है। इससे हम इंडो पैसिफिक में अपना सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए ठोस विषयों की पहचान कर सकेंगे। वैश्विक वास्तविकताओं को बेहतर तरीके से दर्शाने के लिए मल्टीलेटरल इंस्टीट्यूशंस में सुधार आवश्यक है। हमने इस विषय पर भी विचार विमर्श किया। एक्सेलेंसी, आज शाम आप रायसीना डायलॉग में चीफ गेस्ट के तौर पर शामिल होंगी। वहां आपका संबोधन सुनने के लिए हम सभी बहुत उत्सुक हैं। आपकी इस भारत यात्रा और हमारी उपयोगी चर्चा के लिए आपका, आपके डेलीगेशन का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
And your delegation.
Thank you, sir.
Now I call upon Her Excellency, Ms. Yogdina Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of the Italian Republic, to deliver her remarks. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Dunque, buon pomeriggio a tutti. Ovviamente non posso
Good evening to you all.
partire dal ringraziare.
Let me first of all thank Prime Minister Modi and India as a whole for the wonderful welcome that has been given to us. And this is further evidence of our hospitality, which is known the world over. But this is a further evidence of the deep friendship that is uniting our respective countries, and we are celebrating 75th year of such relations. And this has also been proven by the fact that this is my first bilateral visit in this region ever since I took office. And we want to further boost this relation, and this is the reason why we have decided to turn our partnership in a strategic partnership, because we have a very solid relationship. Just let me mention the trade relation. Let me just mention that in terms of trade between Italy and India, we have reached the record figure of almost 15 billion euros, which we have almost, and in 2 years we have more than doubled this trade. But we firmly believe that we can do even more than that. We firmly believe that for instance, reinserting direct flights between India and Italy can facilitate trade and investments. And this is a strategic choice that we are making here, because as you know, the Italian government has decided to project intense activism in the Mediterranean Sea. And when we talk about the enlarged Mediterranean, this means that it also includes this area, because the Mediterranean Sea is interconnected with the Pacific, and we want to further increase this interconnection. We have many similarities. We are two peninsulas. We are 2,000-old tradition, relatively younger states, regions which have hard fought for their independence, for their freedom. So I think that there are many elements which bring us close to each other for the preservation of identity, which is one of the basic conditions to preserve the rights of one's own people. So there's a lot to be working on together, starting from some sectors where we want to enhance our cooperation. Let me mention defense, which was mentioned by the Prime Minister, and energy security. India has set up major objectives in this connection. India wants to work in terms of energy coming from renewables, and I think this is a very smart decision, and this is a sector wherein we can cooperate, and we have full convergence on this. And then we have to mention digital transition. We are working on very important projects which are connecting our two respective countries on this. And then emerging technologies, cybersecurity, space. These are all strategic issues, sectors in which we want to work together, and I think that much more can be done. We As the Prime Minister was saying, we have decided to adhere to the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, and we have done so because we firmly believe that in an international scenario, which has to be based on rules of respect of sovereignty and territorial integrity, it is very important to guarantee stability and the vision of an Indo-Pacific which is open and respectful of the rules of sovereignty and of integrity of the nations. And this now brings me to another topic, the major shock that nations have been facing, the pandemics, and today the international crisis with the Russian aggression on the Ukraine, the impact on world security, the world order which is based on rules, and food security, energy security, especially for more vulnerable countries. These are issues which become of the essence where now that India has the presidency of the G20, because I think that India can very well represent, in terms of even of leadership, represent the requirements of the countries of the global south. And we definitely do want to give a helping hand along this process to India. Prime Minister Modi knows very well Italy's position, which is giving full support to the territorial integrity of Ukraine, and we both hope that India, having the presidency of the G20, may play a central role in facilitating a negotiating process for the cessation of hostilities for a just peace. And I think that in the previous Bali G20 summit, it has been important to hold the multilateral community united, and we hope that the Indian presidency can do even more on this and further confirming our friendship. So Prime Minister Modi knows that he can rely on us, on our cooperation, full round support for the upcoming G20 Indian summit, G20 summit. They can rely on Italy, on our government, to further enhance our relations. I firmly believe that there's a lot that we can do together, and I'm not sure if this will lead me to the approval rate that the Prime Minister Modi has reached. I think is that the most loved one of all around the world. But I mean, this has really proven that he has been a major leader, and congratulations for that, Prime Minister.
This concludes the press statements. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Good afternoon.
Well, what a statement there by the Italian Prime Minister, saying that Prime Minister Modi is one of the most influential leaders in the world. In fact, her statement, if you carefully listen to that, that is Italy, hoping that the Prime Minister of India and India as a nation can play a huge role in negotiating peace in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia. A joint statement between India and Italy. Those are live pictures coming in as the Italian Prime Minister, along with Prime Minister Modi, delivering that joint statement, hoping that trade can get better between both countries, saying that India's G20 leadership can be put to best use if we play a role in ensuring there is peace in Ukraine and there is peace between Russia and Ukraine. Biggest coverage of the elections in the three states in the northeast, Tripura, Meghalaya, Nagaland. BJP and allies set to come back to power in all these three states. The Prime Minister and a big victory rally is lined up with him this evening at the BJP headquarters. Taking a short break, back to the coverage.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
To carry out an investigation, submit report in 2 months, which essentially means, Shravan, that the charge that was being made by the opposition, I'm trying to understand the politics part of it even as we speak and bring this breaking news development happening in the Supreme Court of the country, pronouncing its verdict in the batch of petitions demanding an inquiry into the Hindenburg saga between Hindenburg and Adani. What this means is that political opposition's demand of a joint parliamentary committee sort of stands sidestepped now, because if the Supreme Court is monitoring, Supreme Court has ordered an inquiry, the opposition better wait for this kind of a subject experts committee looking into it. Because remember, SEBI doing it, and this committee which has the likes of KV Kamath, Nandan Nilekani, OP Bhatt, and of course 2 justices. Well, really shows that insofar as the Adani Hindenburg saga is concerned, we might not have heard the last of it as yet, but more importantly, the opposition demand of a JPC now stands with sidestep.
Well, in fact, the Supreme Court has basically asked SEBI to conclude the investigation in just about 2 months and file a status report, and the committee is going to be formed under the leadership of former Supreme Court Judge Justice Sapre and the other members of the committee, as you were pointing out, Abhishek. It's OP Bhatt, Justice Theodor, KV Kamath, Nandan Nilekani, and in fact a big statement that has also been made that this is in order to protect the Indian investors. There is an urgent need for the formation of the committee. Now that's a big development as far as what has been demanded all this while from the time the Hindenburg report was put out, and thereafter we've seen the free fall of the shares of Adani Group, especially the flagship enterprise. We've seen there's been a free fall in the shares. Also, there's a 2-month deadline that has also been put out, Abhishek. So essentially, being looking at the price manipulation and the allegations that have been leveled by the Hindenburg.
Also, I think the government can now claim that because the government was facing heat from the opposition, Shravan, the government can now claim that when the matter reached the Supreme Court with all these petitions being filed, the government position was very clear that A, they have no objection to any kind of investigation being taken place. In fact, the government had offered to by itself set up a committee. Now that the Supreme Court is doing it, the government has agreed to it. In that sense, I think that takes care of a lot of politicking that was happening on the issue, Shravan. And this is definitely an important development insofar as the Adani Hindenburg saga is concerned. If I could get, since we continue to have those guests, if I could get in Smita Prakash on this. Smita Prakash, you think that Supreme Court ordering this monitored probe in the Adani Hindenburg saga really takes care of the opposition demand that an inquiry should happen, and that this inquiry and investigation would be absolutely unbiased and above political motives being attached?
Well, see, I think I haven't read the details, but I think it means that it's a continuation of the SEBI probe. It's not replacing SEBI in any manner on the Hindenburg report. So it's led to a probe, and it's led to a supervision of this probe. So this 5-member panel, it has people from cross sections, so nobody can say that it's a ruling party biased panel or anything. It's a Supreme Court base, and there's a retired Supreme Court judge who will be looking over onto this. So it's not divested the SEBI of its responsibility. So I think a little of the wind behind the sails of the opposition demand that there should be a parliamentary committee, because now you have domain specific people who will look into it, and it will strengthen and protect the investors' money further.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ratan Sharda, Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj is joining us live. Rhythm, if you're already patched and getting me rhythm, please explain to us the significance of this very important order given by the Supreme Court of the country.
Absolutely. Like Smita Prakash actually said, I think she's absolutely right, because the fact that this committee is formed to probe into what's going to happen and is going to be headed by former Chief Justice Manohar Sapre clearly put...
Welcome back. You're watching the live coverage here on Republic TV of elections 2023, and the BJP coming back to power in all three states. They were in alliance with Conrad Sangma's NPP, and they come back to power. NPP showing indication there is an inclination to go back with the BJP and form the next government. In Tripura, BJP looking comfortable set to form the government once again under Dr. Manik Saha, and in Nagaland winning by a huge margin. I think the first response coming in from Conrad Sangma after the victory. Let's cut across.
We would like to thank the people of the state for having voted for our party. We're very thankful to them. And of course, we are short a few numbers, so we will just wait for the final results to come out, and then we'll decide how to move forward.
Sir, what's the trend assessment shows that your party will become the single largest party, just sort of to get the absolute majority. So what is your next move to form the government? It is also open its door for the UDP, BJP or other parties.
Let's just see. I have not even got a chance to even meet my people, so all that thinking will start after that.
Sir, all options are open, sir?
Yeah, we'll see when the time comes.
Live pictures coming in from Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh, where the bulldozers continue to roll, bulldozing the mafia. Live pictures of the aid of Atik, Mafia Don Atik's aids house being demolished. Let's cut across live to the coverage.
जैसे ही ये घर का मलबा ऊंचाई की तरफ जाएगा, यानी मलबा जैसे जैसे इकट्ठा होता जाएगा, उसके बाद पोकलेन आएगी और 3 मंजिला इमारत को ध्वस्त कर देगी। आपको ये भी बता दें कि अभी 3 बुलडोजर मैदान में लगे हुए हैं, जो एक के बाद एक प्रहार कर रहे हैं, और अंदर का कमरा हमें दिखाई दे रहा है पूरा का पूरा खाली कर दिया गया है। अंदर जो कमरा था, बाहर का जो एरिया था, बैल्कनी थी, उसमें भी बुलडोजर का प्रहार हमें दिखाई दे रहा है। यानी ये कार्रवाई रुकने वाली नहीं है और सफदर अब्बास का घर मिट्टी में मिल जाएगा। उनके हौसले जो कानून को चुनौती देते थे, वो मिट्टी में मिल जाएंगे। हमारे सहयोगी वैभव हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, एक बार वैभव का रुख करेंगे। वैभव, बुलडोजर एक्शन जारी है, प्रहार पर प्रहार कर रहा बुलडोजर।
Stay with those pictures live coming in from Prayagraj, where the bulldozers continue to roll. Yesterday, one of the Mafia Don, Atik Ahmed's aide, where his family was believed to have been hiding, that residence was demolished, and as we speak, more pictures coming in of the bulldozers in action. Yogi Adityanath spoke once again this morning in the assembly in Uttar Pradesh, saying you either take part or run. A clear message to the mafia in Uttar Pradesh, including Mafia Don Atik Ahmed and his aides and his gang, who have been held responsible of the Umesh Pal murder case. Those are pictures coming in of the bulldozers continue to remain in action. More houses being demolished that belong to the aides of Mafia Don Atik Ahmed. There's been a development in the case of Atik Ahmed himself. He approached the Supreme Court earlier saying he does not want to return to Uttar Pradesh.
पूरा घर नेस्तनाबूद कर दिया जाएगा। ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, बुलडोजर का ऐसा प्रहार। हमारे सहयोगी पंकज लगातार आप तक तस्वीरें पहुंचा रहे हैं। ये तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं, बुलडोजर प्रहार, बुलडोजर एक्शन देखने को मिल रहा है। 3 बुलडोजर कतारबद्ध होकर खड़े हुए हैं और एक के बाद एक कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं। आवाज नहीं जा रही है।
There, the Republic Bharat team live from the location in Prayagraj, where 4 bulldozers are in action, standing in a line. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court has agreed to hear gangster politician Mafia Don Atik Ahmed, who moved the Supreme Court and claimed that he feared that the Uttar Pradesh police would kill him. He had moved the court on Wednesday, saying that he feared being killed in an encounter by the UP police days after a key witness in the 2005 Rajupal murder and his 2 security guards were gunned down. Yogi Adityanath has been saying that he will go after the mafia in Uttar Pradesh, and these are live pictures coming in of house of Atiq Ahmed's aide being demolished by the bulldozers.
पहला जो माला है उसे ध्वस्त कर दिया गया है, दिखाइए जरा तस्वीर, और दूसरा बुलडोजर अब पीछे की तरफ हट रहा है और यहाँ पर एक बड़ी कार्रवाई को अंजाम दिया जा रहा है। ये आप देखिए, ये एक्शन लिया जा रहा है, बुलडोजर का एक्शन प्रयागराज में तीसरी बार हम देख रहे हैं। पहले जावेद पंप का घर, उसके बाद जफर अहमद का घर और अब सफदर अब्बास का घर, जिसे नेस्ते नाबूद करने का काम किया जा रहा है। बड़ी कार्रवाई यहाँ पर की जा रही है। जो हौसले बुलंद थे अब वो हौसले पस्त हो जाएंगे, क्योंकि बुलडोजर का एक्शन लगातार सामने आ रहा है। 3 बुलडोजर यहाँ पर लगे हुए हैं, पोकलेन मशीन भी है, पोकलेन मशीन यहाँ पर आएगी और उसके बाद आगे की कार्रवाई को भी अंजाम दिया जाएगा। लेकिन अभी पहला माला ध्वस्त कर दिया है और अब दूसरे माले की तरफ बुलडोजर का प्रहार हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। यानी ये एक्शन जो है ये कम नहीं होगा, ये एक्शन इसी तरह से जारी रहेगा, क्योंकि बुलडोजर का प्रहार उन पर किया जा रहा है जिन लोगों ने गलत काम किए, जिन लोगों ने गलत काम तो किए ही किए, लेकिन जो उमेश पाल हत्याकांड हाल ही में सामने आया है उसमें हथियार सप्लाई करने का भी आरोप लगा है। ये अतीक के गुर्गे हैं, अतीक के साथी हैं और अतीक माफिया जो कि जेल में बंद है, अब उसके हौसले भी नेस्तनाबूद हो जाएंगे, क्योंकि उनके गुर्गों पर भी ऐसे ही प्रहार किया जा रहा है। ये एक्शन हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। प्रयागराज से सीधी तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। ये पूरा का पूरा जो घर था, आपको ये भी बता दें, जो दर्शक इस समय हमें सुन रहे हैं, ये घर इलीगल है, इसमें कंस्ट्रक्शन किया गया बिना एनओसी के, यानी एनओसी नहीं ली गई थी, उसके बावजूद इस घर को तैयार किया गया, नक्शा नहीं बनवाया गया था, आर्किटेक्ट से सलाह नहीं ली गई थी और इसके बाद ही पीडीए की टीम यहां पर पहुंची है और फिर यहां पर यह एक्शन लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी बात तो यह है कि पहले कुछ परिवार के लोग थे, वो अंदर मौजूद थे, बाहर नहीं निकले। पुलिस प्रशासन और प्रयागराज डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी के अधिकारी अंदर पहुंचे, उन्हें बाहर कराया, उनका सामान बाहर किया, उनके जो बिलोंगिंग्स थे वो बाहर किए गए और अब यहां पर बुलडोजर का एक्शन हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। यानी बुलडोजर का प्रहार। ये 2 तस्वीरें इस समय हम हमारे दर्शकों को दिखा रहे हैं, रिपब्लिक टीवी के दर्शक 2 तस्वीरें इस समय टीवी स्क्रीन पर देख रहे हैं, अलग अलग तस्वीरें जहां पर बुलडोजर का प्रहार जारी है और थोड़ी देर बाद जैसे ही ये मलबा पूरा का पूरा यहां पर ढेर लग जाएगा, उसके बाद पोकलेन का भी इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा। अभी 3 बुलडोजर पूरी कार्रवाई में लगे हुए हैं। आपको ये भी बता दें, कई पीएसी की कंपनी भी यहां पर तैनात की गई है और जो अधिकारी हैं पुलिस के वो भी यहां पर है और भरभरा कर एक हिस्सा घर का गिर गया है। हालांकि जो लोग यहां पर इकट्ठा हुए हैं उन्हें पीछे किया जा रहा है, उनसे कहा जा रहा है कि आप पीछे हट जाइए, किसी भी समय यह घर गिर सकता है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से हम कार्रवाई देख रहे हैं, एक हिस्सा अभी भरभरा कर गिरा, पिलर के टूटने की वजह से ये पूरा का पूरा हिस्सा जमींदोज हो गया है, धराशायी हो गया है। अब इस मलबे को हटाया जाएगा और उसके बाद फिर बड़ा एक्शन लिया जाएगा। तो ये कार्रवाई हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं लगातार। प्रयागराज से 2 तस्वीरें इस समय रिपब्लिक टीवी के दर्शक हमें देख पा रहे हैं, रिपब्लिक टीवी आप तक ये तस्वीरें पहुंचा रहा है और अब देखिए आगे की तरफ बुलडोजर बढ़ रहा है। थोड़ी देर में पोकलेन मशीन भी सामने आ जाएगी, थोड़ी देर में पोकलेन मशीन का भी इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा, लेकिन अभी जो हम कार्रवाई देख रहे हैं, नीचे के पूरे पिलर्स हैं उन्हें ध्वस्त कर दिया है और अभी ये बैकरी का एरिया था, अब अंदर की तरफ बुलडोजर मूव करेंगे। जैसे ही ये छत को गिराया जाएगा उसके बाद बुलडोजर आगे जाएंगे। धीरे धीरे बुलडोजर जो है आगे बढ़ रहा है। एक और हिस्सा यहाँ देख पा रहा हूं मैं आप यहाँ से कि एक और हिस्सा
Action continues here on Republic TV. We will get you the live report from Prayagraj. Yogi Adityanath once again reiterating that he will not spare the mafia. This morning when he spoke, he asked them to either surrender or participate. Taking a break with those pictures. Our election coverage also continues. The BJP set to form the government in Tripura on its own.
Minister Narendra Modi meeting Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. She's on a bilateral visit. Remember, she was given a grand ceremonial welcome at the forecourts of Rashtrapati Bhavan a while back, and then she went to the Rajghat to pay her respects to the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, and now the delegation level talks, before which the two leaders meeting one-on-one. In fact, the delegation level talks going on the informal component of those talks, where the two leaders are closeted and deliberating on all aspects of India-Italy relationship. Remember, Italy happens to be the third largest economy in the Eurozone and increasingly an important active member of the larger Indo-Pacific community. Italy has a base in the Djibouti Islands and we have seen increasing naval cooperation happening between the two sides. Also, remember the backdrop or background of Prime Minister Meloni. She happens to be from a conservative right-wing background, and that perhaps could be one more point of understanding between Prime Minister Modi and the visiting leader. Later in the evening, Prime Minister Meloni is also going to inaugurate and be the chief guest at the Raisina Dialogues, the Ministry of External Affairs flagship think tank event where global thought leaders on geostrategic and geopolitical affairs come together, geoeconomic affairs come together and deliberate on the issues of the day concerning the world community. Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister of Italy, in talks with Prime Minister at the Hyderabad House. The pictures coming in from Delhi, after which there is going to be a joint statement or joint address to the media.
Well, see, I think I haven't read the details, but I think it means that it's a continuation of the SEBI probe. It's not replacing SEBI in any manner on the Hindenburg report. So it's led to a probe, and there'll be it's led to a supervision of this probe. So this 5-member panel, it has people from cross sections, so nobody can say that it's a ruling party biased panel or anything. It's a Supreme Court base, and there's a retired Supreme Court judge who will be looking over onto this. So it's not divested the SEBI of its responsibility. So I think a little of the wind behind the sails of the opposition demand that there should be a parliamentary committee, because now you have domain specific people who will look into it, and it will strengthen and protect the investors' money further.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ratan Sharda, Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj is joining us live. Rhythm, if you're already patched and getting me, Rhythm, please explain to us the significance of this very important order given by the Supreme Court of the country.
Absolutely. Like Smita Prakash actually said, I think she's absolutely right, because the fact that this committee is formed to probe into what's going to happen and is going to be headed by former Chief Justice Manohar Sapre clearly puts it very, very clear that it's going to be above anyone's suspicion when they come forward and they question the committee that's going to be panned. In fact, let's also remind our viewers, in the last hearing in the court, the Solicitor General, the top law officer of the country, representing the government, had stated that they are all right, and in fact they promote the formation of a committee here, which is exactly what's happening. Ratan Sharda, we've also spoken about this earlier. The words of the Chief Justice today are so clear: in order to protect Indian investors, and this is
undeniable BJP surge in Northeast. Will the BJP alliance be back in all 3 states? BJP crosses halfway mark in Tripura, set to return in the state. Huge suspense over the backdoor meetings. Will Conrad Sangma ally with the BJP? It's the first impact of the Bharat Todo Yatra as Congress is left completely decimated. Largest crew, biggest coverage of the Northeast elections on Republic. Well, starting the edition with some breaking news now coming in from the national capital, where we're getting the latest visuals of External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar meeting US Secretary of State Anthony Blinken on the sidelines of the G20 foreign ministers meeting a short while back. The Prime Minister had also addressed the G20 foreign ministers in the national capital, where essentially the Prime Minister sending out this message that it is time to basically resolve all issues, especially keeping in mind the global conditions. There's been the Prime Minister's message of unity. Right now, US State Secretary Anthony Blinken meeting External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. This comes at a time when India is also going to have the bilateral with China, this after Galwan, and also keeping in mind the situation in Taiwan. US State Secretary Anthony Blinken right now in the national capital discussing the global issues at the meet. Jaishankar also indicating that these are the first images of Jaishankar meeting with Anthony Blinken on your screens. These are the latest visuals. Let's also do a quick recap of what the Prime Minister essentially had to say earlier in the day when he was addressing the G20 foreign ministers, saying that it is perhaps time for everyone to come together and overcome the differences. That was the big message that was sent out by the Prime Minister. He's urged the foreign ministers to overcome their decisions and focus on the needs of the developing world. In fact, he said that we are meeting at a time of deep global divisions. We have a responsibility to those not in the room. In fact, External Affairs Minister Jaishankar meeting US State Secretary Anthony Blinken on the sidelines of what is largely being seen as most of the countries not coming to some sort of a conclusion on various matters, especially on the assessment of the situation in Ukraine within the group. That was one of the reasons why essentially India was asked to release a chair's summary. In fact, let's listen into some of the reactions that are coming in.
Since 2005, we have heard sentiments for reform being expressed at the highest level. But as we all know, these have not materialized. The reasons are no secret either. The longer we put it off, the more the credibility of multilateralism stands eroded. Global decision-making must be democratized if it has to have a future. Our agenda for today's discussions include the challenges of food, fertilizer, and fuel security. These are truly make or break issues for developing countries. We heard their concerns directly in January this year through the Voice of Global South Summit. Such issues should not be relegated to the periphery of the international discourse. They are, in fact, crucial to the global economy and must be treated as such. Indeed, we urge that they be central to any decision making. Along with that, the world must also strive for more reliable and resilient supply chains. Recent experience has underlined the risks of being dependent on limited geographies. Excellencies, all of us, individually and collectively, have an obligation to contribute to international growth and prosperity. They are implemented through sustainable partnerships and goodwill initiatives. On its part, India has undertaken development projects in 78 countries and has actively encouraged exchanges and capability building. During the COVID pandemic, we made a conscious effort at contributing to global solutions, even while looking after our own. Today's situation demands that we continue to live up to our international responsibilities. The G20 must be sensitive to the priorities and economic concerns of all our partners, especially those more vulnerable. We must ensure demand-driven and sustainable development cooperation based on country ownership and transparency. Respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity are essential guiding principles for such cooperation.
Well, in fact, we're getting the latest visuals from Tura, where there's been celebrations outside NPP Chief Conrad Sangma's residence. On your screens, these are the latest visuals now coming in of sitting Chief Minister Conrad Sangma. His party is now the single largest party in the state of Meghalaya. In fact, this time the performance has been far better than the 2018 elections, but still not crossing the halfway mark. If you see the MDA, the alliance that was in place, if they come together once again, then NPP would be once again returning to the state as the single largest party. In fact, the bigger question has also been whether at all the NPP is now going to ally with the BJP or not, despite some overtures taking place from the NPP. Several of the leaders now saying that this vote is for the MDA, which includes the BJP. In fact, BJP's tally has also gone up in the state of Meghalaya, where they have, as of now, 5 seats, which is more than what they had secured last time, which was roughly about 2. But if the NPP, BJP, UDP all come together, then they are safely home. In fact, let me also quickly go across to our reporters on the ground. Piyush Mishra is joining us from outside Chief Minister Conrad Sangma's residence in Tura, getting us those latest visuals. We are given to understand, in fact, Conrad Sangma has gone inside. There is a possibility of an internal meeting taking place. All speculations on right now whether at all they are going to ally very soon with the BJP. This comes at a time when Conrad Sangma himself had a meeting with Himanta Biswa Sarma just about a day before. In fact, Piyush, what is it that you are picking up from the NPP right now? Massive celebrations taking place outside the Chief Minister's residence, and rightfully so. They are the single largest party in the state of Meghalaya.
We can also expect a post-poll alliance taking place because the BJP has also been able to get good numbers, in fact, better from before, and that is what we are hearing is that to be very much helpful in forming the government here in the state of Meghalaya. So, sloganing is taking place in the favor of Conrad Sangma. He has just gone inside the clapping. You can also see as to how there is cheering also going on for Conrad Sangma. So we can also expect in few minutes from now to the few minutes from now that Conrad Sangma will come out and then first address the gathering, and then after that we can expect the authority event to be taken by the NPP. So here we can see how the workers are dancing on the local song here, and they are celebrating the arranged noise mode. The kind of celebrations, the kind of performance which NPP has so far done here in the state of Meghalaya. Last time NPP had secured 19 seats, and it was able to stop forming the government. In fact, the Congress had got 21 seats. This time, what we hear is that Hollywood is telling they will once again be the single sort of equation with some regional players or some regional political parties, the BJP and NPP coming once again in the government. So here, after the kind of performance it has been shown by NPP, we are now seeing the workers enjoying, celebrating, and they are dancing on a song on the party side.
शाह जी के नेतृत्व में, हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा जी के नेतृत्व में ये स्पष्ट है कि हमारी सरकार एक समावेशी सरकार, समग्र विकास की सरकार और अंत्योदय का लक्ष्य लेकर आगे बढ़ने वाली सरकार देश के हर कोने, कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी और गुजरात से लेकर अरुणाचल तक, यही भाव, यही संकल्प के साथ सरकार आगे बढ़ रही है। और जनता का विश्वास, जनता का आशीर्वाद हमारी इन त्रिमूर्ति के साथ है, विश्वास इन त्रिमूर्ति के साथ है और यही स्पष्ट रूप से जो चुनाव के नतीजे भी हैं उनमें दिख रहे हैं। जहां तक मध्य प्रदेश की बात है, मुख्यमंत्री जी ने एक लोकन्मुखी बजट कल मध्य प्रदेश की जनता के समक्ष पेश किया है। ये बजट की प्रक्रिया भी जिस तरीके से केंद्र में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सदैव कहा है कि सब
Well, in fact, that was Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia making it very clear that what has essentially worked for the Bharatiya Janata Party is the schemes launched for the northeastern states, and in fact it has been well received. The very fact that the Prime Minister has made multiple visits to the northeastern states. In fact, what you see right now on your screens, these are celebrations outside Conrad Sangma's residence. The only news network outside Chief Minister Conrad Sangma's residence, getting you the latest. Let's go full frame with these visuals coming in from outside the Chief Minister's residence, where my colleague Piyush Mishra is joining us. Piyush, over to you. What is it that the Chief Minister has to say?
Well, Shravan, right now he is having his internal meeting. He has gone inside his residence. He has assured us that he will be coming out and will speak to us. I would also like to show you the visuals here from right outside the residence of Chief Minister Conrad Sangma, where the workers are right now celebrating and dancing on the NPP's political song. Few of them are also having some sweets. आप लोग मिठाई खा रहे हैं, कितना क्या लग रहा है, आपको क्या कहेंगे आप? तो लगता है कि क्या कहेंगे? परफॉर्मेंस देखिए, क्या कहेंगे? हाउ आर यू फीलिंग?
फीलिंग बहुत अच्छा है, क्योंकि मेघालय लोग एक्सेप्ट किया है एनपीपी के अलावा कोई अलग पार्टी नहीं है, क्योंकि जो मेघालय का जो आदमी है उनका एक ही विश्वास का पार्टी है, वो है एनपीपी। जी जी एनपीपी।
आप क्या कहेंगे? आप लोग डांस कर रहे हैं, सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं, क्या
खुशी है, खुशी है हम लोग।
खुशी है कि अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है। हाँ। अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है। से सब परफॉर्मेंस हिंदी में
क्या? हम बहुत खुश थे, बहुत खुश थे।
पार्टी का अप्रिशिएट भी करनी है, क्या कहना चाहेंगे पार्टी को? हैप्पी है कॉर्नर संगमा। You can clearly see the visuals coming in. The workers are right now celebrating, and they are in mood. They are in joyous mood. They are distributing sweets. In fact, it is a joyous moment for them. Remember that NPP has been able to get around 26 seats, and BJP has been able to get 5 seats, and there are other regional parties also who have done good performance. So we can expect all of them to once again come back and form the government in the state of Meghalaya. Shravan, also important to highlight that Congress, which had secured 21 seats last time, has now come down to only 6 seats. Congress was not able to give a single seat, even a 1 seat to any sitting MLA, because all of the MLAs either they had switched sides or they had joined the Tripura Congress. So here we are seeing the NPP workers who are right now celebrating. We'll continue to show you the visuals. You can also see as to how a different has also been established here so that workers can celebrate, so that they can dance, they can enjoy, they have a joyous mood right now. We are seeing as to how pastries are also being distributed, sweets are also being distributed. The workers are very much happy. They are right now dancing to the tune of NPP political song. We'll continue to show you the visuals from right outside the Conrad Sangma's residence, where the celebration is right now underway, and you see how the sweets are also being distributed. We can zoom and try to show you how the sweets are also being distributed here. Workers from different parts of Meghalaya, they all have reached here at Tripura, and thousands of workers, wherever you will see, from wherever you will see, you just see the workers who have congregated here in front of Conrad Sangma's residence. When he reached here, remember that today in the morning he had gone to his father's cemetery, P.A. Sangma, to seek his blessings. Conrad Sangma, along with Agatha Sangma and other family members of Sangma family, all of them had gone to cemetery of P.A. Sangma to seek his blessings, and after that they have come back. And Conrad Sangma is right now inside his residence, and he is having an internal meeting, and after that most likely in few minutes from now we will be able to hear the final decision coming in from NPP, because so far NPP has not been able to cross the magic number mark, which is 30, which they have just got so far 26 seats. So it is certain that they would be needing the support of other political parties, be it BJP or UDP or some other regional players, like what happened last time, to stop the Congress from coming into power. The similar sort of equation was done, similar sort of arrangements was done, and the brain behind that was Himanta Biswa Sarma. So once again we can hear or see the similar distraction, similar arrangements taking place. Conrad Sangma is right now inside his residence. I'll ask to come here and try to get in a word from Conrad Sangma, who is now here. Sir, how are you feeling?
Feeling okay.
Performance?
Which will have a lot of work to be done. So I'll be going to Shillong now.
Sir, NPP has been able to get 26 seats. Can we expect post-poll alliance?
Yeah, let's see. Let the final numbers come out. We'll decide then.
For the performance, looking at the performance, what do you have to say?
Well, it's good, but we were expecting to touch the halfway mark.
You were expecting, sir?
We were expecting, so.
What is the equation right now, sir? Are you in touch, talks with some?
Roughly about 26 seats, plus minus. So we have to wait for the final numbers, and then we'll decide.
Are you in talks with BJP or other political?
Let's see.
Are you not ruling out any kind of?
I've just come into the house. I have not talked to even my wife, and so I don't even know.
One important question: are you not ruling out any kind of post-poll alliance?
That's what I'm saying. We'll see when the numbers come out. Fine. Okay.
So Conrad Sangma right now, Shravan is waiting for the final numbers to come, and then only they are going to take a decision. Yes, obviously we will try to get more word from Conrad Sangma. He is going to address a gathering here. We'll try to speak to Conrad once again once he gets free. Right now he's talking to some other media channels, but here we are seeing a joyous mood here. What we are hearing from Conrad Sangma is that they will take a decision only when the final numbers are announced by the Election Commission of India. Shravan.
Well, in fact, Piyush, the big news here is that the NPP is already in talks with the BJP, and it seems that it's almost a done deal that the NPP, BJP, the UDP in all likelihood would come in. I think he's still wanting to play safe right now, but the numbers that are coming in, the numbers that we have clearly shows him in a better footing. Let's see if we can get him once again and at least, get a final word from him with regards to what was that meeting with Himanta all about, because it seems at least his party workers have been clearly saying that there's no problem if they come together with the BJP. We'll try and see if we can get in a quick word once again before he leaves for Shillong.
Well, certainly we'll try to get a word from Conrad Sangma. Once again, he is actually going to address a gathering. Before that, we'll try to speak to him once again, because he is right now coordinating and trying to get in a word from the other workers of his political party. But he's also, in fact, talking to his family members right now. So far he has not ruled out any kind of post-poll alliance. Remember that the NPP is now the single largest party here in the state, and yes, they are in a better position to form the government. Congress party last time, which had secured 21 seats, has now reduced. Ma'am, would you like to say something about the performance of NPP in this state?
I think it has been a good performance. We have been expecting this kind of result. But yeah, regarding the kind of, the constituencies the way we were expecting to win, we had lost some, and it's quite surprising and shocking. But this is what happens in election. So I guess we were more or less ready, and I'm quite happy with the mandate that the people has given us. and we're hoping that we'll be able to form the government and take it forward.
Can we see again the kind of equation which was there from 2018 till 2023? Again, BJP as part of the government?
I will not be the correct person to say that, but I think keeping in mind that we have the centre to look forward to, so I think that we will need their support.
NPP is the single largest party. Final call will be taken by the top leadership of the party. I would like to understand from you, you being the wife of Chief Minister, would you once again want to see him as the Chief Minister?
Yes, of course. I think as a wife, I do expect that, and I do think that he has done a lot for the people, and that's the reason why we see this mandate. So I think, I'm quite happy with it.
What do you think so far has been done by the NPP in the state, and which has given so much mandate to the party here in the state? The kind of works which have been done, what do you think the works those are focused so far on, and because of which the people have been able to give so good mandate for the party?
It all depends on the governance. So people have voted for development, people have voted for good governance. I think that has been the crux, and I think people are looking forward to having the same kind of results again in this next 5 years. Yeah.
Once again, you are expecting a similar sort of government formation this year?
Yeah, I think so. Thank you.
For speaking to us. So here we had wife of Conrad Sangma who just spoke to us, and she's very much hopeful that once again Conrad Sangma will become the Chief Minister. He's right now having talks with his family members, and here I would ask Virat to pan his camera and try to show you pictures of the workers who are right now celebrating in front of his house. And Conrad Sangma is right now having a one-to-one meeting with his family members. We will try to get in a word from him once again. He's now inside. Let us now go and try to talk to him about the performance of NPP in the state. Sir, there was a... Hello? Check. Yes. Correct?
Piyush, if we can just try and we'll just take a few questions with him and see if... because it's right now all eyes on what exactly would Conrad Sangma decide right now. In a short while from now, he's set to leave for Shillong. If you can see if you can patch him, we'll try and take the questions directly with Mr. Sangma. Unless he's just on his way out, why don't you take a question with him?
Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Conrad Sangma. Sir, how do you see, first of all, my first question to you, how do you see the performance of party in this state?
Well, we have done better than what we did last time, which is what my initial stand has been. And few seats were there where we lost by less than 4 votes. There were 1 or 2 seats, and very, very narrow margins were there. So overall, we could clearly see that there is a very strong way for the National People's Party. And so we have done well, but of course we are falling short. Looks like we're falling short of halfway mark. So let us see. We'll explore all the options possible.
Much better than before. Last time when we saw the performance of NPP, it's much better than 2018.
Yes, that's right. Much better.
So can we expect some sort of post-poll equation or alliance taking?
Definitely, there has to be. I mean, since it's a fractured mandate, and we're not getting a simple majority. So we will have to explore options to discuss with other political parties.
Are you in talks with BJP or other regional parties?
So let the numbers come out fully. As I said, I have just walked in. I've not even got a chance to really look into all of these issues. So once I get out of here, my calls will start, and then we'll see what options there are, and then we'll try to give the best option that's possible for the state.
So just 2 questions from our senior editor, Shravan Sen. He's asking one important... Yeah, I'll just put it on speaker. Yes. Yes. Yeah, Shravan can ask you.
Yeah, Shravan.
Mr. Sangma, I think so you ought to admit it. Last time in 2018 elections, when you were on Republic TV, your numbers were only going up. This time too, it seems that your numbers are firming up very well.
Yeah. Hello?
Mr. Sangma, I'm saying that last time on 2018 elections, I just want you to remind you, you were sitting on Republic TV and your numbers were only going up. and you became the single largest party. Seems pretty much same. This time also full coverage from Republic TV as far as Meghalaya results are concerned. Your numbers are very, very good. It's perhaps as the single largest party, even what the Congress couldn't do, your party is doing it. So it's no longer a party only based in Garo Hills. It's a pan-Meghalaya party, and now obviously the national tag too.
Yes, we have done much better than before, so I'm happy. But it was very close. We could have done even better than what the numbers were. So we have to now work towards how to move forward now. That's the main issue. So once I reach Shillong, then discussions will start.
But Mr. Sagma, why don't you spill the beans? Your late night meeting with Himanto, it's quite evident that the MDA comes back to power. You are in talks with the BJP. You're not ruling out.
We are in discussion with everybody. So I'll have to just leave right now because too many people are here to meet me.
Mr. Sarma, just one request. Arnab wants you.
I'll speak to you in the evening.
Yeah,
okay?
Arnab wants you at 9 p.m. I'm hoping you'll come.
Yeah, we'll talk.
Well, that was, in fact, Abhishek is also joining us right now. Abhishek, I think so. It's undoubtedly very clear right now that the NPP is very much in talks with the BJP. It's like just the final touches that are already given. Massive celebrations outside the Chief Minister's residence, as Piyush was also reporting. So in a short while from now, once he's there in Shillong, I think so with the meetings that are going to take place, we'll get you all the latest updates on the other side. Pretty much the big picture emerging right now, at least from the other states, Meghalaya, Tripura as well as Nagaland. The only Meghalaya where there seems to be that final touches, but it's the BJP coming back to power in the northeastern states.
Minister Narendra Modi meeting Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. She's on a bilateral visit. Remember, she was given a grand ceremonial welcome at the forecourts of Rashtrapati Bhavan a while back, and then she went to the Rajghat to pay her respects to the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, and now the delegation level talks, before which the two leaders meeting one-on-one. In fact, the delegation level talks going on in the informal component of those talks, where the two leaders are closeted and deliberating on all aspects of India-Italy relationship. Remember, Italy happens to be the third largest economy in the Eurozone and increasingly an important active member of the larger Indo-Pacific community. Italy has a base in the Djibouti Islands and we have seen increasing naval cooperation happening between the two sides. Also, remember the backdrop or background of Prime Minister Meloni. She happens to be from a very conservative right-wing background, and that perhaps could be one more point of understanding between Prime Minister Modi and the visiting leader. Later in the evening, Prime Minister Meloni is also going to inaugurate and be the chief guest at the Raisina Dialogues, the Ministry of External Affairs flagship think tank event where global thought leaders on Undeniable BJP surge in the Northeast. Will BJP alliance be back in all three states? The BJP crosses halfway mark in Tripura, set to return to the state. Huge suspense over backdoor meetings. Will Conrad Sangma ally with the BJP? Is the first impact of Bharat Todo Yatra as Congress left completely decimated? Prime Minister Modi all set to address the BJP cadres post mega victory at 7:30 p.m. Largest crew, biggest coverage of Northeast elections on Republic continues. Welcome back, viewers. And in Uttar Pradesh, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is going all out against Mafia Raj. For a second straight day, illegal properties associated with Atiq Ahmed and his aides are being demolished. Let's look at these pictures coming in and around Prayagraj, and we would understand the scale of execution that's happening on the issue of going after Mafia Raj post the Umesh Pal murder in Prayagraj. These are pictures coming in from Prayagraj of Uttar Pradesh, where second day in the running, the Yogi government's bulldozers are moving in and demolishing the properties associated with those who directly or indirectly might have facilitated the murder of Umesh Pal. Let's go live to the pictures. We have a reporter on the ground, Mridul Sharma, reporting there.
और पुलिस के अधिकारी, पीएससी के जवानों की तैनाती में इस पूरी कार्रवाई को अंजाम दिया है। जगह जगह पर बैरिकेडिंग की गई थी और उसके बाद पोकलेन मशीन, पहले 3 बुलडोजर पहुंचे, उसके बाद एक और बुलडोजर को लाया गया और फिर पोकलेन मशीन, यानी कुल मिलाकर 5 बुलडोजर यहां पर पहुंचे और फिर ऐसी कार्रवाई को अंजाम दिया कि कुछ ही घंटों में पूरे घर को नेस्त नाबूद कर दिया है। अभी भी ये कार्रवाई जारी है, पोकलेन मशीन के द्वारा कार्रवाई की जा रही है, लेकिन आसपास के जो घर हैं उन्हें बचाने की कोशिश है और जो पीछे का घर है उसे बचाने की कोशिश भी है, इसलिए कार्रवाई को थोड़ा धीमा किया गया है। लेकिन आप देख सकते हैं, जो थोड़ी देर पहले घर आपको दिखाई दे रहा था, हरे कलर का 3 मंजिला मकान, अब वो पूरा का पूरा नेस्ते नाबूद हो गया है, जमींदोज हो गया है, मिट्टी में मिल गया है। यानी ये कार्रवाई जो शुरू हुई थी 3 बुलडोजर के साथ, एक और बुलडोजर को लाया गया, उसके बाद पोकलेन मशीन यहां पर पहुंची और उसके बाद धीरे धीरे इस पूरी कार्रवाई को अंजाम दिया गया और अब घर को नेस्त नाबूद कर दिया है। तो प्रयागराज डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी की तरफ से ये कार्रवाई की गई है। आपको बता दें, अतीक का गुर्गा, अतीक का साथी बताया जा रहा है जिसने अतीक की मदद की है और उमेश पाल जो हत्याकांड हुआ है उसमें हथियारों के साथ बदमाश पहुंचे थे, शूट आउट को अंजाम दिया था, लेकिन हथियारों को सप्लाई करने का आरोप है सफदर अब्बास पर। हालांकि वो इन आरोपों से इनकार करता है, वो ये भी बताता है कि आरोप ठीक नहीं है, तथ्यात्मक नहीं है, लेकिन पुलिस का कहना यह है कि उसकी जांच की जा रही है। इधर पीडीए ने एक बड़ा एक्शन लेते हुए इस पूरे घर को नेस्त नाबूद कर दिया है और हमारे सहयोगी वैभव हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। वैभव का एक बार रुख करेंगे। वैभव, बताइए तस्वीर क्या देख पा रहे हैं?
चीन के जरिए अब लगातार इस कार्रवाई को आगे बढ़ाया जा रहा है। अपने विजय सतीश से कहूंगा एक बार जूम करके इस घर के अंदर की तस्वीर दिखाएं जो लगातार अब खंडहर की शक्ल में तब्दील होता जा रहा है। इस पूरे उमेश पाल हत्याकांड में अतीक अहमद के सिपहसालार, जैसा कि मृदुल ने बताया कि इस पूरे मामले में अतीक अहमद का साथ देने वाले, इस पूरे मामले में अतीक अहमद के उन तमाम हत्यारोपियों को अवैध असलहा मुहैया करवाने वाले शख्स सफदर पर अब लगातार बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई जो है वो नजर आ रही है। पोकलेन मशीन लगातार आगे बढ़ रही हो और इस घर को जमींदोज किया जा रहा है। इस घर से उड़ती धूल इस बात की तस्दीक कर रही है कि प्रदेश के अंदर कानून का राज स्थापित है और प्रदेश में अगर आप कानून हाथ में लेंगे तो उसका अंजाम यही होगा। एक एक तस्वीर आज की बहुत अहम है और एक एक तस्वीर इस बात की तस्दीक कर रही है कि प्रदेश में अगर आप कानून को हाथ में लेंगे, प्रदेश में अगर आप कानून को सीधा चुनौती देंगे तो उस चुनौती का अंजाम यही होगा। बुलडोजर इस वक्त लगातार सफदर के घर को जमींदोज करता हुआ, कुछ घंटे पहले जो शानदार आशियाना हम आपको दिखा रहे थे वो शानदार आशियाना अब जमींदोज होता हुआ, जो शानदार आशियाना हम आपको दिखा रहे थे उस शानदार आशियाने को किस तरह से ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है इस पोकलेन मशीन के जरिए, क्योंकि तकरीबन ये बताया जा रहा है इस कार्रवाई में 1 से 1.5 घंटे और लगेंगे और ये पूरा का पूरा 2 मंजिला मकान आपको जमींदोज नजर आएगा। ये पूरा का पूरा 2 मंजिला मकान जो अब से पहले शानदार आशियाना था वो आपको खंडहर नजर आएगा। ये तस्वीरें लगातार पोकलेन मशीन के जरिए कार्रवाई के हम आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं और दूसरे माले की छत जिसको अब टारगेट किया जा रहा है और दूसरे माले के इस छत को अब जमींदोज किए जाने की कार्रवाई जो है वो की जा रही है। धूल का गुबार आपको चारों तरफ नजर आ रहा होगा, जिसके चलते थोड़ा सा विजुअलिटी में परेशानी, और धूल का इस गुबार को छटने के बाद एक बार फिर से पोकलैंड मशीन जो है वो इस कार्रवाई को आगे बढ़ाएगी। तस्वीरें जो लगातार हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, दूसरा माला इस घर का जिसको अब जमींदोज किया जा रहा है, जमींदोज किए जाने की कार्रवाई की जा रही है। आरोप सफदर पर बहुत गंभीर लगे, और आरोप ये कि उमेश पाल की हत्याकांड में, वारदात में जो हथियारों का इस्तेमाल किया गया था, जो वेपन मुहैया कराए गए थे, वो इन्हीं की दुकान, दरअसल इनकी आर्म्स की दुकान है सफदर की, जिस दुकान से ही उन तमाम हथियारों को मुहैया करवाया गया था, उन हत्यारोपियों को जिन्होंने उमेश को मौत के घाट उतारा। जिसके बाद लगातार पुलिस अपनी कार्रवाई कर रही है, और प्रयागराज विकास प्राधिकरण की ये सख्त कार्रवाई इस पूरे मामले में अगर बात करें तो ये तीसरा ऐसा मौका है जब सख्त एक्शन आपको नजर आ रहा है। और सख्त एक्शन के बीच मृदुल, तस्वीरें आप क्या कुछ देख रहे हैं ये बताइएगा मृदुल, क्योंकि एक एक तस्वीर बहुत अहम है, और हर एक तस्वीर ये बता रही है कि प्रदेश में कानून का राज स्थापित है। एक एक तस्वीर ये बता रही है कि प्रदेश में अगर आप कानून हाथ में लेंगे तो आपका अंजाम यही होगा। मृदुल, इस वक्त आप क्या कुछ तस्वीर देख पा रहे हैं?
All right, those are our reporters Vaibhav and Mridul reporting there on the ground, and pictures coming in of Prayagraj authorities carrying out the demolition drive at properties or off properties associated with Atiq Ahmed and his aides, all those who directly or indirectly facilitated or played a role in the Umesh Pal murder. This is the second day running when this activity is happening, this demolition drive is happening in the town, and we have our teams covering those developments live. Remember, all right, we have to take a short break on that note, but we come back with the same pictures and of course our rolling coverage of the Northeast results.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Well, see, I think I haven't read the details, but I think it means that it's a continuation of the SEBI probe. It's not replacing SEBI in any manner on the Hindenburg report. So it's led to a probe, and it's led to a supervision of this probe. So this 5-member panel, it has people from cross sections, so nobody can say that it's a ruling party biased panel or anything. It's a Supreme Court base, and there's a retired Supreme Court judge who will be looking over onto this. So it's not divested the SEBI of its responsibility. So I think a little of the wind behind the sails of the opposition demand that there should be a parliamentary committee, because now you have domain specific people who will look into it, and it will strengthen and protect the investors' money further.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ratan Sharda, Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj is joining us live. Rhythm, if you're already patched and getting me, Rhythm, please explain to us the significance of this very important order given by the Supreme Court of the country.
Absolutely. Like Smita Prakash actually said, I think she's absolutely right, because the fact that this committee is formed to probe into what's going to happen and is going to be headed by former Chief Justice Manohar Sapre clearly puts it very, very clear that it's going to be above anyone's suspicion when they come forward and they question the committee that's going to be panned. In fact, let's also remind our viewers, in the last hearing in the court, the Solicitor General, the top law officer of the country, representing the government had stated that they are all right, and in fact they promote the formation of a committee here, which is exactly what's happening. Ratan Sharda, we've also spoken about this earlier.
Yeah.
The words of the Chief Justice today are so clear: in order to protect Indian investors. And this is also something they had said earlier. In the last hearings, Justice Chandrachud had spoken about how the Indian investors need to be protected. They said we are forming a committee. In the last hearing, it was also known that a committee is going to be formed, Abhishek, and now finally the committee is being formed. It consists of Mr. O.P. Bhatt, Justice Devdutt, Mr. Nandan Nilekani, K.V. Kamath, Somesh Akran Sudarshan as the members. And the most important part, it's going to be headed by a retired Chief Justice of India, a Supreme Court judge. That's very crucial, because what we are getting a sense of here is that the court wants to say that we want the probe to be done properly. At the same time, while pronouncing this verdict, the Supreme Court Chief Justice has also clarified the SEBI has placed a regulatory framework, saying it has started a disclosure-based regulatory mechanism. Remember, in the last hearings, this is also something that had been said by SEBI, that they will try and ensure that price control for the capital issues is there. The Supreme Court has asked SEBI also to expeditiously conclude the investigation in 2 months and file a status report. All in all, this committee is going to be looking at how... Yes, go ahead, Abhishek.
Yeah, so I think this is a very significant development that you have brought out from the Supreme Court, Rhythm, and it was important that a message is sent across to the world community, in fact, that India takes its markets seriously, and any manipulation would be probed threadbare, and a thorough job would be done, and that gets reflected in the kind of membership of the committee, Rhythm, that has been set up by the Supreme Court. Thank you so much, Rhythm, for joining us on this important story from the topmost court of the country. And then we go back to our conversation we have been having of the results in the northeast of 3 assemblies, that of Tripura, Meghalaya and Nagaland. Shawan, can we go back to the numbers? Right. Because I believe all the leads are in now, and we have an absolute clear picture of which party stands where. Minister Narendra Modi meeting Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. She's on a bilateral visit. Remember, she was given a grand ceremonial welcome at the forecourts of Rashtrapati Bhavan a while back, and then she went to the Rajghat to pay her respects to the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. And now the delegation level talks, before which the two leaders meeting one-on-one. In fact, the delegation level talks going on in the informal component of those talks, where the two leaders are. Welcome back and all to the results from the Northeast. According to latest trends, ruling National People's Party is leading on 25 of the total 59 assembly constituencies of Meghalaya, while the BJP and the Congress were leading on 5 seats each. Meanwhile, BJP workers celebrated outside Shillong Counting Centre. Let's look at this ground report.
Interesting visuals from outside Shillong Counting Centre as the BJP Karyakartas have started celebrating in Meghalaya. Though in Meghalaya, what the numbers are suggesting, it's a hung assembly. But behind me, you could clearly see how the BJP Karyakartas are celebrating here with flags in their hands and with mufflers, sloganeering and continuously stating that they want double-engine government in Meghalaya. And the visuals are clearly suggesting that Karyakartas are very happy. Though in the numbers, if we see that the NPP has managed to get more numbers as compared to 2018, and BJP is still far behind at 6 right now. It's a hung assembly, but the people of Meghalaya, especially the Karyakartas of BJP, are continuously stating that in Meghalaya, no government can be formed without BJP. The commoners, the citizens of Meghalaya want a double-engine government. They want NPP to alliance with BJP so that the central monitored schemes could be benefited to the people of Meghalaya. These are the visuals as the crowd is chanting singing music in a poetic way. The crowd is very happy, but we'll have to see that what's the final call will be taken by the leaders of different parties in Meghalaya, as right now the situation is very critical. It's a hung assembly, but who will alliance with which party is still to be known, as late in the evening the meeting of NPP leaders will be done. The internal meeting will be held, but right now showing you the visuals of celebration and color from outside Shillong counting center. The security personnel have been enhanced, the security have been beefed up outside counting center, and the folk music, the poetic environment could clearly be sensed here outside counting center, as BJP Karyakartas are very happy and they are very sure that this time also in Meghalaya there will be alliance government, and that also not without BJP.
So here we are now seeing the visuals of the celebrations coming in from Tripura of Meghalaya, where the workers of NPP are now dancing on the songs of NPP political party. Remember that this song was also used in the campaigning, and you can see scores of workers of NPP are right now in choice mode. They are dancing to the tune of the political party song of NPP. So here the celebrations have already broken out so far. What we are now learning is that NPP has been able to get 26 out of 60 seats which it fought here in the state of Meghalaya. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more pictures, more and more visuals, as the final results are all set to be announced by Election Commission of India. Stay tuned for all the live updates after this very short break.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Minister Narendra Modi meeting Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. She's on a bilateral visit. Remember, she was given a grand ceremonial welcome at the forecourts of Rashtrapati Bhavan a while back, and then she went to the Rajghat to pay her respects to the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, and now the delegation level talks, before which the two leaders meeting one-on-one. In fact, the delegation level talks going on, in the informal component of those talks, where the two leaders are closeted and deliberating on all aspects of India-Italy relationship. Remember, Italy happens to be the third largest economy in the Eurozone and increasingly an important active member of the larger Indo-Pacific community. Italy has a base in the Djibouti Islands and we have seen increasing naval cooperation happening between the two sides. Also, remember the backdrop or background of Prime Minister Meloni. She happens to be from a conservative right-wing background, and that perhaps could be one more point of understanding between Prime Minister Modi and the visiting leader. Later in the evening, Prime Minister Meloni is also going to inaugurate and be the chief guest at the Raisina Dialogues, the Ministry of External Affairs flagship think tank event where global thought leaders on geostrategic and geopolitical affairs come together, geoeconomic affairs come together and deliberate on the issues of the day concerning the world community. Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister of Italy, in talks with Prime Minister at the Hyderabad House. The pictures coming in from Delhi, after which there is going to be a joint statement or joint address to the media.
Well, see, I think I haven't read the details, but I think it means that it's a continuation of the SEBI probe. It's not replacing SEBI in any manner on the Hindenburg report. So it's led to a probe, and it's led to a supervision of this probe. So this 5-member panel, it has people from cross sections, so nobody can say that it's a ruling party biased panel or anything. It's a Supreme Court base, and there's a retired Supreme Court judge who will be looking over onto this. So it's not divested the SEBI of its responsibility. So I think a little of the wind behind the sails of the opposition demand that there should be a parliamentary committee, because now you have domain specific people who will look into it, and it will strengthen and protect the investors' money further.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ratan Sharda, Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj is joining us live. Rhythm, if you're already patched and getting me, Rhythm, please explain to us the significance of this very important order given by the Supreme Court of the country.
Absolutely. Like Smita Prakash actually said, I think she's absolutely right, because the fact that this committee is formed to probe into what's going to happen and is going to be headed by former Chief Justice Manohar Sapre clearly puts it very, very clear that it's going to be above anyone's suspicion when they come forward and they question the committee that's going to be panned. In fact, let's also remind our viewers, in the last hearing in the court, the Solicitor General, the top law officer of the country, representing the government, had stated that they are all right, and in fact they promote the formation of a committee here, which is exactly what's happening. Ratan Sharda, we've also spoken about this earlier.
Yeah.
The words of the Chief Justice today are so clear: in order to protect Indian investors. And this is also something they had said earlier. In the last hearings, Justice Chandrachud had spoken about how the Indian investors need to be protected. They said we are forming a committee. In the last hearing, it was also known that a committee is going to be formed, Abhishek, and now finally...
All right, back to our coverage of the Northeast in Meghalaya, from where we were getting those pictures earlier. The NPP of Conrad Sangma, the sitting Chief Minister, is still short of the halfway mark, struggling at about 25, and possibly they would get the numbers in alliance with the BJP and the UDP, the talks for which are on. We have our reporters on the ground. We have Harsha, and we of course have Piyush Mishra, who was getting to you those pictures of celebrations. Yeah, and we are continuing to get those pictures even as the NPP is stuck at 25 and possibly looking at an alliance to stay in power with the BJP and the UDP being the two possible candidates. Remember, earlier in the day, the talks were rife. Conrad Sangma, of course, did not very forthrightly admit it, that he has gone and met Himanta Biswa Sarma already, BJP's key strategist for the Northeast and Assam Chief Minister. And then, of course, the fact that both the BJP and the UDP were in any way in alliance for most part of the last 5 years with the NPP. Conrad Sangma's party, of course, bettering its tally from last elections, and that gives obviously a sense of which side the government might be formed. NPP obviously being the single largest party in the leading position, if they can get the allies on their side, including the BJP and the UDP, to form the government. On the other side, all right, we have Piyush Mishra live now. Let's go to him. Piyush, over to you. We saw those pictures coming in of celebrations. The NPP is still 5 short of that magic number. What is the sense on the ground? These workers are confident, these cadres are confident that Conrad would get the numbers in association with allies.
Well, certainly, Abhishek, what we are now hearing is that a meeting has been called in, late-night meeting has been called in Shillong, and for the same purpose, Conrad Sangma is now leaving for Shillong. We are showing you the live pictures from Tura of Meghalaya, where the Chief Minister is now boarding this helicopter from Tura. He will be flying to, in fact, he is flying to Shillong. In a few minutes from now, he will reach there to Shillong. So, hectic parleys are now underway. Live pictures from a nearby helipad from where the Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Conrad Sangma, is flying to Shillong. What we are now given to understand is that late night meetings have been called in by the NPP there in Shillong, and that is why he is rushing for that. In fact, not only late night meetings will take place tonight, but tomorrow morning also a meeting has been called in, and now the NPP is going to finalize as to how it is going to form the government. Remember that NPP is now the single largest party in Meghalaya, and it will have to have few constituents in its kitty to be able to prove majority in the state. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more updates as hectic parleys are all set to begin here in the state of Meghalaya. Stay tuned for all the live updates.
Well, see, I think I haven't read the details, but I think it means that it's a continuation of the SEBI probe. It's not replacing SEBI in any manner on the Hindenburg report. So it's led to a probe, and it's led to a supervision of this probe. So this 5-member panel, it has people from cross sections, so nobody can say that it's a ruling party biased panel or anything. It's a Supreme Court base, and there's a retired Supreme Court judge who will be looking over onto this. So it's not divested the SEBI of its responsibility. So I think a little of the wind behind the sails of the opposition demand that there should be a parliamentary committee, because now you have domain specific people who will look into it, and it will strengthen and protect the investors' money further.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ratan Sharda, Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj is joining us live. Rhythm, if you're already patched and getting me, Rhythm, please explain to us the significance of this very important order given by the Supreme Court of the country.
Absolutely. Like Smita Prakash actually said, I think she's absolutely right, because the fact that this committee is formed to probe into what's going to happen and is going to be headed by former Chief Justice Manohar Sapre clearly puts it very, very clear that it's going to be above anyone's suspicion when they come forward and they question the committee that's going to be panned. In fact, let's also remind our viewers, in the last hearing in the court, the Solicitor General, the top law officer of the country, representing the government, had stated that they are all right, and in fact they promote the formation of a committee here, which is exactly what's happening. Ratan Sharda, we've also spoken about this earlier. The words of the Chief Justice today are so clear: in order to protect Indian investors. And this is also something they had said earlier. In the last hearings, Justice Chandrachud had spoken about how the Indian investors need to be protected. They said we are forming a committee. In the last hearing, it was also known that a committee is going to be formed, Abhishek, and now finally the committee is being formed. It consists of Mr. O.P. Bhatt, Justice Devdutt, Mr. Nandan Nilekani, K.V. Kamath, Somesh Akran Sudarshan as the members. And the most important part, it's going to be headed by a retired Chief Justice of India, a Supreme Court judge. That's very crucial, because what we are getting a sense of here is that the court wants to say that we want the probe to be done.
Undeniable BJP surge in the northeast. Will the party alliance be back in all three states? BJP crosses halfway mark in Tripura, set to return in the state. Huge suspense over backdoor meetings. Will Konrad Sangma ally with the BJP? It's first time of Bharat Todo Yatra as Congress is left completely decimated. Prime Minister Modi to address cadres post mega victory at the BJP headquarters at around 7:30 p.m. Largest crew, biggest coverage of the Northeast elections on Republic continues. All right, breaking news development now. Over to the pictures coming in of the India-China bilateral taking place between External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar and his Chinese counterpart Qin Gang. Remember, this is on the sidelines of the G20 summit, a G20 foreign ministers meeting that's taking place. The two leaders had welcome in the morning. These are the morning pictures, in fact, when the External Affairs Minister had welcomed and received his counterparts from 20 nations, the G20 and other bodies that are part of this meeting as special invitees. And now bilateral taking place. We'll get pictures in a bit. Dr. S. Jaishankar has had those bilateral meetings with all the visiting foreign ministers who are part of the G20 foreign ministers meeting. And with the Chinese counterpart is one of them, of course, but important because this is the second only physical meeting taking place between the two sides at this level post Galwan incident and the build-up along the line of factual control. In Ladakh, and the pictures we are seeing on the one side, Antony Blinken, US Secretary of State meeting Dr. S. Jaishankar, and on the other side of the screen, External Affairs Minister welcoming, shaking hands with the Chinese Foreign Minister Qin Gang, and meeting taking place. Remember, when it comes to the bilateral meetings, obviously the accent is on the issues between the two nations, and Dr. S. Jaishankar has made it amply clear in many of his comments in the last couple of months that situation between India and China is yet not normal, and till that happens, there is no question of having an absolutely okay relationship with the Chinese. The kind of build-up of forces that we have along the line of actual control post Galwan, it is incumbent upon the Chinese to pull back its soldiers and the military build-up that was done after Galwan, so that the two sides really can come together and work towards normalizing the equation. The China question was in home controversy as well recently, with the opposition trying to take pot shots at the Modi government on the China question. But then External Affairs Minister stoutly defending the government, saying that it's their government which has amassed all those troops there, and looked China in the eye, sending across a global message as well that India can stand on its feet and take on any kind of bullying. And India is not the only one, incidentally, which has faced this kind of expansionist bullying by China. At least half a dozen nations in its neighborhood, including Vietnam, including Indonesia, including, among others, Taiwan, of course, facing that. Let's go to Niranjan Narayan Swami, is reporting from Mumbai newsroom. Niranjan, over to you. We're getting pictures of the meeting between External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar and his Chinese counterpart. For the optics, you expect that Dr. S. Jaishankar would be doing all the plain speaking that's needed for China to pull back from the heights there in Ladakh along the line of actual control.
Yes, Abhishek, and he's been doing that, and you know that better than anyone else because you've been covering the Ministry of External Affairs. But I think the meeting itself is significant. The fact that the Chinese foreign minister is here in India and is engaging with the Indian foreign minister and the government of India. And it comes at a very interesting time, Abhishek, when you heard what the Italian Prime Minister said while meeting the Indian Prime Minister Modi, saying that the world looks up to Prime Minister's leadership and they're expecting India to play some sort of a central role in the ongoing Ukraine war. Of course, expecting a host of issues to be picked up or to be raised between India and China, including the Ladakh face-off and whatever's happening at the line of actual control, likely to figure in one way or the other. And we've always put our foot down and expecting the External Affairs Minister to do the same. And perhaps in the scheme of things, when the Western Bloc is trying to sort of, along with the European nations, that are sort of push India to take a stand on the Ukraine-Russia aggression, hoping that India, because China is standing with Russia, hoping that some sort of a positive role is also being played by India. So very interesting what India does while engaging with China expecting a whole lot of issues to come up, including, the action that has been taken by the Indian government on several Chinese apps, etc. China hasn't been happy about that. They've been talking about it. And Abhishek, you can perhaps tell us what else can we expect in this particular meeting if you've picked up any more details. Abhishek?
Well, obviously, Niranjan, the most important part of this conversation or dialogue between the two ministers has to be on de-escalation and pullback of troops if a relationship between China and India has to be normalized. Having said that, other global issues coming together on G20 agenda, that's also going to be important. Remember, China came out with some kind of proposal on a detent in the ongoing Europe war. In fact, China has taken a very public position in support of Russia and in fact blocked a joint communique of the finance ministers track in Bengaluru of G20, and it's likely that that might sort of continue and have a spillover on the foreign ministers meeting as well. And in that backdrop, if India has a little better leverage with the West and can play some role in bringing about that de-escalation on the other side, that is on the European side, then obviously there would be some meeting of minds. But as I said, Niranjan, the most important aspect of the conversation has to be about Ladakh and the line of actual control and de-escalation there. If China wants that situation with India should normalize. It's become a domestic political issue as well, and it's not going to be any compromise whatsoever. In fact, it's likely that Dr. S. Jaishankar might do some plain speaking with the Chinese counterpart, Tin Gang. Remember, he's just taken over a few months back from Wang Yi after Wang Yi got promoted into the Politburo of the Communist Party of China. And now we are seeing the Chinese foreign minister traveling to India, obviously to participate in G20, but on the sidelines of which he's having a bilateral meeting with Dr. S. Jaishankar. There are other important aspects of the relationship, but then everything else has been overshadowed, I would say, by the Ladakh standoff, which continues, and with the Chinese side not showing any signs of pulling back, it's likely that that's going to be the most important aspect, the elephant in the room, so to say, when the two leaders continue this conversation one-on-one. pictures of celebrations in Agartala BJP office in Tripura, and we can see in the pictures former Chief Minister of Tripura Biplab Dev, who was in fact replaced by Manik Saha also there, and the sitting Chief Minister, and then we have other leaders of the BJP, including in charge Sambit Patra and Mahesh Sharma. The party has come back with clear majority in the state after having been in power for 5 years, inching close to the number that they had in 2018. 36 is the number that they got in 2018, dislodging the 3 decades of communist government there, and now they are leading or have won 34 seats.
Mr. Saha, what was the reason that led the BJP to the victory in this election? It has turned out to be a pro-incumbency election as far as the trend shows, because you are leading in 32 plus seats.
You see, our guardian and our leader is our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And he always speaks about development. And what he said, that Act-East policy that has been implemented in Tripura, and if it is tell about our this connectivity or whatever it may be, everywhere what he has said, he has done it, and because of that people have given us a mandate in favor of us.
So, when are you going to form the government? When are you going to stake the claim?
That is up to our, we have to talk to our central leadership, and then we can decide when it can be done.
And the left and the Congress formed a formidable alliance. In fact, 2 enemies joined together their hands to defeat the BJP. It did not work out for them.
Now you see, initially when they have formed it and when they have announced, so we have already reacted that this alliance is not the good alliance, unholy alliance, and the result also have spoken about it.
Results also spoken about it. What are the future plans for Tripura as far as developmental plank is concerned? Because people are talking about development here as far as the social pension scheme was enhanced, minimum support price for grains were concerned, and also job opportunities.
You see, for the job opportunity, of course, we will address it, and for so far this development matter is concerned, already it is already on. Just we will accelerate it. So far, our agriculture sector is concerned, and our this tourism sector is concerned, and then industry sector is concerned, and education and health, everywhere. Already we have started, we have kickstart, and we have to enhance it.
And one more important point is that Tripura Motha has emerged as a party to reckon with. They were the debutant party resonating the tribal cause. But they could not make their mark as far as forming the government is concerned. Do you think that will your government or the BJP agree with a separate Tripura land as the demand is with to get them on board?
Actually, previously also we have said we don't agree with their demand. But first of all, I will congratulate them that first time they have in Vidhan Sabha election, they have participated, and they have achieved to some extent, and I want to congratulate them.
So, do we confirm that Mr. Saha has won from his constituency because the countings were stalled because there was some dispute on 52 postal ballots?
I heard so, but I think it has been sorted out.
And are you going to the counting center?
Yes, I have been informed to go there, and I will collect my this certificate and will come to our party office.
Will you ever tie up with Tripura Motha in future?
Pardon?
Will you ever tie up with Tripura Mota in future if at all it is required?
Nobody knows the future. What will happen in future, nobody knows. If there is if, then we can decide.
Sudeep Burman was with your party earlier. Will you take him again if he comes back?
I don't know. Do you have any information that he is coming back?
No. Suppose if he comes back.
Suppose to I always speak. Suppose has got no answer.
First of all, the first election of the year 2023 has been very positive for Bharatiya Janata Party. It has begun from Northeast India, and I feel this is good for India. For the first time, the Northeast India has become a kind of a region which is no more treated as a neglected or a burden, or a region which is prone to all the problems, violence, all kind of atrocities and all. Now, the new India with the new Northeast is different. Northeast is now a vibrant region. Northeast people are now seeing the light of development. This transformation of Northeast is only because of the commitment and the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. I can tell you one thing. If Northeast becomes a symbol of development, if Northeast becomes peaceful, it is a huge achievement for the country. So the Northeast election cannot be just treated as a small regional election, but in the national context, the positive result for BJP in Northeast, in a way, is a good news for the rest of the country. Last month when I was campaigning in Tripura, I went to some of the remote areas. Even there I saw some, pillars and all. I said, what is this? They said these are in the memories of the left leaders killed by the Congress people, and in some other areas there were memories built. The leaders of the Congress leaders were killed by the left people. So the left and the Congress had such a huge disliking, enmity amongst themselves, and today suddenly they want to come together and to defeat BJP. People are not going to buy it.
Welcome back from Northeast to Uttar Pradesh, where Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is going all out against Mafia Raj. For second day running, the Prayagraj administration is carrying out a demolition drive with all the bulldozers to take down illegal properties associated with Atiq Ahmed and his aides. Anyone directly or indirectly connected with the murder of Umesh Pal is facing the brunt of this demolition drive being carried out. The first time that the Adityanath government in Uttar Pradesh has resorted to the bulldozer route to take on gangsters, mafia and dons. In fact, the latest round started with the murder of Umesh Pal, which happened last week, and which led to, in fact, some fireworks between the Treasury and the opposition benches in the Assembly also. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has spoken twice very angrily inside the House, and now let's listen into him outside as well.
और थीम भी G20 का वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। हमने कभी नहीं बोला कि अपना है पराया है। हमारे यहाँ तो हमेशा इस बात को कहा गया है, भयम निज परोवेति गणना लवचेत साम उदार चरिता नाम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का यथावत भारत की उसी परंपरा, ये सबसे बड़ी बात रही है। सदैव इस बात को महत्व दिया, और जहां वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की बात करते हैं तो हमारे विपक्ष में बैठे हुए लोग, मैंने कल भी कहा था कि हर समस्या के समाधान के दो रास्ते होते हैं, या तो उसमें भाग लो या भाग लो। समस्या का समाधान नहीं क्या, कोई भाग नहीं। समाधान करने वाली टीम है तो यहां भाग नहीं रही है। हम यहाँ पे वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की बात कर रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में दुनिया का भारत पे संदेश पहुंच रहा है, तब वो जाति की बात कर रहे हैं। जब हम ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर समिट की बात कर रहे थे, तब वह जाति की बात कर रहे थे। जब हम G20 की समिट की बात कर रहे थे, तब वह जाति की बात कर रहे थे। जब हम बजट की चर्चा की बात कर रहे थे और उनके सुझाव मांग रहे थे, तब वह जाति की बात कर रहे थे। ये सब जानते हुए कि इसी कारण से उत्तर प्रदेश के नौजवानों के सामने, इन्हीं कारणों से उत्तर प्रदेश के सामने पहचान का संकट पड़ा। पहचान का संकट, उत्तर प्रदेश का नौजवान कहीं जाता था पहचान का संकट, लोग बताते नहीं थे, नौजवान बताता भी नहीं था।
All right, that was Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh Yogi Adityanath elaborating on the tough position he has taken on ending Mafia Raj post the very public murder of Umesh Pal, a witness to the Raju Pal murder. Raju Pal was a BSP MLA who was killed by Atiq Ahmed's gang. In fact, Atiq Ahmed himself is an accused and is behind prisons in that case. That was in 2005. On that note, a short break. On the other side, we continue to bring you all updates connected with the BJP's victory in northeastern states, including a clean sweep in Tripura, and of course, also Prime Minister Modi's address to BJP cadres at the headquarters in the national capital at around 7:30 p.m. Minister Narendra Modi meeting Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. She's on a bilateral visit. Remember, she was given a grand ceremonial welcome at the forecourts of Rashtrapati Bhavan a while back, and then she went to the Rajghat to pay her respects to the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, and now the delegation level talks, before which the two leaders meeting one-on-one. In fact, the delegation level talks going on, in the informal component of those talks, where the two leaders are closeted and deliberating on all aspects of India-Italy relationship. Remember, Italy happens to be the third largest economy in the Eurozone and increasingly an important active member of the larger Indo-Pacific community. Italy has a base in the Djibouti Islands and we have seen increasing naval cooperation happening between the two sides. Also, remember the backdrop or background of Prime Minister Meloni. She happens to be from a conservative right-wing background, and that perhaps could be one more point of understanding between Prime Minister Modi and the visiting leader. Later in the evening, Prime Minister Meloni is also going to inaugurate and be the chief guest at the Raisina Dialogues, the Ministry of External Affairs flagship think tank event where global thought leaders on geostrategic and geopolitical affairs come together, geoeconomic affairs come together and deliberate on the issues of the day concerning the world community. Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister of Italy, in talks with Prime Minister at the Hyderabad house. The pictures coming in from Delhi, after which there is going to be a joint statement or joint address to the media.
Well, see, I think I haven't read the details, but I think it means that it's a continuation of the SEBI probe. It's not replacing SEBI in any manner on the Hindenburg report. So it's led to a probe, and it's led to supervision of this probe. So this 5-member panel, it has people from cross sections, so nobody can say that it's a ruling party biased panel or anything. It's a Supreme Court base, and there's a retired Supreme Court judge who will be looking over onto this. So it's not divested the SEBI of its responsibility. So I think a little of the wind behind the sails of the opposition demand that there should be a parliamentary committee.
As election results from the northeast keep trickling in, it's becoming clear that the BJP has strengthened its grip over power in these 3 states, Meghalaya, Tripura and of course Nagaland. We saw reports earlier by our teams from Agartala and Shillong. Now let's go to Dimapur and see what's happening there in Nagaland with Anirudh reporting in this package.
The Prime Minister's aggressive outreach for the Northeast have resulted and have reflected in the mandate that has been given by the people across in 3 states of Nagaland, Tripura and Meghalaya. The surge of the BJP in Tripura for the 2nd consecutive term and also of the BJP and its ally NDPP in the state of Nagaland is unprecedented. Speaking specifically about Nagaland, in a Christian-dominated state with over 95% of the population belonging to the Christianity, the victory of the BJP is seen as a game changer. People and political analysts across the country is also terming that the BJP's mandate that they have got in the Northeast will have an impact in the national politics.
All right, short break, and as we continue our coverage of results coming in from the Northeast, Prime Minister Narendra Modi all set to address BJP cadres at the national headquarters in Delhi at around 7:30 p.m. All that and more after a short break. To carry out an investigation submit report in 2 months, which essentially means, Shravan, that the charge that was being made by the opposition, I'm trying to understand the politics part of it even as we speak and bring this breaking news development happening in the Supreme Court of the country pronouncing its verdict in the batch of petitions demanding an inquiry into the Hindenburg saga between Hindenburg and Adani. What this means is that political opposition's demand of a joint parliamentary committee sort of stands sidestepped now, because if the Supreme Court is monitoring, Supreme Court has ordered an inquiry, the opposition better wait for this kind of a subject experts committee looking into it. Because remember, SEBI doing it, and this committee which has the likes of KV Kamath, Nandan Nilekani, OP Bhatt and of course 2 justices. Well, in fact, really shows that insofar as the Adani Hindenburg saga is concerned, we might not have heard the last of it as yet, but more importantly, the opposition demand of a JPC now stands with sidestepped.
Well, in fact, the Supreme Court has basically asked SEBI to conclude the investigation in just about 2 months and file a status report, and the committee is going to be formed under the leadership of former Supreme Court Judge Justice Sapre and the other members of the committee, as you were pointing out, Abhishek. It's OP Bhatt, Justice Theodore, KV Kamath, Nandan Nilekani, and in fact a big statement that has also been made that this is in order to protect the Indian investors. There is an urgent need for the formation of the committee. Now that's a big development as far as what has been demanded all this while from the time the Hindenburg report was put out, and thereafter we've seen the free fall of the shares of Adani Group, especially the flagship enterprise. We've seen there's been a free fall in the shares. Also, there's a 2-month deadline that has also been put out, Abhishek. So essentially, being looking at the price manipulation and the allegations that have been leveled by the Hindenburg.
Also, I think the government can now claim that because the government was facing heat from the opposition.
Alright, top headlines at 3:30. Undeniable BJP surge in Northeast. Will BJP alliance be back in all three states? Is the question. BJP crosses halfway mark in Tripura, set to return back in the state. Huge suspense over backdoor meetings. Will Conrad Sangma ally with the BJP? It's the first impact of Bharat Todo Yatra as Congress is left completely decimated. Prime Minister Modi to address Cadre post mega victory at 7:30 p.m. today. Largest true biggest coverage of Northeast elections only on Republic. Alright, our focus this afternoon, it's a big diplomatic moment for the country as foreign delegates are in the national capital at the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting, which is underway as we speak. In fact, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar and his Chinese counterpart also held the first meeting since the Galwan clashes. So, of course, a big meet there which has happened between the External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar and the Chinese counterpart. Earlier, remember, Prime Minister Modi in his video message as well called for consensus on global challenges and said that the multilateralism is in crisis. So as we speak, the G20 meeting, which is underway, and of course a very crucial meet to have happened, which is of External Minister S. Jaishankar and the Chinese counterpart. Not just that, a bilateral that was also held between Antony Blinken and Jaishankar as well. So visuals there on your screens from inside the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting, which is taking place in the national capital under India's presidency. Remember, representatives of 40 countries, including non-G20 members, have been invited by India, and multilateral organizations will attend. So Prime Minister there also in his video message made a statement calling for consensus on the global challenges that the economies across the globe are facing. In fact, let's listen into what Jaishankar had to say just a short while ago on the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting.
I thank the Prime Minister for his valuable guidance. I now begin the first session of the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting. As I do so, Excellencies, let us remind ourselves that this grouping bears an exceptional responsibility. We first came together in the midst of a global crisis and are today, once again, actually confronting multiple ones. These include the impact of the COVID pandemic, concerns of fragile supply chains, the knock-on effects of ongoing conflicts, anxiety of debt crisis, and the disruption of climate events. In considering these issues, we may not always be of one mind. In fact, there are some matters of sharp differences of opinions and views. Yet, we must find common ground and provide direction, because that is what the world expects of us. Colleagues, as we look ahead, there are both pressing and more systemic challenges that we all confront. The future of multilateralism depends very much on our ability to strengthen it in a changing world. Food and energy security are immediate anxieties magnified by recent events. But they do have long-term repercussions and solutions. And development cooperation is part of that larger solution that we are deliberating upon today. Colleagues, the current global architecture is in its 8th decade. The number of members of the United Nations has quadrupled in this period. It neither reflects today's politics, economics, demographics, or aspirations. Since 2005, we have heard sentiments for reform being expressed at the highest level. But as we all know, these have not materialized. The reasons are no secret either. The longer we put it off, the more the credibility of multilateralism stands eroded. Global decision-making must be democratized if it has to have a future. Our agenda for today's discussions include the challenges of food, fertilizer, and fuel security. These are truly make or break issues for developing countries. We heard their concerns directly in January this year through the Voice of Global South Summit. Such issues should not be relegated to the periphery of the international discourse. They are, in fact, crucial to the global economy and must be treated as such. Indeed, we urge that they be central to any decision making. Along with that, the world must also strive for more reliable and resilient supply chains. Recent experience has underlined the risks of being dependent on limited geographies. Excellencies, all of us, individually and collectively, have an obligation to contribute to international growth and prosperity. They are implemented through sustainable partnerships and goodwill initiatives. On its part, India has undertaken development projects in 78 countries and has actively encouraged exchanges and capability building. During the COVID pandemic, we made a conscious effort at contributing to global solutions, even while looking after our own. Today's situation demands that we continue to live up to our international responsibilities. The G20 must be sensitive to the priorities and economic concerns of all our partners, especially those more vulnerable. We must ensure
Shri Sanjay Verma, Secretary West in the Ministry of External Affairs, as well as Joint Secretary Europe West in the Ministry, Shri Sandeep Chakravarti. Sir, may I hand over the floor to you?
Thank you very much. Secretary West, Sanjay Verma, Sandeep, friends from the media, thank you very much for coming here this afternoon for this special briefing on the ongoing visit of Italian Prime Minister to India. I'll just make some brief opening remarks and would be happy to take questions thereafter. At the invitation of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, Her Excellency Ms. Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of the Italian Republic, is currently on her first state visit to India. Prime Minister of Italy is accompanied by Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister His Excellency Antonio Tajani and a high-powered business delegation. This is the first bilateral VVIP visit from Italy to India after a gap of 5 years. As you are aware, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Modi and Prime Minister of Italy had held extensive and productive discussions on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Bali, Indonesia in November last year. In terms of program, Prime Minister of Italy arrived earlier today morning, was accorded a ceremonial welcome at the forecourt ceremony in the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and has just concluded her official talks with the Honorable Prime Minister, both in the restricted format and also in the delegation level format. She also paid her tributes to Mahatma Gandhi at the Rajghat, and thereafter Honorable Prime Minister hosted the Prime Minister of Italy a luncheon at the Hyderabad House. Later during the day, Prime Minister of Italy will also call on Honorable Rashtrapati Ji. Prime Minister Meloni will also participate in the 8th Raisina Dialogue as the chief guest and keynote speaker alongside Prime Minister Modi later this evening. In terms of the